counter matchup here. This is under the assumption that they're going to play something along the lines of like, oh yeah, Esme, Yuzong,
I mean, if I'm not
Rock.
mistaken, Kid Bomba likes those very tanky heroes, so perhaps just having a Boxia early to make sure that the spell them doesn't really matter so that you can gank and you can get a kill. I'm just saying, Kid Bomba loves Terizla. He won 11 out of 13 games.
Well, actually speaking of surprises, I would definitely tell you that Team the Ohio Brothers are able to do such thing because Fredrin have been switched to Melo in the XP lane multiple times from the best player one. But looking here, we see that Minotaur comes once again, and I think that this is a really good setup composition from the side of Team Devo. They have a really good solid draft at the first phase.
If I'm Claude, I don't like this. I don't like getting hit by the Bruno. I mean, it's good against the Fermis, but not good against the Minotaur.
I think it's one of those conditional situations of like having your BMI up at the right time at the right place. But I think at least with an insurance policy of the Matilda, it kind of gives you another layer of depth to your composition, right? And even for Devu, they're getting rid of the Lilia. I think it's smart. They want to make sure that even if you're not able to break our temp HP from the Nether Realm, at least your mid laner can't either.
Well, expecting that Team Devo is now looking for a jungler, I would actually see a Fredrin coming through or even a Lancelot at this moment. I would actually highly recommend the Lancelot kinda because I think he will have a lot of space underneath that rage from coming from the Minotaur. But on the side of Team the Ohio Brothers are actually they need an XP if Baxia will not be the surprise as LaFell wants it to be actually. Kinda, I think that you want it to be an XP lane.
I want it, but it will be interesting.
Yeah, it would be kind of interesting. But let's look at the hero duels so far, because here in the M5 win rates, 100% whenever you see, and this is a theoretical win rate so far based on the 4 games they played. Bruno as well as that farm is a really nice combination between the two, supplementary support with high damage crits.
Bruno miss?
I was trying to think that as well. It doesn't fit nicely.
Bruno miss? Farano?
Farano is as close as we're going to get.
Farano.
Bruno miss? You can take it, oh, no.
Bruno miss.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
Bruno doesn't miss either.
Yeah, Bruno doesn't miss.
So with Diggy Ban, this does give an idea that at least
I'm not I'm going straight.
Naming one other hero is going to be pretty tanky. There's quite a lot of heroes that doesn't like the Dairoth. There's a hero that you really like that doesn't like Dairoth.
I know, but
it's
like...
Uranus.
No, come on. Kid Bomba knows better, right? Kid Bomba knows better.
Oh, Terizla?
He wants to be...
Alright, so what do they need? They need XP for Lord Milo, the mightiest, unstoppable force of the universe.
Yeah.
I mean,
He loves it, right?
He loves it.
He loves it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and actually it is his best hero. So speaking of Kid Bomba, one of the best heroes that actually can go alongside with that composition that he's trying to pull out is that team fight composition, area crowd control, high reach, and also having that setup in terms of the team fight, having also Bruno to finish everything off. I think that you just need one touch, and I would highly recommend to have an assassin at this point. You have enough heroes to take damage.
I don't know. I feel like especially if you're coming from the Ohio Brothers position, like you're looking at this, you have the insurance policy of the Nether Realm, 2 huge tanks to actually
think that's alright.
top the fact that, well, at the end of
I
the day,
just don't like the
you'll
gold.
know who the mid laners
Gold
are,
situation.
right? So we're hoping that something vulnerable shows up for Devu as
Devu is a really
as well as the Novaria. I'm kind of liking this comp so far from North America.
I'm just thinking because they need to scale. The quad needs 3 items. The Novaria can do well early, but I don't know. They need a little bit of items before they can really get online, which doesn't gel well with the Boxia.
We do see the Lancelot pick up here for the side of Devu. This is going to be an interesting matchup here. Again, we have easy ways to play, and we know that Devu likes to play through that mid lane. I think it's probably going to lean into either side with dominant laners on both ends. I'm curious. Let's break down this composition as we start moving in towards one.
Well, I would say that Team Devo did a really good job having all that space for the Lancelot just to run around, do his dashes, do whatever he needs, do whatever he wants, and also having Corby to finish everything off. I think that Team Devo, for me, at least, they did a really good job on the draft. I would lean towards Team Devo in terms of the draft.
I would agree. I will not say no to numbers, and the numbers did say that Devu had the better draft. We have to see, can the Ohio Brothers stall on the game till they have enough items, or will Devu end the game and win game number 1?
Welcome everybody to our first best of 3, day number 2 here at the M5 World Championship group stage. It's going to be the Ohio brothers on the blue side up against Devu on the red side. Now,
I don't know how he
off,
plays
right?
this Basha,
I'm
though.
expecting, at least for Devu, they can play either on the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map. It's really kind of up to them. But what about the Ohio brothers, right? What is the general game plan? Is it about smothering the opponent in the earlier stages, or is it just purely, we're going to scale, we're going to have to wait 15 minutes?
He's strong
Well, I
early
think
game.
for Team the Ohio brothers, they kind of can do an aggressive gameplay at the early game, especially because they have that material to engage and also to disengage, and also you have Melo with that edit. He can deal a lot of crowd control. He can make a lot of crowd control happen, but seems like both roamers are annoying each other.
So far, so good. I mean,
QB has a very strong early game. No, I mean,
it's going to be agility.
if they're gonna do really well,
Interesting.
you would expect it to be within like the first 5 minutes, maybe.
Ignition on a Farmus as well. So I'm guessing he's hoping not to die for the rest of the match.
He should keep his life for the longest time as possible, but look at Claude. From the early game, he's starting off with having some defense just to deal with that damage coming from that Bruno. And also, I would tell you that the rotation will be so fast for Team the Ohio brothers because they have that Baxia. Sao is now in a really bad position.
Right now, Sao going up against Tree, not looking very good. Is this going to be first blood for Super Shark?
Ooh, that was nice. A very nice counter rotation from the side of the Ohio brothers, right? He starts off on his orange buff, goes to purple, immediately takes Little Wanderer, and then quickly runs over to steal a small camp on the purple side, and then looks for the rotational kill. Might even get a second one.
Yeah, good flicker coming in, but Magister is here. It looks like he wants to get a little bit of trade in, but he's the one losing the trade, has to get out of there.
Yeah, a lot of HP lost there, and I think that Magister will not be able to contest that turtle with full potential. And not having that flicker on Bomba will be just as will make the mission even harder.
Yep, right now Milo looks like he's trying to zone everyone away. Super Shark has to use the flicker just to survive, and best player 1 secures the turtle without really much of a problem.
Yeah, with no issues whatsoever here, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about just taking your time with this, right? The Ohio brothers don't necessarily need to be aggressive. If they can punish on the rotation when they're going first, do so, but they don't want to be aggressors. They want to steal. They need to take a little bit of time. When they get that lead, that's when they're going to pull the trigger.
We have seen such thing yesterday, having Wolf with us on the desk, seeing the Claude also with the Novaria, but I think yesterday there was also one more scaling here. I cannot actually remember the hero right now, but they need that late game so badly, and having the Baxia and also having the edit will give them a little bit of space, a little bit of room so that they can breathe through the early game. So the Ohio brothers are actually kind of dealing with that risk, but I don't know will they be able to finish it off.
I don't know, for me, I feel like this Vol, they've made quite a few mistakes, trading a little bit too much HP before contesting a major objective. I kind of feel like with the draft that you have, you don't have to force things out.
I agree. I think they should have waited for those level 4s to start coming by and then start playing around with the objectives, right? At the end of the day, you're hoping that your laners make those individual advantages to force the Ohio brothers into that rotation, but so far, so good for TOB.
Oh, Kid Boba there already uses all very defensively. Now, Kid Boba looks like he's going to get targeted just a little bit. The Ohio brothers, they're just chipping off the HP. I feel like they're preparing for the goal here.
Yeah, I think that Zia at this moment needs to farm as much as possible because there's a lot on his shoulder, but look what's happening right now.
Yep, looks like Milo's going to target on Sao, and Sao is able to Magister wants to go away, and Sawa gets taken down. Best player gets pulled back into the turret range. And now Kid Bomba looks like he wants Milo, but it's 1v3. Is that a really good fight? You want to go for it? He wants to go for it. Kid Bomba goes on to Milo. Magister secures the kill. Best player 1 and a Magister. Magister, you still have a way to get out of that bad situation, and he does.
Okay, really nicely done so far from either side, right? At least for Deus's fault. Like, Kid Bomba probably would have wanted to have his ult a little little bit earlier, but he lost it early on before
it looks like they're
cut. Now, with this neutral objective, it's a little dangerous for Deersfall to actually sit on top of it. They don't have a majority of their big teams.
Yeah, and actually losing your life multiple times in the early game is kinda also dangerous. And look at how he already died 2 times out of 2. So, having that said, I think that Sao at some point will be squishy as it's so hard for him to absorb any damage at this point. Even his flicker is being bumped off so easily.
I'm also curious that Sunset Lover actually pick up the Clock of Destiny, but we've seen that a lot of players have been moving away from it.
Yeah, I think that's also an interesting observation as well, because some Vikings go like, you know, I'm going to force lightning strikes first, I'm going to get the movement speed on top, damage, and then start moving into more cost-efficient items. Things like Necklace of Durant, for an example. But here,
Looks like Carvy's going to get targeted down. It looks like, he is able to survive for now. Sao goes back in trying to take down best player 1.
I think they
He's
defend.
no
They
HP
kept
just yet. Sunset Lover was
Yeah,
able
very
to
nice
protect
defense.
Carvy.
really great.
That was actually really nice.
Well, have that being
Yeah.
said, Zia with that purify, it's the basic spell to have in this
Game is
match.
already
But
closer
having
than I
that being
expected
said,
it to
you
be.
saw how Zia was dealing a lot of damage to Carvey, and that's because he
I
got
thought
the
it would
demon
be,
hunter, so
honestly,
the core
but-
item that Claude needs. So 6 minutes into the game, I'll
It's
say
Russia.
pretty
It's
much
Russia.
good.
This is
That's
not.
how
Yeah,
it's
I
done
even
by now.
thought
This
Tio
is pretty
Soon would
standard
be
inside of the
losing
Ohio
his
Brothers,
guy.
right? If you look at the gold earn, everybody is scaling up at a good pace. Right now, Hoon and even Milo are doing much better than Sunset Lover as well as Kid Bomba. Magister, on the other hand, has actually caught up because of all the interactions. Has been
But realistically, I mean, come on,
instigating
yeah.
these wars in the middle
It's not
of
all
these
that,
fights, trying
you know what I
to
mean?
punish Sawo in the meantime.
Realistically,
So
you
I
know.
think as of right now, especially for Deo's Vault, as long as they smother Ohio Brothers, they are going to get ready
Maybe.
for the next upcoming
Maybe
tournament.
overestimating
26 seconds, and hopefully
this team a
that's
bit
where
too
they
much
find the
QB.
advantage.
Well, look at Novaria, right? So far, she
Maybe
will
it
not
might
have
be
any
about
damage
underestimating.
whatsoever. Having the only
It's just
man, she cannot deal any damage, just like the continuous vision that she can
Looks like
only
God
provide
might be
through
a
all her
test
skills.
from this
But I think that's quite much. I think that also vision is a key as long as some of the enemies are cheaper. And now having also the new item, the support item, she can actually be so helpful to the team.
In the middle of
As
everybody.
you can see, the Ohio Brothers prioritizing on those utility items. Milo able to
Sao.
find Sao. Sao here's in danger, and he's gonna die before he's able to get his ult off. And now even the Netherrealm is not there. Kid Bomba goes back in off the not getting targeted, but he is fine. He is safe. Milo goes back in off to Carby kiting out there. Even Magister has to get out of range. And now the Ohio Brothers, they're controlling the river.
Como é que vai ser?
Beautiful stuff coming up from the Ohio
Best
Brothers,
player
right?
consegue
A lot of
garantir dessa
interactions
vez
did
com
not
uma
reach
certa
there.
contestação,
It's about
mas
zone,
sempre
but
passa perigo eminente.
no
Precisa
steals
usar
so
essa
far.
condução
Nicely
de
done by
explosão.
best player.
Aí,
But
dá
yeah,
tudo
the
você
Ohio
vê.
Brothers, I was expecting
Olha,
them to
ainda
go
assim,
full
o
on,
problema
right?
é
It
o
was
Saul
all
ter um
about the
peito, né?
zoning.
Porque, por mais que ele ainda
And that's
seja
actually
essa linha
what
de
we have
frente,
said before. The
deveria
draft
ter
even begins.
tomado
It's gonna be a
mais
really
noção
close
sobre
match.
a
So far,
demora
no
de se
turns
olhar.
have been taken from
having
any
one
side,
K
neither the
Gold
Ohio
League
brothers
isn't
nor
actually that dangerous.
the Dios Volt,
Yeah,
and
Rick Marvel
having
damage
1K
on
Gold
Sunset
League isn't
Lover.
actually that dangerous.
This
And now
build
Zia doing quite a lot of
is
damage on the
outdated, I would
Sunset
say. It
Lover.
will
And
take a
again,
little bit of
this
time to ramp because
build
the
is
interaction between Lightning
outdated, I
Sunshine
would
and
say.
Clock of
It will
Destiny is
take
not
a
the
little
same.
bit of time to ramp because the interaction between Lightning Sunshine and Clock of Destiny is not the same as before.
Yep, it's not like before. Last
kinda
time
scales
with Clock of
off
Destiny,
your mana.
I mean,
Now it
well,
doesn't
not
anymore.
Clock of Destiny, but Lightning Charger, it kind of scales off of your mana. Now it doesn't anymore. But time Superstar, playing with fire,
It's
is
too
the
much
only
damage,
continues
and
to
they already
invade.
forced out the
Oh,
Netherrealm.
engage.
Carvey is
Yep.
there, but that's
a
all
little
they
bit too
wanted.
much damage,
They just
and
want
already
some
forced
ults, and
out
they're
the
out.
Netherrealm. Carvey is
No
there,
need to
but
be
that's
here
all they
anymore.
wanted. They just want some ults, and then they're out. No need to be here any longer.
This is what we call being proactive, right? The Ohio Brothers don't necessarily need to start
Yeah,
fights,
actually
but as long
Matilda
as
is
they're
so far
starting
serving
their
her own
opponents, they're
purpose,
just gonna
being
scale
the
that much
engage
faster.
and the
Yeah, and
disengage
actually
hero,
Matilda is
having
so
this
far
player to
serving
have
her
the
own
best
purpose,
moments of his
being
life,
the
going
engage
inside
and
the jungle,
defense.
going
So
out,
having this player
getting
to have the
outside of
best
it
moments of his
without
life,
breaking a
going
sweat.
inside the jungle, going out, getting outside of it without breaking a sweat.
Even though Magister does quite a lot of damage, doesn't really care that
still,
much.
we gotta love that Zia
Magister
somehow.
does quite a lot of damage, but
Now,
still, gotta love that Zia somehow.
it feels like they're a little,
Now,
I wouldn't say
as of yet,
coordinated, but
it feels like they're a little, I wouldn't say
it feels like they are
uncoordinated, but it's
more proactive team.
smothered pretty well by the Ohio Brothers, right? It feels like they are a more proactive team. They understand that the advantage is more than enough. They can start breaking down targets like it's nothing. Look at these invades.
Magister is still able to secure it. Milo has to get out of it. And again, this is what they're doing. They're just trying
Action
to
was
bait
really
it
good
out.
that
Like,
Corby
keep
so
using
far
your
is
ults for
maintaining
nothing.
his life,
Yeah, and
maintaining
actually
his
what's
gold.
really good that Corby so far is maintaining his life, maintaining his goals, and also having that Has clause
I think
alongside
that
with the
at
Berserk
one
Fury
moment, Team
early
Ohio
on the
Brothers will pay
stage.
the price
So
for leaving
I think that
from
at
that
one moment, Team the Ohio Brothers will pay the price for leaving Corby from that easily.
Look at
And now
Magister,
the
he's
Lord
able
has
to
started
secure
Kid
the
Bomba,
Lord.
and
And
now
now
we
we
got
got
two.
two.
But look at Magister, he's able to secure the Lord. And now best player has to get out, but Super Shot gets taken out. Guys, shooting everyone out. And Kid Bomba is going to get targeted by Zia. And Kid Bomba goes down. Zia, your HP is so low. And he's taking out Sunset Lover. Gets the double kill.
Out of there, there's
That was
pretty much no way
understandable
that
from
you're
Zia.
going to survive
Even
all
if you
attacks
try
from
to take your BMI
having
out of
to-
there, there's pretty much no way that you're going to
nature.
survive.
I think
through
so
all attacks
far,
from
it's
not
pretty
having
unlucky
to
for the Ohio
forcefully
Brothers.
use
After
your
making
winds
so
of
many good
nature. I
moves
think
across
so
the map,
far,
finally
it's pretty
do
unlucky for the
fighting
Ohio Brothers.
fight
After
that
making
we're
so
talking
many
about
good
earlier.
moves across the
Wow.
map, finally,
Wow,
the
just
dudes
wow.
finds
It was
the
a
neutral
really
objective
good
fight that we
fight,
were talking
full
about earlier.
of potential
Wow,
for both
just
teams
wow.
to make
It was
out
a
of it.
really
And
good fight,
also, I would
full
say that
of,
Team and
of
Deals
potential
both
for
at
both
this
teams
moment,
to
they
keep
do
out
have
of
that
it.
Lord,
And
and with that
also, I
Lord,
would say
they
that
can
Team
take
and
two
Deals
of
both at
so
this
much
moment, they
of
do
the
have
game.
that Lord,
Actually, a
and with
lot
that
of players
Lord,
will fall
they
down,
can
and
take
this is
two,
the
so
Team
much
Ohio
of
Brothers
the game.
needed
Actually,
to
a
find the
lot of
solution.
players will
Whether it
fall down,
was
and this
team
is the moment where Team
team-wise,
the Ohio Brothers
either
need to find the
outplayed
solution.
by
Whether it
single
was
players and
team-wise
they would take a lot
or
of
either
damage. Best player
outplayed
looks like
by
he's in
single
very bad
players,
position.
and
South.
they will take a lot of damage.
And best player looks like it is in very bad position. South secures the kill. And now this Volt, they're not stopping the dead around, making sure that no one goes down. Killing spree for Sunset Lover. They're
mata la
just taking whatever
explosión.
they want at this point.
Well, I think that was kind of a bad decision from
Pero
the
que ahorita
Ohio
no
Brothers.
pues.
So either you sacrifice that turret, or if you're going to commit towards something
Best
like
player,
a lane
no way
clear, you need to figure out how you're going to do
Milo
it
is probably the
effectively.
only one
Best
to
player,
do so.
no way he's going to be able to clear that wave
All skill shots
effectively.
just get
Milo is
body blocked
probably
by
the
the rest
only
of the
one to
members.
do so because
Oh,
Hoon's
small
overall
interactions
skill
like
shots
this
just
would
get
cost them
body
the
blocked by the
game.
rest of the
But in
members
the
in
meantime,
Vault.
notice
Small
that despite
interactions like this
this
could
happening,
cost them the
best
game,
player
but
invading
in the
jungle with his
meantime,
entire
notice
team,
that despite
despite
everything
having
that
a
has
good
happened, despite best
half
player invading
we're
the
seeing
jungle
that
with his
Magister has
entire
already hit
team,
15
despite having a good
with that
early
best
game,
player. And
we're
that's
seeing that
actually
Magister has
so
already hit
strange
15
because best player
before
was having
best
a
player.
lot of
And
fun
that's actually
invading the jungle
so
team
strange
Vivo,
because
as
best
he
player
said,
was
Magister
having
has hit
a lot of
level
fun
14,
invading the
even
jungle
one
Team
level ahead
Vivo, but
almost.
as you said,
One
Magister
level
has
ahead
hit
from
his
best
level
player, which is
14,
really
even
really
one
insane,
level
but
ahead, almost
that's
full
how it
one
is.
level ahead
Team
from
Deers
best
Volt
player,
had
which is
used
really
one
weird to say,
mistake by
but
Team the Ohio
that's
Brothers.
how it is. Team Deers Volt had
Something to
used
mention as
one
well,
mistake
Magister
by Team
has
the
two
Ohio
damage
Brothers,
items,
one
so you
Lord. That's
cannot
all it
look
takes.
down
Something
at
to
damage
mention
coming
as
in
well,
from this
Magister has
Lancelot,
two
because
damage
it's
items,
not
so
a
you
tank.
cannot look down at the damage coming in from this Lancelot because it's
Forget-
not a
it's not
tanky build.
damage,
He
right?
has
Sunset
Warwick
Lover
as well as
build
the
as
endless
well
battle.
is starting to
Let's not
stack
forget,
up
if we're talking
pretty
about
high.
damage, right? Sunset
Holy
Lover's
Crystal
build as
already
well is starting to
lethal
stack
ignition
up pretty
hasn't
high,
died.
right? He's got the
Stacking
Holy
up on
Crystal
farms
already purchased. He's
good
got lethal
amount of
ignition.
time.
He hasn't
I'm
died and has
thinking
been
that he's looking
stacking
to
up
just
on this
one-shot
farm
Zia,
for a
especially
good amount of
close together.
time. I'm thinking that he's looking to
That
just
setup,
one-shot
and
Zia, especially
also
if
with,
they're too close
with me
together.
Well,
leaning towards Team
with that setup and
that-
also with,
again, look
with me
here, you have the
leaning
pickers
towards
ready, you
Team
have the
Vivo's
offense
draft, again, look here, you
set
have
up
the
a
pickers
decent
ready, you
fight.
have the offense ready, you have the penalty zone, you have everything to set up a decent fight.
Mais
One
um
fight,
split,
or
talvez
one
um
more
pick-off,
fight for
porque
Team
não tá,
Vivo's
manda.
Volt will be actually more than able to finish this game.
Right now, it's like they're going for the
Sharp
Lord.
horns
Something that the
to
Ohio
hold
Brothers
down
have to
takes so
understand is that
much
Baron's damage will actually
Horns
ramp up
is kind of
before
missing a
everyone
lot
is
of these.
collected together.
Looks like-
So if they want to
Looks like
contest this Lord,
Devil was
they
thinking
gotta
about going
make
on
sure
kill,
that
but
it's not autopilot. They know
Carlos
what
is re-engaging for some reason that I cannot tell you. Zia's on the front line.
Zeus Vault.
Milo's on
They're
the
just going to
side,
slow
though.
down on this board. They want the Ohio.
Oh, as
kill.
you say that, they go in onto
Get
best
Bombas
player, but
has
it's
to
like
be
only
very
Milo's the
careful.
one
If Flicker's
getting
in the
caught.
super
But a
shot
lot
can
has
be
been
down.
used by Despo. Best player looks like again surviving Zia. Already having
Ooh.
two shutdown
Ooh.
from Milo. Double kill for Milo. He gets taken down. Super shot goes back in. He wants Kid Bomba. He got Kid Bomba, but Super Shark is actually the one taking the most damage, and Carvey gets the kill.
Oh, he's looking for
Those are
blood.
monsters.
He just
You cannot
milk
give
blood in the
bros.
water, and right now,
Why
the
not?
contribution,
Forget about
and
it.
the High Brothers can actually go in, but what was
We're no
really
stronger
bad
than Wan
that
Wan.
Team Zeus both ignored
Why
the
would
existence
why
of
why
it
teams
at this
banning
moment.
Wan Wan, not
Yeah,
Chicken?
it's one of those things
Or
where it's
not
like,
Bruno.
you know,
Explain that
Yellow,
to
he's
Chicken.
so far out. He's in
No,
the
seriously,
fire
can you
brush.
explain
He's
that to
already
me? Why
used
you
the
would
travel
want to
around.
ban
He's too
Wan
far
and
away to
not
actually
Bruno?
participate, and then it's too late.
No,
All
but
of a sudden,
that's
these
when
members,
Bruno the
especially
fucking
since Sabo,
Magnificent
they
wasn't
have
existing,
absolutely
one-shotting
everything.
everybody.
It was Ohio Brothers' only opportunity to actually bite back. They
I
did find a
mean,
couple of trades, but
yeah.
still lose out on both the Lord and as well as number of kills. So now, Ohio Brothers are going to be on the defensive.
Yeah,
Alright,
paying the
ladies and
price
gentlemen.
of the early game mistake.
We are
One
about to see my
mistake
how was
actually
my
made
idol
Team
Milo
Zeus
gonna help
both
this
in
team
control
defend
right now.
this
They are in
Lord?
the driver's seat. They can do so much with their ultimates, all of it
How
already.
Mr.
Everything
Milo
is set
gonna
up. Team
defend
Zeus
this
both
Lord?
might finish the game.
Yeah, right now this Volt, they're looking at the eyes of the Ohio brothers. The war charge in. Right now, Kid Bomba, I can see in his eyes, is waiting for that one moment to use
Nice.
the penalty zone
Defended
to
it.
grab
Nice,
everyone
nice.
together.
So hard, so hard, so hard.
Toby
They
out,
all
thanks for
these
watching.
waves
Yeah,
synchronized
nice meeting.
together. They might just make the base wide open.
Actually, I think
Oh, bro, guys, don't give promise. Especially
Yeah,
Oh,
there
on
we
Kid
go.
Bomba goes
Yeah.
in the middle, taking
That's
quite a bit of
Milo
damage.
can go,
But looks
he's
like
like,
this
go.
Volt, they just want the inhibitor. Once they got it, you know what? No need to stay here any longer. The best player goes back in.
What?
They want this fight. Sawa just kites. Zia trying to fight back, but best
What?
player gets pulled back into the fray.
Best
Now,
player, what? I'm
Magister goes
confused.
on to Zia. Looks like Sawa's gonna get targeted down. Milo already using the Primal Wrath, not being able to
Milo
do
with
much.
the
The Nephilim
orb, what is
expanded
that?
for
Oh my
this.
God, my
A lot of
idol.
sacrifices going on. Both teams are
Idol
testing each other's
Milo.
patience.
Yeah, they really are. It's really a test of discipline, honestly, because if Deus Ball just bites down on it, they're expanding way too many resources for almost nothing, with no way to actually look for a conversion, especially
Bro,
since
what the fuck? Take with best player? Yeah, like I was saying earlier, bro, it's
especially for the Ohio
Assassin
brothers,
Europe
they
is
have
so
to
big
recognize
that it's playing
Deus Ball
Foxia. That's
wants
how
them to
great
actually funnel
Assassin
them
Europe.
together. Places
We'll
that are
never see
dangerous
in an
to fight
actual
the map so
tournament. I
far.
don't think that
Number
I will
one,
see
in
the
the
best
jungle,
player
it's too
playing
narrow
Assassin.
for them, especially when they
You only play
pushing out
Assassins
towards
in,
court side.
you know,
If
in
they
A.
go and
That's
play through that
about it.
mid lane, they might have an opportunity.
Well,
Best
going
player
through,
playing
through
assassin,
the
that's a
late
bit.
game phase, we see that everyone now have their own items. Everyone, almost everyone, like especially we always look at the marksmen, and they are settled down with all the items that can deal the damage needed. But actually, best player at the last moment, or like at the last fight, the engage he did
The one who's playing
no
that-
sense
that
to me
fight, man.
whatsoever.
Let's
He
be real.
didn't
We're
need
the one
to
who
risk
lose
his
because
that
we watch
fight,
it.
but seems he liked to take the risk.
Maneuver used by Sao, but not really hitting anyone. Best player gets pulled back in, but Magister, he's just split pushing. He doesn't care. Zia wants to get for those kills, and they're still surviving. No one is stopping Magister. Best player finally recalls, but at that point, Magister's like, all right, you're coming back to defense. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, this is so
Behind it,
worth
like,
it for
go.
Deus Ball. What the Ohio's brothers did in the early game, just playing for these small objectives, Deus Ball
Not
is doing the
confident.
exact same thing, except they're getting major wins, inhibitors, buffs,
He's
lords.
not ready.
It's now starting to really heavily
Assassins.
favor Deus Ball.
And there's actually for heroes, and speaking of scaling, Team
Yeah,
Ohio Brothers are
you
now
can
in their,
yeah,
let's say, this is the time they needed to reach. So
I mean,
if they didn't do the plays they intended to do with that draft, they will just lose against the perfect draft I see over there at Team Deus. Will they have the team fight? And on the other side, you have the scaling heroes. Which one will win? That's a really hard question to actually answer. We'll see the answer together.
38,000 HP left on the Lord. Magister finds best player taking a little bit of
Oh,
damage.
Magister.
Zia goes in, but Magister is going to heal up just a little bit. This is a Lord dance. Whoever makes the first mistake will get punished.
Yeah, this is not looking good because the Ohio brothers are still missing 2 inhibitors. Deus Ball don't have to do anything. They just have to wait for those waves to start crashing in towards that crystal side to pull away members away from this Lord dance.
Oh, but Zia looks like he's going to get targeted down, and Hip Bomba as well finds Zia.
Ouch.
Minu and Fury connecting, and Zia is going to get focused now. He's still surviving. I spoke too soon. Hip Bomba secures the kill,
Wait a
and
ball.
now Milo gets Sao. Magister has to get out Carvey as well. They're fighting back. The Ohio brothers are doing it. They get Hip Bomba as well, and Magister with that level of HP, I don't think he can go for the Lord.
No, not at all. It does percentage max HP nowadays, so it hurts a lot more than it should. More importantly, he needs to be landing these skill shots. Too many
I
Deus Ball
know.
members are
I
walking
know.
away with just a sliver left, just so
Like
little
baiting us. It's
HP.
either he do
Yeah,
so
man.
shit
Yeah,
or
I
he
think
just
that's the point of having Sunset Level in that Pyramis. Look at the Pyramis. Without him, that fight was totally gonna be for the favorite team, the Ohio Brothers. we can see the damage, we can see the scaling heroes, we can see their strategy work, but it's just it did need enough time to work. 19 minutes, I think that's the time to work, and this is the time to see who's gonna secure that.
Right now, the Ohio brothers, are they using this one for a big? Halo goes in, he's fine. Carvey, he's trying to get away, but he goes down. Best player secures the kill. Sawa as well, double kill for best player. Magister survived because of Sunset Lover, the immortality popped, and best player secures the Lord.
Good game sense coming in from Yellow. Really great play coming from the Ohio brothers to secure this Lord, take two big players from the side of the turn this around and even out on the structure center. The Ohio brothers, they need to get at least one of these.
Yeah, we're doing nothing. Actually, Sunset Lover. Oh!
If not,
Sunset Lover has no ult. He is super low. Oh! That was super low.
Having the first goes down, Magister immortality is about to pop. It is an evolved Lord. It's actually one of those things that Team Givo needs to take care of. I think that Super Shark wants to hunt for kills. He wants to go in and take as much as possible without even that Lord reaching any inhibitor turrets. So far, Team the Ohio brothers have a really good opportunity at the top lane, but the defense is possible. The only thing that makes me afraid is that Bruno cannot.
They might get top, but look at it actually.
Falls into place.
Malo ults for it, still has no flicker though. It can't be looking for too huge of an engage.
As well as Kid Bomba do their work. Let Magister instigate these fights. But the thing is, will the Ohio brothers fight as the Primal Wrath comes out?
Yeah, Primal Wrath already used by Milo, trying to force out this inhibitor. They managed to get one. So far, that's the only one that they get, and doesn't look like the Ohio brothers have a good way to engage the fight. This Volt, they're just positioning the way. It's very punishable if they force things out.
Personally, for me, I think that the fact that Mielo is using this Primal Wrath in this particular manner is interesting.
Bruno dashing out, expecting a flicker.
Oh my god!
Yeah, when the Astral Echo used, all those skill shots become much more easier. Now Kibomba as well as Harvey are doing their very best to clear the lanes. Magister as well is able to do so. Sunset Lover, look at that damage onto Zia. He has to be careful, and Purify used.
Dude. Real talk, I gotta see how much damage Kool is pumping out. I nearly threw up in my throat back there for a moment with how much damage, especially when they're stuck so close together.
And now Astral Echo again used to see the members of Days Volt. Even though it looks like Magister wanted to go a little bit aggressive there, but the team was not ready just yet.
I was not using Minotaur as he should. I think that there's so much that Minotaur book that Devo team can utilize, but Super Shark, he needs to use it all, but will he survive?
Oh, right now, the question really is for Magister, and for now, yes, he's going behind Sao. Where is going to be the Minu and Fury? Kid Bomba taking down Hoon is able to take down the Immortality, and now the Minu and Fury is able to connect on three. Magister goes back in, Zio goes down. Southside Lever secures the kill. Best player in the front lines. Carvey gets another one. Best player gets a killing spree, and now Super Shark has to go away. Only two members of the Ohio brothers. But now the Lord is up.
If the Lord is up, I think he might go and look for a finish. I think that Super Shark at this moment wants to hold the lane, but he cannot hold the lane. Is it the finish? Is it the end? It's hard to say.
As long as they buy time, it looks like the death time is way too long. They heard you, Yasu. Sabo was like, what'd you say about my Minotaur? I'll hold it until the very end. I'll hold my ult.
Right now, the minions are going in. Hoon is trying his very best, but looks like it's game over. Days Volt gets game number one.
Man, what a big outplay there coming in from Sao.
It looked like they want to end. Somebody's going to block that shot.
Flipping Zia at the edge of his ult. Really nicely done coming from this squad from the ECA. Taking game number one, moving them into match point. Adaptations need to be made, but at the same time, right? If you really just compare both of the players as well as the drafts, it was pretty even. It was just moment by moment.
Yeah, a lot of risky decisions have been made by Team TOP at this moment, and every single risky decision wasn't on point. Neither the one that was on the Lord and the Enhanced Lord, neither also the one at the end with the Super Shark trying to annoy the Lancelot. It was more suitable to go back and defend that base.
I would say, yeah, decision making is the huge thing. And by both teams, both teams made certain mistakes that the others is like, all right, you made a mistake. We're gonna punish you guys. And I gotta say, I feel like there's more to be said when they finish their draft. There's certain strengths to it. Not all the time you see them playing towards their strength.
Yeah, no,
Suruh
that's
sen
the
keguri
beauty
atmosphere
of it all.
zuluşan.
That's high level game.
Ha, bununla
You
koyun
have
onu.
direct game plan, but still are able to adjust on the fly.
Gustav.
Actually play defensively, which was
Muhammed
kind
Akar
of
Emre
odd from the side of Devu, but still, we have to look
Muhammed
at
Akar
our
Emre
MVP of the
Gustav.
game, brought to you by the
Harbiye
Republic
git sarı
of
diye.
Gamers. Let's ring up the council here. Who have they chosen from the side of the Osval? And of course, the man who plays farm is like none other. Give it up for Sunset Lover.
Sunset Lover.
I don't get it, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, his build is old school, but it is reliable. Like, the fact he is making an active choice. Lethal ignition, stack me up real big, big damage, you walk up, I kill you.
Yeah, actually having that look on the build, and actually at some point you spoke a little bit about Hoon's damage on that Novaria, but I would also note the damage on the Sunset Lover's Paramis. Looking here at the top lane, these were the moments where the Ohio brothers were having their best moments, but again and again, the damage output wasn't enough to take Team Devo down. Team Devo at a certain point, as I told you, they didn't use Sao as best as they should, but again, he did really good on cancelling that blazing duet coming from Zia over and over again, waiting not to just use his ultimate but also the first kill to take to knock up Zia and also to cancel his blazing duet. One time after another, as I told you, they didn't find the suitable setup. And at this moment, this is probably the actual mistake that Devo team did, and that was ignoring that Melo.
I think personally, most people would, I mean, even for me, I would have ignored Milo. He's Primal Wrath, he's so far away. I don't need to worry about that, but he gets back into the fight. Personally, for me, I think Sawo, on this Minotaur, I don't, it's not that he didn't utilize it to its fullest. He played it effectively, but it's also just the nature of Minotaur. You're very much a sacrificial lamb. As soon as you utilize all of your battle spells as well as your ult, there's very little that you can do. But this moment right here, this definitely was miscommunication, or at least somebody didn't let Zia know that he still had his ultimate.
No, actually, that's the key, because he is waiting for Zia. And like I said, if I'm playing Claude, this is not the kind of draft that I want to play against, because he was like, Sao was like, I can take the damage. I just need one crucial knockoff to make sure that this Claude doesn't get to do what the Claude wants to do. And I kind of feel like that's why we don't see him forcing it out, because he knows, all right, Kid Bomba, you the one that goes in. I can wait. I will buy my time, and I will stop Zia from damaging us.
Let's not forget, it's not just him, it's Magister as well, right? It's that push and pull sort of mechanic, looking to pull aggression towards you, and if you have that opportunity, especially with a mobile assassin like Lancelot, you can get right back in.
Well, Team Devo at certain points, I don't know if like anyone noticed, but there was poor management on that wave from the side of Team the Ohio Brothers. They could have actually made a split push possible and not go for all this time and waste it on like taking lords and protecting high ground. Devo at a certain point could have just finished the game itself. 23 minutes, 28 seconds into the game, and numbers in terms of the gold wouldn't matter because everyone is now with complete have completed the items. Starvey actually in an early stage of the game had his own House Claws and also the Berserk Fury, so he could have actually stood up against 2-1 with that HP steal and also with the critical damage.
The thing that I want to talk about actually, because I saw the turtles, all the turtles went to the Ohio Brothers, but it didn't look like they had mid-game domination.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Magister was able to do so much. Like, gold per minute is 755. I would like to see EXP per minute, like how quickly he achieved level 15, because he did it so much faster and he was at least a level ahead of Best Player 1 despite the early game. When I look at the carry, and it's who once again with that damage dealt, I felt it once more. I was about to barf in my mouth. That's so nasty, the way he is hitting these shots. But unfortunately, Farm is saving a good majority of the members, and then once they're 1 HP, all right, guys, just dodge it. Just don't get hit.
And it's one of those things like, yeah, you got the initial hit, but where's the kill? Right? It's like you get the initial burst damage, but the follow-up really isn't there. So it kind of looks like the draft didn't really work that well together.
Yeah.
Well, the Nether Realm and also the Ultimate from that Minotaur were the point that the Ohio Brothers wanted to trigger before even going into a team fight. Sometimes they were successful and sometimes they weren't, but that's the case here. You have a great team fight composition from the side of Team Devo, so you cannot only take the Primus ult out or the Terizla or even the Minotaur. You need to take all of them out just to set up a good team fight for Zia to go in using that Claude, and also best player at some points was not doing the best moves possible. He was risking a lot than he can risk. He even risked his life and he lost it multiple times.
Well, I think this is one of those situations where both teams are playing footsies with each other, right? It's all about measuring the distances, trying to actually wait for a big whiff so that you can punish it at the end of the day. So coming in towards game 2, the adaptations are going to be very clear. I think the Ohio Brothers are probably going to start moving into the red side rather than blue.
I mean, honestly, the only question that I have was the Baxia first pick okay? Right, because they first picked the Baxia when the Fermis was open. They could have taken the Fermis for themselves, right? Like, a lot of things have to be talked about during the draft later.
Yeah, I haven't seen Baxia actually being took as a first pick yesterday also.
It could be one of those situations. You know what? I think that maybe they're just worried that Sunset Lover would have gotten Novara. He was our MVP, but let's have an interview up on stage. Reptar, what are you doing?
Well, casters, I'm here with a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend. It's Gosu General! Welcome to the Philippines. I've got to ask you, is this your first time here?
Yes, for Philippines, yes, first time.
All right, how has it been so far?
So far, I heard a lot of viewers, my fans, that Philippine servers are actually toxic, but they are so polite, and then the food is so great, and then I really like the Philippine cultures right now.
The Philippine what?
Culture
Oh, the culture and everything. All right, I'm really glad that you're enjoying that. But I want you to look at this camera, General, and explain to our viewers all around the world, who is Gosu General and why is it when we hear of NAMLBB, your name is one of the first ones to come up?
So, hi, welcome. Let's Ghost time. I'm Ghost General. I'm a NA. I can say I'm a father of NA, the building the MLBB.
Wait, so father, not yet the grandfather of NAM.
Maybe grandfather.
Maybe already?
Okay. Father, I mean, yes, and Ghost General, I'm not just a YouTuber, streamer, and then I'm here as representing the NA server.
All right. So, so the viewers know, you were actually here during, not here, but you were in M1. You were competing then. So, what were some of the differences? I'm pretty sure there's a lot. But what were the main differences between then and now here in M5?
Okay, so the M1, M1 is like a funnel meta, a funneling meta, like helping the one people, one core to helping to get a lot of farms and carry late game, the middle game, everything. But nowadays it's like just team fight, like more teamwork and team farming, team rotation, something like that, more communication than M1.
Yeah, so before, that's really true. There, it's like, all right, we got this one guy, we're gonna put everything there, and then now it's a lot of macro play style. So from M series, let's look now at the North American MLBB community. How has that changed from during that time to now? How has the North American scene grown?
Yes, after M1, that like everyone got shocked at because most of NA players are like NA is actually strong, but at the time, like we actually couldn't pass the group stage, and then they got inspired, and then yes, we can try like a more competitive. And then yes, nowadays NA is actually trying really harder than before a lot.
And yeah, it's really great to see that our North American friends and the North American community has grown. General, the boys, the brothers, they lost game 1. What are you gonna do, or what is your message for them to inspire them to take back game 2? And to force that game 3.
Okay, I think Zia is nervous right now. So yeah, doing well, like just do comfortable and then do you guys your job. I know you guys are pretty strong in team fight, everything, but just I feel like just nervous. So maybe next game they're gonna win. I'm sure he'll be right now.
All right. So let's help out General to cheer for the Ohio brothers. When on the count of 3, let's all shout out. Let's go, Ohio brothers. All right. 1, 2, 3. Let's go, Ohio brothers. Casters, back to you.
I mean, let's just say Devil chokes. It's 2-0 now. It could still be a three-way tie, no?
Thanks, Reptar. Oh my goodness, the history of MLBB comes and greets us once again. The father of NA-MLBB, the general himself.
Yeah, I would say the marksman master himself, the one who I actually learned a lot from watching him. And also, as he said, the father of MLBB at NA, and he was the first leader to represent the NA teams in the M Series as Gusu. As he said, it's Gusu time.
And even though they didn't do well in M1, but it inspired an entire generation to keep pushing further. And that's what we want to see from the Ohio brothers, to push back, because I actually believe what he said. Zia looked pretty nervous, and again, he knows what he's talking about when he's talking about world leaders.
Exactly. I think that it's one of those situations where, like, the team fights were actually looking good, and then Zia gets caught right at the very end when you're just about to cash out on that team fight, right? That's what we're hoping for in game number 2, that they're going to be able to pull themselves together, because, again, this game, especially in game number 1, it was only a few bad decisions that really made the difference.
And also having Claude for me is actually a message that, or like a hero that needs a proper setup. A proper setup at this match wasn't there for me. Actually, it wasn't. Because if you are speaking now of Claude, I would expect to see an air crowd control tank, or even on the XP lane, which I haven't seen being, or like I haven't seen from the side of Team the Ohio brothers that much.
I feel like I agree with you that yes, it does need setup, but based on what we've been seeing throughout the majority of the meta, and especially during Southeast Asia, the history of how Claude usually work. At the very least, once your opponents run out of gas, Claude comes in and he cleans it up majority of the time because he leaves you in the dust. Most people don't have the resources to kind of keep up with him.
But how many gas do you want to take from Team Devo? They already have they already have another realm. They have the Pyramid, they have the Minotaur also, the Trizla. You cannot engage if you will wait for all of that.
That must be like
If we look at the game, they actually did that. Right, in the early game, the mid game, so many ults was used, and it's like, okay, now the ults has been used. How are they gonna take advantage? They're like, okay, first plan, let them use all of the skills. All right, now that they've used all of it, now what? The gas is finished. There's no more gas. They can go on, but
I mean, it's one of the, it's your hope. Right? That's why we were hoping for that cash out at the end. We didn't get to see it, but hopefully this time is where it all changes as we move into game number 2. It's match point for Deuce Vault on the blue side against POB on the red side. Angela, Joy, and as well as the Wan immediately banned out.
And at this time we'll see that they have switched places, so I'm actually so curious to say what does Team TOP have to show us as a second picker. So let's see if they will open the draft wide open just to take 2 picks, or will they make it so straightforward towards a certain lane. And so far I don't think that this message is being sent anywhere across the draft. 2 bans from each side, 2 bans that doesn't indicate of targeting a certain person.
I would say if they want to open the draft, they can ban the Faramis, because if you ban Nolan or you ban Guinevere, then it's an advantage for this one. They get either one. Now that the Nolan is banned, sure, they can ban out the Guinevere, but they're going to open up the Faramis or the Bruno. And we saw 100% winner still.
He is still 100% winner still. I think that at the very least, you just don't touch the Valentina, right? There's just no need to give it at this point of time. Even if you do give the Valentina over to Devu, at the very least, you're able to pick up other things. The Guinevere, for an example. Now, the
Ohio brothers.
No one from the Ohio brothers.
Thank you. After the game, I'll take time to do all of that.
Maybe they are brothers?
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Let's make this more. We're going to make it canon now. Yes, they are all brothers. Clearly. Yes,
Getting Bruno again.
Everybody else just probably from the Philippines at some point.
They have a very big family tree.
Yeah.
Probably. So now, banning it out, Guinevere is here, but looks like they're banning the Boxia, so they're leaving it open.
That's actually quite interesting, because they did take the Boxia at the first pick there, and they are so afraid that Team Devo takes it. And also, they have Guinevere open. What was that?
Well, maybe it's a matter of confidence, or like more so matchups they're more confident in taking. Because I'm thinking Super Shark's going to pick up like Kufra at some point.
There's a way to fight against the Guinevere, and that's everyone have a lot of dashes. Makes it
What?
difficult. So
Yeah, I know, but it's
Guinevere
not gonna do
is
it.
gonna jump in, right?
Right.
But if everyone's dashing all over the place, like, okay, who am I going for? This is one of those situations where even a Fanny could be good. Ooh,
Fanny.
Right,
Alright,
right. Let's
the
not
box
forget.
guy's not there, so probably not invading.
Let's not forget that they are on the red side, so they can hold it right up to the very end and pick up something along the lines of Fanny. Valentina as well as Matilda, very good options here from the side of TOB to keep
I like
it
this so
flexible,
far.
but still quite mobile.
A lot of
Yeah.
dashes, yeah.
A lot of
Yeah,
dashes
I like
as
it.
well.
I like that
Dashes, but
Valentina.
also we will see that Valentina again serves the same purpose. I'm not gonna repeat the same thing from last game. It serves the same purpose of preventing some picks from Team Divo, but having that 98% of pick and ban percentage for the Matilda sends a strong message that this hero should be neither banned or picked, but again,
102%.
100%?
102%.
Yeah.
Dude, man, what's that?
I mean, it's just breaking our numbers here.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
like,
Yes,
that's how
sir.
strong Bruno is.
I mean, that's how
what we've been
brutal
waiting
it is to
for.
deal with the Bruno. Now,
Hallelujah.
more so, I'm also surprised that they decided to go for a Fairness when technically they could have used the hitbox increase with an Omaria, for an example, right?
100%, man. 100%. You can't argue with 100%.
I mean, I'm guessing that even their stats are like
Yeah.
101%,
It's 100%.
guys. There's no way you can dare
Uh-huh,
defend it.
uh-huh. Okay.
Oh.
Let's just count. This is the first Fanny game
How about
in
to
the
have all the
M5
time?
series. I'm actually
No
so
way,
excited
no
to see
way.
what can best player one do. But what I'm also excited to see is the Valentina stealing the ult of Pyramus. It's gonna be a zombie land at Team TOP.
I'm genuinely nervous about this because I feel like the Fanny got picked up a little too early. There are still very good direct counters towards it. Both suppression heroes are still up in the air. Hufra can be also picked up for the side of Devu. There's just not enough bans to completely cover this Fanny. There is a certain degree of, well, best player, even if they do get it, you gotta outplay it.
I feel like if Fanny is the pick now, it's either they understand that Devu will ban it out, number one, or they have a surprise pick for Zia. Because in this kind of situation, now that the Ixia has been banned out, which is a very good matchup against the Bruno, you could go a little bit out of the box and pick something up like a Harris, where we saw CW yesterday was not only able to deal with his own lane, but he can even deal with the jungler. And again, going up against Guinevere, Harif is one of those
It's
heroes
risky
you
though.
can't take
Ben's
a
a
blue
risky
fight.
hero.
And personally, you might
So
not
many
even
ways
do it,
to
but
beat
you
it.
can take it.
Well, they are more
Oh,
interested
okay.
in banning the
Who needs the
invading
side lanes
heroes,
of
I would say,
TOB, like,
because
big
they have already right now banned the Hilda, and you've expected to see a Kufra, but I think that from your angle, Gideon, you wanted to see it on the side of Team TOP,
Where
but
they need
it
Rome
seems like
and
they want to
XP now.
open the way for Fanny.
Let's see now.
and
Next pick
XP. What
going
kind of
over
Rome do you
inside
think they'll be going here?
TOB. They got rid of Fod. They
What kind of
also
Rome would
got
they
the
even go here?
Charisma for themselves. A pretty stable laner thus far. Doesn't mean that they
Yeah, I would
can look to
maybe,
prioritize their
super
laners
bad.
rather than the overall composition.
Bad,
Let's see what the
bad.
options are, right?
Yeah,
Kid
they know
Bombard
what
did
rock.
a really good job
You know,
in game number one.
like,
Just
is there
keeping
anything
the
else?
lane.
Yeah, right now, honestly, like, even though Arlet has been banned out, I'm not saying Arlet is a good pickup going up against the Rizla. At this point, if you want, perhaps you can go for the Uranus.
Stop it.
Dude, like,
He is
So
a
that
fan.
is-
He is a fan.
as long as you're here, I'm not gonna stop.
He's going to export to lead. They're both
Yeah,
good
I think
options. He
he's
doesn't
really good.
necessarily have to
Hey,
go
hey,
for
hey.
Uranus.
Shut up.
No, I
Yeah,
swear
but you
to
said
God.
it was
Okay.
garbage, man.
Tell you what, right here, right now, in 3 seconds, he's not gonna do it. Minotaur, please don't pick Uranus. There we go.
Alright.
Oh, okay, for a moment there, I thought the voice line was about to mess with me. Woo!
Did I crit?
Even to chart, no, he
Might have.
Well, isn't that the same draft but just changing the Guinevere for Team
Probably
TOP?
gonna be
I would say the Brody here is a little bit risky because if you get caught by the Ruins Fury, if Matilda is not there, then you're not gonna get saved.
No.
Well,
No.
it's not just Matilda that can give you that disengage. Also, you should be afraid of popping into a Guinevere, seeing that idiot
Yeah.
around, or even watching that Minotaur do his raid.
I mean, it's a lot of trust. I think Zia is trusting in his teammates a
Yo,
lot
this
to
is gonna be a
close out
saucy
this
ass
game,
game.
considering the early game. I'm looking at it like best player needs to do some good work here against Devu.
I heard that hips don't lie, but numbers
They
don't
don't.
lie
Yeah,
either.
well, that's the thing,
Devu,
they just
according to
lost.
the numbers,
Now
have
they're-
been winning the draft for 2 games now.
What is that lineup rating? 9.9 to 4.5?
Almost perfect?
What?
9.9?
I can't believe
Wow.
that.
Either way, we're jumping into the game. Almost a perfect 10 score for the draft coming in from Daewoo. Can they clean this up? Can they get a 2-0? Or will the Ohio brothers win back the game and push us to game number 3?
Let's find out as we're here in the land of Dawn. We have a switching of sides, a slight adjustment in the compositions. Daewoo on the blue side against TOB on the red side.
Well, after hearing Goso General boosting Zia's spirit, I think that he got so much confidence to take that Brody and get it into the battle between Team the Ohio Brothers and Team Devo. So far, I think that I'm so interested in seeing Best Player 1 play that Fanny, because Fanny players are always annoying during the early game, and that's what Zia needs to secure some damage at the late game.
By the way,
I think that, especially for Zia, I've seen his streams, I've seen him actually play this Fanny. He's very competent on it, and he's able to get double digits in terms of kills. But closing out the game, it's not up to him. That's the problem with the Fanny, right? You get this big snowball, but you're still dependent on the rest of your teammates to kind of close out the game to help you get those structures.
Yeah.
Real problem is whether or not Zia can actually survive against Carvey until the reinforcements show up.
And also Fanny was that emblem. She can actually deal a lot. Oh, Magister.
Yep, super short, taking quite a little bit of damage, and I gotta say, some respect coming in from Best Player. Usually we see the quick rotation to the opposing buff. Now Magister finds Best Player. Best Player is just like, okay, I'm just gonna swoop here, gonna swoop there. Are you gonna run away? Yes, we're not gonna chase.
And also, as I want to complete my point, Best Player 1 with that emblem, he can actually deal a lot of damage even after finishing his combo. We have got to see a Fanny player, Fanny players using 2 cables and then like the ultimate thing, but in international tournaments we will not see that happen. We'll see pro players play Fanny. So
Owen actually preferring the middle wall.
as he can to a target, he will deal a lot of damage.
Oh, and I just realized, yeah, the Paramus is not appearing.
A lot of this is going to be dependent on that purple buff, right? And I think especially for high-level games, when you see something
I
like
shouldn't
Fanny,
expect
a lot of the
to see it.
complications is, does Fanny's...
It looks like they actually might give this. Carlos is nowhere to be seen. They're giving it. Moon's already going back to mid lane.
Because as soon as
That's
you
a free turtle.
lane, and it can easily just show up and take you out because of a simple mistake. So keep in
That's
mind,
not even red tree.
trying to keep it as tight as possible.
I'm not a Fanny player, but my question is, does Sunset Lover have the Nether Realm? And he has right now. So the Fanny,
She's
if you
still a
want to
strong
get a kill,
hero, though.
find out where Sunset Lover is. Don't go towards the sun.
If you come close to the sun, you will get burned for sure. Good communication actually from the side of Team Deals, both in terms of the mid lane control, having that level 4, and also securing that first turtle, the Ohio Brothers. And actually one of these pro players of Fanny told me Fanny is not that hero that will go out and cast for turtles.
Well, Bruno just dashed straight into that bush, by the way.
Also to annoy.
I would say it's a test of luck. Do I get it?
Test?
Do I
How
get
did
it?
he?
It's like
Oh,
you go in,
Carlos
you
does
red
get
tree, and
traded.
you go out. It's like, did I get it? No. All right.
All right, next time.
With the
That's fair
Purify,
play, but let's calm
has
down
to get out.
Icarus for a second.
1 for 1.
So far,
Oh, Kid
Best
Bomba
player
and
finds
Milo.
Cardi, can you run away from this
1v1
situation?
action.
Looks like he cannot. First one for Best Player 1, but he gets taken down by Magister, and now Super Shark
Devo now
will
with 800
run
gold
away,
lead.
and he is able to do so. But down at the bottom lane, Milo
Why didn't
has
Carvey
to
save his flicker like that shit was...
to get out of there. He's
Can't
jumped out,
believe
but he
that.
still has to stick around for that wave. I don't think they have enough. Bomba
Oh,
has
you're
enough
right.
taken
He's trying to
on
win
the
it out.
buff already.
No, but even then, even
Is
afterwards.
Mielo is running the fire emblem.
Tried to go for a cheeky little kill on Zia there. I have no idea what happened. Zia didn't friend flicker.
And actually, Valentina having that miracle
Probably.
ult, I think that's
Or he
going to
didn't have
be
his
quite dangerous
ult.
to expect the flicker ultimate coming from that Valentina. And also, don't forget that Sunset Lover's ult is also as good
They
as
still live in
the
the first
Minotaur's
game.
one. So, the
Start
Team
getting
the
cold.
Ohio
What?
Brothers, and especially when
Holy
we
fuck,
have a
this
lot
whole
to choose
time.
from, but having the Necklace of Durance
You didn't miss much,
and
guys. Don't worry.
Valentina that
I haven't
early,
looked at the
would you
camera
agree?
like barely
I
any.
wouldn't, actually.
It's a cost-efficient.
Milo-
item. It makes
Milo
sure
and,
that Sawa
Kid
isn't
Bomba
able
both
to
selling-
pump up his teammates in time,
Milo's gonna be
especially
quicker
since
on the
he is
rotation.
building up on his Rome Blessing as well.
Milo's just a light
Again,
quicker on
best
that
player,
rotation.
He's going to be going for Blade of
You can
Empathy,
deal
so
with a
it's
little bit more
important
free
that
compared
burst
to the gold
damage
laner.
is
Oh, but a nice
valuable
jump in the
rather than
bush.
getting
Horse
outstayed.
Shark
I would say as early
Purify.
as early game, you can build that elegant gem.
Now he's
So
backing
staying
up.
in lane,
Oh, wait, he
always
might
in
be
the front
dead.
can-
The
can
Paramus
basically
all comes
stay and
out.
always be a
The
global
return
top fight.
4-man
Yeah, I'd
knockout.
actually prefer
From Sawa,
a
but it's
lot
not
of- a
going to
little
be
bit more
enough.
damage.
Well, now it looks like Sao finding Milo. Super Shark.
Oh,
Magister is going to get saved.
Yeah.
But right now, Magister is going to get taken down. Super Shark manages to get him there. And now Super Shark looks like he's controlling the situation. Sunset Lover goes in, but he does not have the damage just yet to take him down.
But the jungler of
They should be able to
Devil
clear
Kid
this
Ball.
turtle, no problem whatsoever. But down by that
Yeah.
bot side, Kid Ball taking full advantage, looking to crack open the tier 1, and he successfully does so.
Yeah, a wonderful trade.
My
A
bad, guys, my
wonderful
bad.
trade.
Camera's
There's
back.
nothing more to say than a wonderful trade
JC,
for Team
Sensei,
Deals,
donated
even though they lost the
$2
fight on the
super
other
chat.
side, on the
Team
opposite side
lost.
of the map. While we don't expect actually to see that either during the split push, it was the pick to do so. So now I think we will have a switch lane between the side laners
Team Arlen
because
JN
some
donated 35,000
resources need to be utilized for
super chat.
Kirby.
Hi
It does
Zane.
need to be
Sorry, I'm late.
redistributed a little bit better, but I think at the end of the day, right, it comes down to when are they going to
29.
Kid Bongo might
have doubled down on, even if we don't get
Not
every
coming on
single turtle of the game, it literally does
Sunset
not
Lover.
matter, right? Their
Oh,
opposition
but it gets
is playing the
cancelled.
mid-stage
Oh
game,
my
looking to go for
God.
bigger objectives like the Lord.
Milo goes in with his ult now. Samo still has his.
I think that's a diff push at some point it felt like it's a diff push.
Who cancels
Magister
him,
goes
Shark?
in, but he's 1 against 3, and looks like he's going to get taken down by Zia. And Milo is making sure that they want to continue to fight. Hoon, does he have enough damage to continue this? Looks like not
I don't
really.
think they can go for this.
Okay, they back up. They back
Milo
up
has
here.
no ult.
Unfortunately,
Shark has
the
no
Ohio
ult.
brothers really,
Zia
really
has
are
ult,
so
that's about
harder
it.
than they are right
Oh,
now.
they're actually
So
gonna go
far,
for that. Well,
Usul
they
is
get
doing
it.
a very good job at just smothering it as much as they can. Right?
No,
37 more seconds till the next upcoming
The
turtle.
Gwyn's getting really
Ohio
messed up.
brothers are running out of time. Will eventually have to be there.
Yeah, it's actually quite
Oh,
open.
she's
It's
camping.
actually quite clear that Team the Ohio Brothers need or reclaim
Yeah, feels like the first game, except Devil's kind of dying a little bit more. Actually, it was 3-1 earlier as well. Yeah,
Didn't look
I
that
remember.
good, even though they took the turtle,
This is
like the
very
two turtles
similar.
last game. This game
Holy
is actually
fuck.
quite equivalent to the
Very
previous one.
slight,
in terms
about
of
a
the Ohio Brothers
1.5
having a
goal
really good
lead.
early game.
Shark
but
just goes into that
they couldn't
push.
maintain it.
I like the fact that
Totally
is
fine.
both the way that the draft works is that you want to engage a lot, and the Ohio brothers kind of understand is like, well, your team
Yeah,
wants
but
to
we
engage,
time.
so if we engage, we're kind of doing what you want to do, so we're not going to do that. And as I said, that Super Shark just goes in, but so far is not distracted. He got out of there pretty safely. Now the turtle is going to get started by the Ohio brothers.
I mean, the assignment has been set for Super Shark, right? He's looking at instigate and trying to get as many resources and try to do as well as possible. And if he does get an ultimate, that's a really big win for the Ohio brothers. At the end of the day, right, Bill's Vault, they're like, okay, you want to sit on top of Turtle, kind of whatever. We want to go for the big counter engages. We get the Minotaur as well. We don't necessarily have to do much unless the Ohio brothers instigate it.
Yeah, the Ohio Brothers with that zoning, it's a really beautiful job to do actually down there at the bot lane. And also, I would say that Zia at this moment have his best time ever.
Oh, Milo goes in on the tree. Now Hoon is able to dish out the damage, and prime wrap by Hoon finds Kid Bomba, but Salo goes back in with the Minu and Free, manages to catch out Milo, and now Super Shark as well as Hoon has to go away. Zia came a little bit too late. The best player won. Does he want anything? He used the control onto Sawa, but that's not the right target you want.
Oh man, Deuce, they're so good at sticking together. It's got to be a little frustrating for the Ohio brothers because every single time they find that opportunity, they're like, yes, they're finally out of gas. We can finally cash out. Deuce Vault, they shut her down real good and make sure that their fortress is impenetrable.
And even though actually you have that Fanny, I was actually about to criticize the Fanny or the best player one because he haven't been showing us a lot of split bush, which is one of the most valuable things that Fanny players can offer, and he does answer me and he does go to that top lane and manages to split Team Deals full support. Well, actually, they are now down in numbers, but nothing is gonna happen. They need a spark.
Right now as well, Magister goes in, finds one target. Is that going to be enough? Boone already uses the NetherRealm trying to protect his team. And Kirby is able to get out of that situation. Milo engages, but looks like not the target that he wants. Magister goes back in, but looks like Milo is too tanky for this situation. And Zia is just free hitting onto Sao. Sao is trying to survive, but Zia knocks him down.
okay. I thought maybe
Shark seems to be the target, has no Purify actually, and does fall. Zia is now the target, has Flicker, he's throwing punch, has Flicker. Magister looks like he's gonna be falling if anybody, but he does not. Now Carvy's just kind of going for a free throw. He wants some more. Sunset Lover looks, but
Milo as
not
well
from
as
it.
Spoon is there. Are they gonna help out?
Yeah, but the gold is still going up and
Kid
up.
Bomba has to dash away, and Zia survives. Sunset Lover is gonna flank from the side. Will he be there? Milo gets taken down. The Ohio brothers.
And he's now here. It actually looks like they want to do something. Sunset Lover is the target. Force did not even flicker.
Other side of the map managed
Did
to
not
get
even
that second
flicker.
turn,
The
also
Benny has no
managed to
energy.
steal that blue buff. So
Benny has
Team
nothing.
the Ohio brothers, even though they lost that
wow.
fight on bot lane, they have got a really fair
That's
trade
a
in my
nice-
opinion. But the Lord might go down without even.
You know, they're very good at deciding when to fight Lord. I wouldn't, if I was me, I wouldn't have done that.
As you want, doesn't matter us as long as we get this.
But they saw that the Benny has no energy. They didn't give a fuck.
Unfortunately for the
They did
Ohio
not care.
brothers, this is where it starts to get really difficult.
I would
Oh!
say it was a bit of a mistake as well because best player won.
All going on to Super Shark, Kid Bomba trying to follow up. Shark did not have
able
to
to
Purify.
drop his energy low. If he had energy, I kind of feel like the Ohio brothers could contest, but special migration from Kid Boon, but Purify's out of it. And now Super
Shark goes down, Kid Bomba
looks like
probably just
Bomba
gonna
isn't fast
retreat.
enough
Yep.
to catch him.
Yeah, the Ohio brothers are going to have
5v5, 4v5. Carlos is not there. Kid Bomba now we're calling to stop Carlos from getting that top high ground, but it might actually be a little bit too late if I see this correctly.
At the end of the day, this
No, he's gonna get a few swings, that's about it.
where they get strong. This is where they
Recall. Now the Lord barreling down at bot side. It's not evolved, so it will not crash into the tower. I don't know really if anything will happen here.
Danny will take a lot of that pressure off the shoulders
Sunset's
of
looking,
Team the Ohio
Carvey looks like he wants to do something.
brothers
Magister goes on to, but Carlos is on the back onto the, with the Fair Missile. A lot of flickers going on to the marksman of Devil. He falls.
Facing a lot of headwinds.
Yep, and now Magister goes in special migration onto
Oh.
Milo.
Yeah,
Milo
flickers
very
in.
low, but looking at Super Shark going back in.
Yes.
Milo goes back in, and the Minotaur tries to help his teammate out, but Carvey gets it. Now who gets a double kill onto Sunset Lover?
No high
Now Magister
ground.
has to run away.
But-
Zia gets the killing spree. Zia flickers forward. He
Oh.
finds Magister. He
It
gets
even.
a double.
That's what we wanted to see from the Ohio brothers. Split them up, and I was about to question, can
No.
they actually win a fight 4
Travis
v4?
clears quite
And as
well.
Bruce Paul
That's the
used
thing.
all their resources, the Ohio brothers clap back.
Oh, Super Shark.
Yep, I feel like he's just trying to zone them away. The Ohio brothers this game definitely looks more confident.
Yeah, that's what I said about the constant pressure at the
Onto,
early game and having
Charisma.
that Fanny serves that
I don't like
purpose
these
to
twin jumps
its
too much.
limits. We saw that Team the Ohio brothers
Kinda
managed
costing
to
them.
split Team Deals volts apart, making them
Not
look
yet. This
all
must
around
be
the
his
map,
last
being
item.
afraid from best player, making
Or,
one of
unless
those
he's getting wind
backdoor
here.
plays that take
Carvey
the
now
base
has
down
both
and
buffs.
have
They're
nothing
relying
to do
all
on
on
the
him
other
for
side.
everything
Look,
at this point.
here at the
Still has the
optimization,
flicker.
the
Must
blade
not
of
had it last
Hephaestus
time.
by the Brody, and
He might-
also that
Yeah,
Fanny will
it's-
make the
Yeah,
damage more than bearable. The
kinda
first hit
costing them.
will always hurt Team Deals volts.
As long as they
Not yet. This one must be his last item.
40% HP, there's a
Or unless he's getting wind here. Carvey now has both buffs. They're relying all on him for
big
everything.
difference is starting
Still has the flicker. Must not had it last time.
He's gonna take him out.
Ah, Kid Bomba, he can outplay this. Best player tries to get a kill onto Kid Bomba.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, right now, Kid Bomba goes. Hey, yo! Best player couldn't do it! He gets taken down!
Did you see his chin?
Why do they have to show the player cam? Even best player in
You don't wanna
Europe,
see it, I
I'm
don't
messed
think.
up, I'm messed up. Oh no, it's a little unfortunate.
There's no
but
way they
maybe they can recover, right?
fight this,
24
right?
seconds. They just need to buy 24
Magister
seconds
goes in.
of time for this.
Saul
Pull it to your
gets
side, reset,
destroyed.
whatever you gotta do.
Sunset Lover also
Sometimes it's
super
too late
low.
just to pull back.
Yeah, but
And
that
now
player's
Super
not up by
Shark
now.
is able
He
to
will not
avoid
make it back in
engage coming in
time.
from this volt.
And that
But
is
look at
bleeding out.
Saul! Saul gets taken
Carvey
down by
super-
Super
he
Shark.
does have
And now
flicker,
they're
he
moving
has
in.
a flicker.
Who
He
is
might
using the
die
meta
here,
round,
Carvey.
making sure that they can re-engage.
Carvey
The Lord
does
is
die.
very, very low, and best player one, he just respawned. But as of right now, Magister secures the Lord, and Milo looks like he wants to go for it. He wants Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba is gonna get taken down by Melo, and now best player one gets Carvey.
All right,
Hey,
all
they
right.
can't even
Good
get high
recovery.
ground.
They did
Here,
lose the
look
Lord,
at
but
this
at least
Lord
the
problem.
Buzz. They're like, don't worry, best player. We got this. We're gonna make something happen for you.
Yeah,
they were able to make it
Oh my
happen. And even the
God.
best players like, I'm going to return the favor. Give me a purple buff. Let's start defending this
man.
upcoming Lord and Power
Ugh.
minions.
And also cleaning things off by best player was kind of, I think, from the early game. What was that damage from the Bonaparte memory? Look, it hurts.
That's some big damage.
Oh, yeah.
So much. But even though Deus Volt were the ones who got that very first one, it feels like the Ohio brothers have the empowered minions here as they're pushing in these lanes pretty quick.
I just gotta
Not
say,
to a Bruno
Zia
with
did a
those
lot of
kind of
damage. We dumped the Demon Hunter Sword
DHS.
just now. Now he has it. Sao, you can't tank that much.
Yeah, he cannot take a lot of damage. As I told you, in case a tank dies a lot at the early stages, he will not be able to bear with the damage coming from the marksman, coming from any damage dealers, let's say, from the other opponent team. Team D was Volt right now. I think it's really hard for them to bounce back, even though they have a really good draft. All the numbers were in their favors, but again, this is not a game about numbers only. This is also a strategy game. So far, so good for Team Ohio Brothers. They are the ones who managed to play their strategy quite well.
Even better
They're
than
gonna find a
oh,
way
geez,
around it,
come
right?
on.
Deus Volt, they're now starting to
That
realize
kid's
that,
the
okay,
best
Zia is
assassin.
quite a problem here. It's gonna be a little difficult to get on top
Come
of
on,
it, considering
like-
there's so much counter engage,
Oh,
and
the best
more so that
assassin.
Super Strike can bail them out
Best
of tough
player
situations.
won.
I
That's
think
what
as of
private
the end,
gets us, yeah,
because Zia
that's what
is
Private-
playing with that flicker, Magister might have
Oh,
to
I've never
change
watched
his
the games
focus now
before.
to look for
This is
Zia
my
and
first
maybe
tournament
get a
that I
follow-up
watched.
Sawo. Maybe even
I'm
Kid
sorry,
Bumba might
guys.
actually have to go to
Bryson
the armed
Private
flicker
gets
play.
her.
And this is why I say, you know, using a Guinevere against a draft that has a lot of dashes is going to be
Come
very
from
difficult.
coaches,
And honestly,
especially
this
like
is one of those
French,
interactions that
become, you know,
it's
coach.
always a question. But if the Guinevere goes in with a spatial migration, if Zia is fast enough, he can stun it up and then just goes away.
Yeah, but look at this. If you said that he will make that stun, look at
Oh,
also
my
you
God,
have
he never
Sao.
did
He
it.
can knock up Zia and put him upon the ultimate of
was a
Magister. So
go up one.
there's a lot of possibilities where Zia is actually, or like Brody is actually a really bad pick
But he
here.
just, like-
But he managed to pull that off. 4-0-4. That's a really good. That's a really good KDA so far in terms of the draft against him. He's doing more than fine, but the maestro behind everything, the mastermind, and the one in control of the strings is
Let me
actually
the best day of his life watching them lose.
I don't know. I think the Brody is completely okay considering what their draft is aiming to do. But I do agree with Hoon here. It's really important that he's able to kind of gel this team together wherever there are holes. He has an ultimate to steal. Oh,
Yeah, Purify used
Okay.
by Super Shark. Magister, a very good
Hello,
match
hello.
there. We're looking at best player
Nice one,
one. He's
Hoon.
tanking, and this will they might not know what's going on.
Yellow.
Oh, Harvey gets taken. Oh, but look at best player. He goes from behind, and now there's no more Nether Realm from both sides of the team. Sao is gonna get taken down, and best player tried to get a kill onto Harvey. Did not
I think they
succeed.
get-
Killing spree for Hoon,
they not
and
gonna
now
do
Hoon has to go away.
have about
I
20
don't know how
seconds after
Harvey
they get
has
that
been
blue.
surviving so many attempts by best player.
His positioning is real nice, real sharp. He makes sure that he's not overextended. but more so,
I
he
do not
holds
believe
on to that slide tackle like his life depends on it in every type of
It
situation.
looks like they might.
Look at
They
damage
really
dealt.
want to try though.
He's been able to get some good terra
Nah.
but not exactly onto Carby just yet, and not in a way that can actually be converged upon. Zia is doing a great job with his positioning this time compared to game number one, and now with the Lord in their grasps, I don't
Yeah.
know whether the Ohio brothers
The Pharisal instantly came out as soon as.
securing the Lord.
Yeah, I think they should just zone that Lord out and take that Lord down. Team the Ohio Brothers at this moment had to relocate, to reposition themselves, and also not just that. Actually, Hun, in all of these things happening on the screen right now, he managed to get that freeze, so we might see an outplay. We might see Hun actually taking a risk and then playing with the minds of Team Deus Volt.
I would say right now the pressure is definitely on the gold laners as well as the mid laners, because it looks like both teams, they're really aiming for those damage dealers. And I gotta say, if Deus Volt, they made sure that Carvey stays alive long enough, I feel like they can defend this. But the moment Carvey is out, even Sunset, if Sunset Lover gets taken out as well, then it might be game over.
Yeah, it could be really tough here, especially with the Luminous Lord walking
Oh.
down towards the inhibitor sides, right? I mean, so far, Magic has been trying to be punished super sharp.
Are we forced to retreat? Yeah, that's kind of unsavable.
Down from the side of the Ohio brothers to maybe set up for some.
Ah, that Lord moves
Yeah,
a little
it might be
bit.
so hard to defend
Maybe.
this, to be honest. It might be so,
Just
so
chunking the
difficult.
hell out of it though.
And right now, it looks like the Ohio Brothers, they're going inside the base. The Lord managed to get one inhibitor.
Almost 2 high
The Ohio
grounds.
Brothers are trying to focus on the mid. The minion is not there, but Zia wants to force it out. Just a few more hits left. Even best players trying his best, but this is
Nice one, nice one.
I forgot the English word
Nice
for
one,
it.
Idol.
Stubborn.
Actually
Yes.
doing good, guys.
So stubborn.
Very stubborn indeed, but I think it's the Ohio Brothers showing respect.
One,
If
Carlos,
they go for this engage, they
Oh,
know that
mid lane.
Milo and Fury is
Got
going to
melted.
And now I'm looking at Milo. Milo goes
Yes,
in.
yes,
Hit
yes,
by
yes,
Harvey.
yes,
Harvey instantly
Go,
gets taken
GG, bro.
out. No
Keep-
Netherrealm
go,
there.
keep going, keep
Now
going.
Magister manages to find best player, but the
going,
Netherrealm
keep going
helps him
here.
survive. Now the immortality has been used by best player.
Tower
Best
lock,
player
tower
gets taken
lock.
down by Kid Boba. And now
Zia,
Zia
bro.
still alive. Sunset
Oh.
on the Wilson tree. Who is still
Tower lock,
alive?
that's freaking
Unstoppable
goal.
from Zia. And now Magister, he's still tanky. He
Go.
tries to go away, but Zia has the damage. Kid Boba and Magister. Now, no more immortality for the Boba. Milo goes back in. And now monster kill for Zia. This is the Ohio Brothers game. They can end this, and they do. We're going
Zia
to
could
game
not
number
be
3.
dealt with that
Great
game.
game coming in from the Ohio Brothers. Similar to game number 1, but they fixed up all the problems. And more importantly, Zia this time not getting caught out as easily as he did. Couple of blunders, but at the end of the day, it's about the
surprised the game's
recovery
this
more than the
close.
blunder itself.
The confidence is the key for Team the Ohio Brothers. Right now, they have found their own rhythm. Right now, they are on the right way. We saw how much
pretty bad.
beautiful that draft was executed and how much the
Before one of
numbers
the
could
lords.
actually be
And then
wrong
two being
in
one of the
terms
lords.
of the AI that we saw earlier on. We didn't see that draft win for Team Deals Vault.
I would say a number that we cannot calculate is the confidence. And just like how Gosu General was saying, it looks like Zia, he was nervous, but this time, not so nervous. And I gotta give big shout out to Hoon, man, for 2 games in a row doing the most damage. I mean, maybe Zia took it back at the end of the push, but Hoon has been super consistent.
Yeah.
I think even Hoon and Sunset Lover both have been really consistent from either side. There was
Something
definitely
like
moments
that.
where Sunset Lover could have maybe gotten
Wasn't-
like
it was
a
not too
good
great.
number of
It was not
kills
too
there
great.
at the end. His damage was really starting to make a difference, but it's
Oh.
only on the condition if you stick too close together. So I think it was really good adjustments coming in from the side of the Ohio Brothers, and it's
I want to see the damage stats
actually think
that
about
game.
for game number 3.
Actually, one of those things is not to consider
My
taking
voice is
the
gonna be
Paradise
gone
Bruno again because
At the end of this
yeah, right
It's
now
broke
it
up
broke.
Oh my
win
God.
rate.
This is the first time though. There's first times for everything.
It is the first time for everything. But with that being said, we gotta congratulate our MVP of the game, brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Come on, give it up. Zoom in on the man himself. Give it up for Zia coming up big time for the Ohio Brothers, our MVP of the game.
Mr. Kaluuya.
Yeah, the confidence that he needed to get that good, that
What does he win? Some Milo?
spectacular KDA 605, and also participating in 73% of the team fights, having all that items, or like having all his items without the boots. That means that he aimed for the full damage without even one defensive item. What a risky play, but trusting the team is also a message I can sense from that itemization. As we saw during the game itself, there was moments where Team Devo were actually, I'm not gonna say in the lead, but they were having a glimpse of how to being in the lead looks like. But on the other side, team, the Ohio Brothers, over and over again, dealt a tremendous and also incredible and ridiculous amount of damage that Team Devo at a certain point couldn't handle. This was the moment where Zia had his items, where Zia had his confidence.
Do we have to? I mean,
It's a highlight.
show mercy.
Oh, the poor man. At least they didn't. At least they didn't show the player cam at that time, because I think even for best player, he knew it was like, oh, good. But the recovery, it was the most important part, right? The recovery coming in be really inspiring confidence. That's what you see. That instantly, best player from what used to be in previous competitions as a mental breakdown now becomes another step in his own career. They've already taken a game off of Devu, so I'm expecting in game number 3. I don't know if it's
He
going
had
to look like
flickers,
this, you know?
that was like a
Zia
split
and
second.
as well as Carby.
This middle ult looked huge, but without Carby, they have no damage. And Zia's just shredding all the tanks. Solid looks at 1
Go
HP
ahead,
there.
go ahead.
Let me just say,
They thought they
I
could.
know when a person is confident, when you're a marksman, when you're a goal laner, and you're flipping forward. There's nothing that screams, I got this, then see
You're a
the
little
goal
bit ahead of
laner
me.
flicker forward.
Well, for me, actually, the trick for Team Divo is that they couldn't handle the split
Majority
pushing
of games are
strategy
over 20
because
minutes, so.
every time best player
Kinda
one
great.
was going on that side lane, especially the top lane, he was able to make them distracted from
Games
the
are not
main
short.
point. And in the and like if Team Divo was actually focusing on that team fight, they have a really good composition, crowd control, good damage output, also a lot of sustain. So Team Divo, if they focused all their heroes for the team fight especially, and focus on taking Z out, I think that things would have took a different turn for Team Divo. But things have happened, and we are now at match point. Team the Ohio Brothers with the 1-1 tie. And as I told you, having all your items as damage items without having one single defensive item on that Brody, that shows confidence.
Let me say, I think the Ohio Brothers having the anti-heal early on really helped them out, making sure that one of the strengths of the Minotaur, the motivational roar, doesn't really help them out when they're trying to kite away. Because, again, we saw the early item, the Necklace of Durance coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of feel like the impact was there.
You can definitely see that whenever Minotaur goes into one of those side lanes and all of a sudden, oh, Hoon shows up, you can't really top up your laner at that point of time. You're kind of just stuck in that same position. Now, when we're looking at the damage dealt overall, it's great to see. Zia is catching up quick, 73% of the overall team participation, but in terms of numbers, 87.2 in comparison to 72.6. It's why he is the carry. But let's not forget, Mielo's engages here. He's really rallied these teams, especially when he communicates well with best player in that final moment to take out Party. The flicker into the penalty zone instantly with the steel cables and cutthroat from best player really sets the tone for the upcoming match.
Yeah, game-changing indeed. And also Super Shark was one of the best statistics on the screen, was on the screen moments ago, is that he participated in 100% of the kills for that team. So 15 kills, 15 assists, or at least like he got some kills here or there by that Matilda. So I'm actually saying, I would actually say that Team the Ohio Brothers executed that job perfectly, and if they put their hand on another split push hero, they might do it again.
I gotta say, Hoon and Milo,
Gila?
they were insane.
They were really
Gila
crazy
Hoon.
in that game. I think that, we're getting to see a lot more of TOB, and the way that they play the game and being able to express themselves mechanically is going to be great. But let's keep in mind that this is the end just yet. One of these teams are walking away with a win, and do you still believe in your predictions, Yasu?
Do I still believe in my prediction? Actually, yeah.
How long
After
is the
seeing
break?
that performance from the Ohio Brothers, if they made a split, yeah.
What about you? Still don't know? Of course.
Watashi wa don't know.
With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action.
Alright, 4 minutes now. What? Bro? We can wait 4 minutes. I'm not gonna get on Mobile Legends and play ball. I'll check out. My idol Milo. Oh my god, he looks like Denise or whatever her name. The girl that dated Carlos. No wonder Carlos fucking like him. Man, oh man. Yeah, I mean, him split pushing wasn't bad. You gotta give Zia the credit, bro. Zia owned it more than Carlos did. What the hell, man?
Right.
Fuck, I'm already got that.
Yeah, I've been sipping on some tea after every single match, actually. The next one is what, in 30 minutes? That's from the schedule? Scheduled?
Yeah, because
Oh, sick. I'll have like 10 minutes in between. That's not bad at all. Good time. Camera? Yeah, I'll do the camera once it's, Damn, Sony. Thank you very much for all the donations, guys. Trust me, I'll do them all right after. The Guinevere was very underwhelming, to say the least.
Idol best plumber one. With this freaking Edgar haircut. Got that Edgar haircut, bro. You realize mobile fuck shit wasn't it? This? What's that? Oh boy, can they already start the next match? I want the High Brothers to win. Who big? Or try to bring freaking Doug, but that's not in the server. But I mean in the server, I mean like the Zen server. Goofy fellas, man. Goofy fellas. That's what I'm saying, bro. I voted for them bum asses. They need to win this shit. I think they did, boss. Even Milo, in no way is finished. Never mind. No. He's gonna push shit. He's ugly as shit. They're gonna blow on his face. I mean, sorry, my idol is the most gorgeous ass human being on this planet. You're about to see that. I'm about to see. If they're gonna pull a miracle and win, I'm about to see.
Welcome back, everybody, to the M5 World Championship. So far, we are looking for the
Alright, I'm gonna go get some more tea.
of this Group D bout between the Ohio brothers and as well as Devu. So far, so good. Very similar games in game number 1 and game number 2, but adaptations have been made and have really taken into consideration, especially for those gold laners.
Let me just say, the confidence and the heart. The heart has to be there because the moment the Ohio brothers, they feel confident. It's a different kind of game.
Yeah, indeed. When they are playing in their comfort zone, when they are playing the way they used to play, and also let's say
I still can't believe that yesterday
the way
the
to crack.
Yeah, I mean,
into that
Geek and
situation.
Yeah.
give me a second, guys.
I think
Geek
they
and
definitely found a
Homeboys
little
was
bit
very
of rhythm
close.
in this game as
Very
well, and
close.
especially with the communication.
Or the first
Looking
game.
good,
Second game was
obviously,
like
1 or 2 blunders here and there, but they
First
moved
game
past
might have
it
been a little
very,
bit of
very
a meme
quickly.
fest.
It was very different compared to the last
Oh,
time
yeah.
they have been, playing
just
during an
getting bad
international
flickers yet.
tournament. It's good to see that there is evolution.
so far.
And looking at this game, okay,
Ah!
I have to.
Looking at this
because
game,
for
okay,
both teams, we see them making some very critical mistakes. And I feel like for this third one, they really can't afford it as much. And the way that
Zero?
Ohio
Sharks,
Brothers
I don't know if I
played
should
just
try
now was
sub
that they
mode on or
understood what was happening with
chatting.
the from Deus Volt.
Yeah, I'll
They just
keep it on.
avoided their win condition.
I made it
So
just a
kind of feel
minute,
like for
though.
Deus Volt, the moment they should understand.
Alright, I'm gonna go
if
get
the
more
Ohio
tea.
Brothers understand the way that we want to play the game. Either they gotta force it out, or trying to change it up a little bit in the game to make sure that they catch the Ohio brothers off guard.
I feel like it's going to be like taking one step ahead, right? I feel like they're going to start switching out that Minotaur for something along the lines of maybe Grok or even Kaja, even, both of which Sawo has access to. In both of those games, decided not to go for it. That could change up the overall
I
style
wanna
coming in
roast
from
him
them
so bad,
to look
bro.
and lock down Zia, especially if they try to go for a composition similar to that once again. Because they lock in the Matilda 2 times already for Super Shark.
Yeah, and actually for me, from the side of Team TOP, maybe it's the effect of the first game, and they haven't found the rhythm. As Gusso General actually said, he said, Zia, I can sense that he is nervous. When he found that his team can cover him up and that his team is doing their best to just have that Brody succeed, he managed to pull off something really good KDA, MVP of the game.
Now, fun fact in the M series fact, the role swappers. We're talking about Sunset Lover, who was a gold laner in M1 as well as M2, a jungler in M3, and is now in the mid lane, while Zia was a mid laner in M3 and is now a gold laner.
This is giving Tola vibes.
They don't even say
Tola vibes. This sounds like a Chico thing to do, but you know what? I understand. The game changed, the patches change. As players, sometimes they have to change.
More so, some roles are just way more fun than the others.
Definitely, yeah.
It was a different time then in M2 and M3 but now here at M5, I feel that especially with the importance of being able to kind of scale up while still maintaining that early game, it's a very fine balance that needs to be read, especially when we get into the draft.
Yeah, when we get into the draft, I'm actually wondering, will we see the same draft from the side of Team Divo and just changing the jungler? Because so far they have just changed that Guinevere and kept the whole draft all the way through for the second game. And on the other side for Team TOP, they have changed quite a lot. And also, they have used that Valentina that I think it might be actually banned once again.
Is it fair to say that they're just sticking to assassins? I mean, like, to be fair, his Lancelot has 100% win rate.
That's also true, but
getting the Boxia, no win. Getting the Fanny, win. Question mark.
My only problem is that I felt like if they really wanted to punish Best Player 1, they absolutely could have done it in the second phase of the game, right? They had access to all the heroes who could possibly do so, but they are thinking of the bigger picture as the overall draft rather than that person, I don't like him, I'm going to shut him down.
And actually, after taking
Don't you feel so much more alive compared to yesterday, man?
Taking the Hilda, yeah, the fourth ban after securing
yesterday was bad.
Fanny, and also the Kufra, there was
I feel so much better.
There was still suppression heroes that can take Fanny down.
Yeah, Franco, even that would have been
Good
nice.
question, actually. I woke up like 10 p.m.
There's a
Well, yeah, that's why I woke up at 2
Let's see
p.m.
what's
Oh,
going to change
that's
here in
disgusting.
All
You probably can't make it
At
all
least
day then.
Considering
I'm gonna make it
PCA
all
has
day.
found some form of success on the red side that they're going to take it back
Not
to
gonna
COB.
Either way, the mid
I
is
stayed
super
up
important
intentionally
because
so I
they
didn't
understand
wake
that
up
Sunset
too
Lover is
early.
well known.
I
They
stayed up
really
until
feel
like
in
11
terms of
maybe,
chess, they're
12,
they're just
around
moving
that.
pieces around.
And then if I woke up,
Really
I'll
good
go
way
back
of
to
seeing
sleep
it,
like
because
I'm forced
considering
my body.
that the way that they actually approach the game is very similar to chess, I would
You should
imagine
have forced
that
yourself
the next
back.
adaptation here is going to be we're not sacrificing pawns anymore. We're bringing in the kings. We're bringing in the
Alright,
bishops.
draft
We're
starting.
bringing in our knights.
Game
And now we're
3.
jumping into the draft.
Where's
Going
game
into the
3?
game, and again, this is going to be a very interesting one. Will best player
What up,
get an
Ferris?
assassin, or will they go back to the strategy of game number
Oh,
one,
you're so much
giving him
further
a
than me.
utility jungler?
Having homeboys at the top of this group will actually now be quite dangerous for anyone to lose any
Yeah, the
points. So
premise is
at
a
this
lot.
point, actually, and still it is the group stage, and for both teams it is the first match, but you are collecting points right now, and if you
Alright.
didn't make it past the group stage, you will not be able to use your
I'm a
your
tanker,
cards
so
or
what
your
it
wild
hurts so
cards
fucking bad.
in the, let's say, in the playoffs, because you will not get
You know what those
to
are?
the playoffs. So right now they have to pull off their best.
Cankers or
Useful.
Yeah,
Going
they're
to be
horrible.
on the blue side
Those
here,
things
but
hurt.
on the red side.
I've been
it's
yeah,
gonna
I've
be
been
interesting,
washing
right?
it out
They
with
didn't
salt
wanna
water like
change it up.
every day.
terms of
Yesterday I
but at
thought
the
it was
very
the
Respect coming in from
it was
TOB.
hurting so bad when I
Now
was
they're
streaming.
trying to
That's probably why I
force
feel
Sunset
better
Lover on a
actually.
pick that maybe he's
It feels
I'm
a
sure
little bit
he's
better.
comfortable with it, but not
Yesterday,
as
wow.
comfortable as a Firmus. Now the Nolan is
Nolan
out,
drill
and
banded
based on
again.
game number
Uh,
2, perhaps Guinevere is not
Yeah, but
working.
yeah, again,
Yeah,
right?
well,
yeah, I didn't see Guinevere doing that much of let's say, not causing a lot of trouble for Team TOP, and also I think they will actually ban the backs. Yeah.
what do you mean?
Going to
I mean, they
don't
did
know.
do that for game number 2,
Oh, did
but
it?
yeah, personally for me, even I'm like, I don't know, perhaps they need
Maybe a little bit.
a damage dealer coming in from the jungle.
Bruno
So
Van.
far, that's
Yeah,
the story
Bruno
of
Van.
the
Well, leaves
N5
up
World
what?
Championship. All this
Not
assassins
much
are back in the
actually. They've been
jungle.
both of the early
Or they can
picks.
start switching up some of the mid
Yeah.
matchups. That's what I'm thinking.
Both of the early picks that
Okay,
yeah,
I like the
we wanted.
Bruno Van. I like the
Okay.
Bruno Van.
Yeah.
I like the Bruno band, so
I do.
therefore it's really
Now
going
gone.
to narrow down on the hero pool in terms of the marksman.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
Let's keep in mind,
Mm.
we saw an Ixia ban in the second
didn't realize.
phase after an early
When?
pick for Bruno. We'll see whether that's going to change, as Devu is going to get first pick on blue side.
Huh. The first phase of banning is now over.
Wait, 1-1 is
If
open.
Devil doesn't get it,
Yeah,
do we
1-1
get
is still
Wen and
open.
Phobius, or is that a bit
But
extra?
you can't first pick it just because the Phobius is still there.
I'm thinking like a Valentina opening possibly.
Whenever
If
it's
they really
also
want to
open.
like spice things up.
I don't know if he's gonna try it again.
Inside
I have a
of
feeling
the
he might not.
Sunset Lover is
Less
doing a
safe.
good
You
job.
can take Valentina. There's a lot of things actually
Route taken.
that can be
Because
first
I
picked here.
feel like Kid Bomba as well as Milo, they both did very well on that Terizla. It does seem like a big game changer.
I suppose, but at the same
He
time, I
is
feel
quite
like it's a
good
little
on
too
Wen,
safe
though.
there, right? So they go for the Valentina opener, still very, very flexible. This gives the question.
The
over
Wen's
to the side
pole
of
Matilda.
Matilda. They've already banned out that far miss, so this could be a Novaria angle for the side of 1-1 potentially. 1-1 sounds like a good idea, but that gives Devu
If you
the
don't land, you have to
opportunity
go like
to
a
go for the counter picks.
Yeah, and actually taking the Phoebus at this point would be so lethal against the 1-1, even if TOP takes the Phoebus and also 1-1, they will struggle because Phoebus ult will be also stolen.
And so now the 1-1 has been picked up. This is going to be a crucial question. Do you take that Phobius, which may or may not synergize well with your team? Again, the Matilda is up, but... Yep. Oh, Guinevere. Okay, this time they're taking a Guinevere.
Okay, so they're taking the Guinevere this time around. Matilda is
80%
still
win rate,
wide.
still good.
Yeah, Matilda is still wide open, and the same goes for Phobius,
As
right?
Assassin
This could be an
Creed,
opportunity
sucks as
for
a
useful,
coach,
and I feel like,
coach,
especially for the EXP
like,
laners, they are going to have the time of their lives if their opponent is going to be a Phobius, right?
Is this a question? Like, we know you have a mean Terizla. Do you know how to play a Phobius?
Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma to be in.
Yeah, they made the Phobius much more tempting, I would say, because they took two heroes that will dash a lot during the whole game. Team 2 are actually playing a really risky game here, but I can understand having two of the best picks so far in the M series, which is the 1-1 and also the Guinevere. By having the Baxia here, we will see for the first time Team Dibble playing the hero that was once picked from them and the second time was banned.
It might go Lily in here.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Boxia as well as
Yeah, the Bastions already gets kind of
So at least
fluxed by the
they've secured their
by the
gold
Gwen
now. No
and the
one's
two.
going to
Eh,
into
we'll
the
see.
jungle. Now for the side of TOB.
Gorilla 88% pick
We
rate.
still don't know whether Guinevere is going to go in the jungle.
Yeah,
It most
yeah.
likely is, considering their track record. But now that they've got the Terizla, now they pose another question
I don't
on
wanna
the
do
opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I kind of feel like because they saw the Brody as well as the Baxia, it's kind of showing signs that perhaps they don't want a Phobius. At this point, if you want to be safe, you can ban it out because why not, right? But I don't know. Based on how Devo was drafting, it looks like they don't want the
And
Phobius.
Benny's valid is no
Now
more.
they're also getting rid of some of the other counter picks
Oh, Isaac,
against
yeah,
this
go.
1-1, especially set tanks,
why,
right? Get rid of the Kufra, make sure it's out of the way. Devu, what are they looking to ban out?
Well,
Mages, I
I
think.
think
Let's see.
Mages, I think.
mages. Well, look, if I'm in their shoes, I would actually might
I'm so
ban the
concerned,
Fanny
like,
because I'm not feeling safe around that Guinevere pick. I think that maybe can be turned to a room, and then we will see a Fanny coming through, no crowd control whatsoever on the side of Team Devo. They might just pull it off, and I think Suppression Hero can be a good ban here. Kaja, I think.
Kaja for the side of
They banned the
TOB,
Phobius.
yeah.
I don't think the
Taking
Russian
1-1.
team's good in here.
It's not too bad of an option
They're
at the very
not
least. I
concerned
think the
about the
Franco
1-1.
might
They
be
would've
just
picked
a little bit better in this particular
Russia.
situation, only because at least you don't have to necessarily be up front to do so, or have to expend a battle spell to make something happen, right? We see the
Taking
Phobius
Fang
ban
against
come up
the
from the side of
Russia.
TOB
Oh,
as expected
good
here,
job.
as we jump back over
He's going
to
quick,
Deo's Vault.
He's not
I'm
going to
guessing
get
another mid lane ban here as well, really clamp down on it.
I would say Lilia or
Lilia.
Fanny are pretty good bans right now. I do agree the Fanny can still be
I don't
picked
know,
up,
we'll see.
having the
All I
Guinevere
know
as
is
a roam,
Rogue is
so
his signature here. We'll see.
good call. Either Fanny or Lilia I think is fine. It's just that Hoon has a very interesting pool of heroes as well. He did bring out the Chang'e. Doesn't really know if that's experimental or is that like one of his amazing heroes. And yeah, Lilia has been back.
Okay, this actually might just be a Chang'e game because this is one of the few situations
If
where
they're
it's like you're
struggling
contesting
this bad
a
versus
trial, and if
Devo,
you have to compare a Chang'e compared to a Valentina,
Oh, yeah.
more likely that
Then-
Chang'e is going to be able to push out that wave first.
I don't know what that means for your
What
future.
are you going to do, best player 1? I'm waiting. I'm just waiting at this moment. See, I
So
think
at this point, is
let's
this
take a
a
bet.
Gwyn jungle
It's
then?
Gwyn jungle for sure.
yeah, I think right now it's
Here?
set up
Yep.
to be a Gwyn jungle.
After
if
the
there
draft is
wasn't
all
any
done, yeah,
surprises
yeah. After the
whatsoever,
draft
but
is all
Team
done,
Devo
take a
right
bet.
now, What would I pick if
I
I
gotta
was
make my
Team
money
Giver
back.
right now? We need a tank and we need an XP laner. Previous is out. Maybe a Minotaur, so hard. Maybe a Franco, as you said, Gideon.
Possibly. I mean, no matter what, I'm thinking of all the set tanks, but there's too many ways for TOB
Minnow
to
again?
get out or look
No
for
way
a
in hell, right?
advantage, right? So I'm guessing along the lines that if it comes down to
Diggy.
let's just force out lane prior,
That's an interesting pick.
Could be a Grok out.
Actually, I don't know about that, man. That's a no
To
win.
finish off the comp, that's what I'm curious about, right? You've already got the box here going.
I really don't think
It
so.
looks like it's going to be
Oh.
Diggy. Lock us down? Hell no.
Dude, Diggy
Well, the thing about
and
when-
Brody on
I
lane
feel like-
against 1-1, it's not gonna be a
Just look
fun
at the
lane.
cooldown. 10 seconds
Pretty
versus 60.
obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of
So-
damage here.
Actually, they can force things
I
out
don't
because
think that's a
the
counter
boss can
whatsoever.
invade. And if Brody wins lane, Brody as well, Diggy can help invade as well.
Actually, you're right, man.
Expedia
Let's see on
members
which
save
side,
on travel.
which side of the jungle they're going to start on. I'm guessing it's going to be towards the Guardian and the Best first. But they lock in the score, and for the side of TOB, they're like, okay, don't need no CC. We're just gonna shoot you away with big damage.
Where's Naisu? Shout outs to Naisu.
Top global gourd out
Top
there.
global board.
Yeah, he would have been proud. He would have been proud at this moment. But I think that team Devo actually have a really good job having that Diggy in their arsenal. It's kind of annoying. It is absolutely annoying for all the crowd control heroes on the side of Team
And the
TOB.
rating.
Best player will not have
I'll
the
go
best time of his life. I would say that the
Just
second
the
skill of
TOB
Diggy will
wins, yeah. I don't like that
limit him
Diggy
from
pick.
doing a lot of dangerous setups. And also, Drizzler's kind of not gonna go so well.
Either ways,
I
we're
just think
jumping into the third game of this best of three. Who will win it out?
That's like
Will
a
the
rank. You're
Ohio
not gonna
brothers
always see this
bring
Diggy
fame
always
and
jump
glory
on him.
to
You're always gonna have
NA? Or
free range to
will
roam around
this
with
folk
him.
show
I would
ECA
still
is
say,
to play?
Let's find out as
I
we
do
go
like
into the
TOB's
match
more. Even like went into
our
the
final match
the
here
Basha were
between
nice, yeah.
these two teams.
The Basha really get
1-1.
money.
Who's gonna take it to 2 as we get into the game?
It might all be up to gold right now, actually.
On the
So-
blue side up against TOB on the red side, both starting on their orange buffs.
Which is actually quite justified. Because I don't think that we will see a lot of invade here in this game, particularly because I think that Diggy at this
Shark getting
moment is
quite
supposed to help
One thing
Brody
he would
as
probably
much
like.
as possible to
Oh.
to win his lane actually against
Whoa,
the
look at
1-1.
this. Yo,
He
yes.
kind of have a lot of damage to deal
Yeah.
against the 1-1 even without having the help of the Diggy. Imagine with the help of the Diggy.
Yeah, as
That's
he walks
gross.
up and up towards the little water, the Ohio brothers.
He
right?
runs out of
Supershark,
mana
he's
so
super
quickly,
far
by the
away
way.
from that bottom side.
Oh, best player got it.
Okay, so small objectives getting to win. Look at the EXP difference between Magister as well as
Oh,
Best Player.
man.
Hopefully that doesn't
That's
change.
insane that he lost that.
Best player is actually right now having that much
I would've
XP.
walked
He
over
will
to
do
it and
really great.
then
He
the
will actually
Basha
do
would have
better
leashed it.
than great
The
in
Basha let him.
in terms of the
I mean, he still might hit 4. I would not be surprised if he does still manage.
Yeah, for speed and also
might be-
rotation-wise, he kind of now a step ahead from Magister. Well,
With
I
that
think
top
that
grab.
looking at the emblems here, I think that all of the teams are actually looking forward to go a little bit into the depth of this game towards the mid lane, maybe even the late game at some point. Sao is trying to annoy Z as much as possible, but Super Shark comes to help.
Stalking on that camp, just waiting.
He does take Weapon Master as his emblem. He's not looking to hard win this lane because he knows
That would've been a lot of damage.
without the help
Yeah,
of that
I don't think-
team, then
would he?
opening up
You
that
think?
score isn't going to be as easy. But
What are we
naturally,
talking about?
he's really having to all fall into Carby's hands.
Yeah.
Super Shark, unfortunately, is forced to
Turtle
stay
completely
around
free.
on
Look
the
at
bottom
the
side.
gold shield, though.
Really respecting the damage, Artie.
Half the gold
I
shield.
gotta say, best player one has been very proactive around the map, and feels cool. They're focusing on this lane. The best player one gets a very free turtle. I didn't see Boxer anywhere close.
Yeah,
If she doesn't, I was actually thinking about that drop.
orange buff and number 6.
Even then, it's a damage healer.
Again,
Oh no,
this
this
is
is
very
result.
much in
Solo's still not
line
level
of
4, by the way.
Deus Vault. But looking at that top side, right,
little
that
bit.
matchup between the
It's
two
quite
Deus
close, though.
Fighters, it's not going to go anywhere for the time being.
This Basha might be after.
Top lane so far
Basha might be dead.
is a really quiet
Goes
place
to that.
actually. It's a really lonely place where
Actually, no, that's fine.
either Trizla
Still see
or
one of your walkover.
even the Edith are not having so much fun. There's nothing happening on the top lane, and also it's actually all around the map. It's 0-0. No one so far has made any risks. Nothing so dangerous that took place in terms of the 3 minutes that happened during the game so far.
I would say the question now is when is the time to strike? And the Ohio brothers, now they're looking a little bit proactive, looking at the bottom side, meaning like, oh,
Man, these games are
this
even.
looks a little bit yummy.
Oh, Hoon.
What the
I
fuck, man?
mean, they might actually
think I super
they
rusty.
don't have enough damage just yet. They do get the flicker out of
I
Carby,
tend to put
which
the
is already-
oil into
okay,
my
that's
soup.
not too bad, right? Because at the very least, by the time the turtle actually spawns,
Gold
they're
shield,
not
what
going to
time
have
is it?
this Flicker.
I don't know if they get all of that. Shark is coming, though. That Brody's gonna get a few sizable hits onto that tower, yeah. He's looking for three, does not quite get it.
Ohio brothers recognize that their mid game is where they're going to have their first initial spike.
Yeah, the best way for Team Devo actually to utilize their own picks is to focus with the Corby even more, even with having Sao at the bot lane. I think that they can reinforce Corby and take the turret and switch lane. So there is so much potential they are not using.
Right now, I do have to say that Hoon, after he clears his mid lane, it doesn't seem like he has a very decisive decision on which lane he wants to go to, and Sao is able to avoid that. And Super Shark, again, using the Purify to make sure that he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, he does not want to fall into the range of the torn apart memories, and I think it's a good decision that he does so. Now, we go up to the very first, the second turtle of the game, and this time, Devu, they actually want to contest. Oh?
Oh, best player one goes in, but Sao is able to get out of the situation. But Super Shark, first blood, goes over to Sunset Lover, and just like that, looks like Deus Volt is going to secure. Yep, they secured the second turtle.
That's what happens when you give up position. Wait, they're not going to get a second one, right? No. Yellow's out of there.
Well, Sunset Lover was waiting up until this moment. He was waiting in the mid lane bush just to see who's gonna go back, who's gonna pull back and will fall to the ground. He took the first blood really fast, and also the turtle goes for the side of Team Deus Volt. This time there is a little bit of contest, but Team the Ohio Brothers and also Deus Volt, they haven't found their own rhythm.
I gotta say, the question right now is how does the Ohio Brothers deal with Diggy's time journey? Like, who has to be the one to use their crowd control first, bait it out, and then who's gonna be the real follow-up? Who's gonna be the real engage?
Super Shark is the best player. That's my best guess.
I would say Hun.
You would say Hoon?
Yeah,
Interesting.
First kill and then use your ultimate digging.
Oh wait, we completely forgot about the EXP leaders. We just left them in their own island once again. Mielo is actually supposed to be the one who's tanking the majority of this damage and actually initiating this fight so that Hoon can get clean combinations off. It's an interchanging role, and of course best player is going to be more highly valued here. But in the meantime, a very smart lane swap coming in from the Ohio Brothers. They're willing to sacrifice the bot tier 1 just to make sure that they have enough members ready for this upcoming turtle, and maybe they can find a trade in the structure on the opposite end of the map. Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh,
Milo
man.
taking a little bit too much damage, and Sunset Lover is there to make sure.
Oh, what?
He was supposed to make sure Milo goes down.
Where's
But Milo's like, not today, boy.
Where's the health bar? You can hardly see it. You can see very minimal color there. Oh, Super Shark actually blocking Magister as they want to take this tier 1 top side.
Yep, Kid Bomba taking quite a lot of damage. Magister is there trying to help out, but it looks like the Ohio Brothers are able to secure their first turret. But again, this will kind of got theirs a little while ago.
I wasn't quite sure that they will make a trade, actually. After seeing the bot lane falling that easily from the side of Team TOP, I didn't think that they will do something on the top lane, but apparently they have something to do.
Now they're going to be starting this turtle, and Devu, they're ready for this one. They're like, okay, we've already taken one away from the Ohio Brothers, and if they want to contest this even more, better on us, right? Sawo has his ult up.
Right now, the Ohio Brothers, the way that they're positioning is not too wide. They're kind of moving together. Zia is there as well. Okay, so here's the thing. Kid Bomba wants to engage. Milo wants to engage. Best player 1 already using the spatial migration. And who's going to start it off? Magister goes in, wants best player 1, but Milo goes back in, but no CC is able to do really anything, and Milo gets taken down by Carvey. Best player 1 has to exit as well. He goes back in, but Zia gets the kill, but Zia super low. Best player 1 gets Carvey, and now flying up. Not really enough to get a kill, but enough to secure a turtle.
Ooh, some dangerous stuff. Zia was playing on the very end. He had the initial proc to use his ultimate, but his target ends up dying, and he had to look for somebody else to trigger it, and luckily, he got it just in time before the auto alarm bombs put him out of his misery. Nicely done from the side of the Ohio Brothers, and now they're looking for a big conversion. Tier 2s are on the table.
Yeah, the crossbow of Tang, you don't want to mess with that. Zia managed to find his way through to take 2 kills, or like to participate in 2 kills for the side of Team TOB, taking also a turtle to increase the goal difference, but so far 2-2 in terms of the kills. Also, when you look at the items, there's no big difference between the both marksman, and also in terms of the overall gold lead, 1k is not enough to say that you have a gold lead 8 minutes into the game.
I mean, it's not one. A few hundred.
A few hundred. Speaking of which, actually, Sunset Lover, I don't think it matters what mage he's playing. He is always going for the Clock of Destiny build.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not going for Lethal Ignition. He takes Impure Rage, but still opts to go for it.
He's the OG, and he's going to show how the OG does it.
It could be right here, right now. I mean, there's an opportunity. Nope. It's just going to back away. Like, if Duo's Vault, whenever they're in these types of positions, they start clumping together, right? I think that is the default mode that they go to, especially when there's nothing to actually fight for on the map in these next 40 seconds, right? If you look at the gold earned, Zia now shooting above and beyond Carvey. Initially, it was Carvey with that gold lead, but now Zia has enough items to have enough attack speed to keep himself on his toes all the time.
It has never been, it will never be about the kills. Team TOB actually are taking a lot of turrets right now, and it might be so dangerous to just defend that top lane for Milo.
Yeah, Milo goes in, he wants Carvey, but Sao is there to make sure that Carvey is able to survive. And Milo looks like the Torn About Memory is enough. He's going to get taken down. Best player dives in. Carvey, there's nowhere for you to go. And Zia gets the kill. Hoon from the backside is making sure that best player has a way to get out of the bad situation. But it looks like best player, he's tanking quite a lot, but it doesn't look like he... Oh! No, he gets pulled back, but he survives. Kid Bomba flickers forward. Sunset Lover gets killed. No, Hoon, I saw that, Hoon. I saw that killing spree for Zia. Hoon.
Oh my goodness.
Hoon.
Okay, look.
Get out.
It was a show of force. It was a show of force. 3 dead, 2 for trade on the Ohio Brothers side. They still take that trade really nicely from the side of the Ohio Brothers, and they're even getting a convergence on it, right? The angle was good. The idea was there. Obviously, a little bit of a blunder. Some of the abilities, but hey, we moved past that. The gold lead has now developed to 2.2k.
Yeah, actually for me, what was actually really interesting was the shift from the side of best player, and also the save that Super Shark almost pulled off, but Zia triggering his crossbow of Tang and finishing everything off. That's when you... Oh, did he just take it on the way?
Imagine... Was that on purpose? I think he was just walking. I was like, my bad, bro. My bad.
I was just auto-attacking, man. Please, don't take this away from me.
It's like, this is how a 1-1 walks. You basic attack as you go along.
It's frustrating, but at the very least, we know that at least for the side of best player 1, he's got to be careful, right? He got canceled twice off that spatial migration thanks to Sawo's time reversal. He's got to keep an eye on it, right? Got to make sure that the timers don't line up.
It's actually really hard to decide who's gonna win this team fight. Both of them are not so far in lead in terms of the gold. Look at Team DOB. I don't think they have that team fight that takes it.
Hold on, right now Super Shark is looking at Sao and looks like Milo goes in. He already forces out the time journey, but it looks like he's gonna get taken down. Carvey gets the kill. Sunset Lover, nowhere for you to go. Zia gets the kill. The Ohio Brothers, they're attacking at 2 different angles. 2 different angles!
This is literally... Is this modern warfare or not? This is literally the Ohio Brothers saying, hey, we're dropping a care package for you. Let's take out that front line.
You were talking about chess? See, they're not using pawns now.
They really aren't.
Jumping with the kings.
Yeah, man, right now, Kid Bomba taking a little bit of damage coming in from Zia, and Hoon is actually spacing out very, very well. Magister is there. Kid Bomba goes in. Best player 1 respecting the damage. Hoon. Magister gets it, but now best player 1, he cannot punish them just because Sawa was there.
Unfortunate. Zia was so close to getting the crossbow of Tank proc off, but Sawa was able to get out of there just in time. I mean, the Ohio Brothers, they are losing out on this Lord. That's such a big swing for Deo's Vault to actually try and turn this around and even up this score. It's a very small lead for the Ohio Brothers, but at the end of the day, that Lord is pushing on their side.
The hesitation was indeed what Zia was feeling right there. He hesitated in going in front and taking the risk in opening his crossbow of Tang, and now he is and his team as well will pay the price. Team Devo have the Lord, and they might go in for taking those inhibitor turrets.
I know what Milo wanted to do. but because of the auto alarm bombs, the position was found out. If not, I kind of felt like the Ohio brothers were just waiting. Milo, you go in, we're all gonna go in as well.
It's a really creative idea. I'm not gonna lie. I love the fact that Mielo has the cojones to make a call like that, right? But now they're on the defensive. They kind of have to be. They have to deal with the Lord Empowered Minions. They're going to lose their mid-tier 1, but they can't afford to lose their mid-tier 2 at the very least. Top side needs to get cleared up, and now we have 104 seconds until the next major objective spawns, and I think that TLB are starting to get a feel of what Mielo actually wants to do in this game.
Continuous pressure indeed is the key for Team Dios Full, because so far we have been pressuring at every possible angle, but Team TOP, every time we have that team fight, as you just said, Lafel, they enter from 2 different angles, and when they do so, sometimes it works, sometimes it just doesn't. What happened? What did I miss?
Damage from Sao. He's almost keeping up with Harvey.
Look, Iggy has a cute face, but believe you me, he's evil.
He is ratchet.
Yeah.
Ratchet is what we call it. Oh my goodness.
He's one of those characters in game you don't want on your team, but at the same time you don't want it on the enemy side.
Neither do you want to have a force of fan for it.
So you just hate him either way.
You just hate him either way. Best player gets the target now. Follows up. Salazar was too late. Hoover in the backside, and Milo gets pulled back into the play. Harvey gets the kill. Super short. Finds Magister. Best player won. You didn't get a target. Best player gets pulled back as well. Zia gets a kill onto Harvey. Now Sunset Lover gets a kill onto best player one.
Replay, bro.
And Zia, you're taking a little bit too much damage. You have to be careful.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Honestly, great awareness from Magister. He realized he was the target of the
Ridley
circle.
instantly
He
followed
quickly
up
starts
the
going in
target
the
that
opposite
he
direction, following along
Then
the rotation of the circle
target was Milo
to pull
he
the
tried to
boy
figure out
away.
he
And
pulled it back,
unfortunately,
he
best player
died.
decided to drop
Harvey
it in the
died
middle of the
somehow.
team.
Best player
Now that
Chuck
his
went back
support
in,
is
and then
way
they
off the
and then
mark.
best player died.
Instantly
Yeah,
goes
how
down.
Zia's playing the safe game so far. He could have made a lot of risks right there. He could have gained a lot out of them. He might have actually activated the crossbow tank and take everyone out, but he goes for the safer route. I think the Lord is going down.
Yeah, but it's going down very, very fast, and Magister is able to secure it, and
They think he's
Sao
literally starting to hurt.
preemptively
On a
using
serious note, he is hurting.
time during to make sure that
He is
no
hurting.
shenanigans happen.
No, he is already
He doesn't even have the fleeting time, right? This is literally Enchanted Talisman. He's also got the Holy Blade as well. Just to make sure, sorry, the Divine Blade, just to be
He is already poking this thing down.
annoying. It's like, oh, Radiant
That's what
Armor? No
coming
big
from the
deal.
back.
Hey, damage, offense
Oh, might
is the
be in
best
a very bad spot here.
He's so bad.
Oh,
He has
this player's
6.4
bad
damage.
spot, but
He's
hit
doing
bomb.
almost just as
I
much
have to watch out for the
damage as
whale.
players.
Harvey's the
Gotta be
target.
infuriated
He's in the middle of
for the
everybody.
Ohio brothers.
And he only died once, so there's no reset for his stats.
Oh, jump.
Oh, but look at this kid, Bomba taking quite a
I
lot
don't
of
think he
damage.
will.
And best player one looks like he's gonna get taken down. Carvey secures the kills.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tower's
it's a little bit
gone.
too forward. Sunset Lover could deal the damage. Mystic Dash coming in from
shit.
Moon just to try to push them away, just to make sure that they
Let's
don't want to
watch.
move
I
forward.
still
But
think they
Magister
get the
is
top.
like, yeah, fam,
It will
I want to
depend on
go
what
in.
the yield
Maybe
is.
not.
Put it that way.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's now a buddy system for the side of the Ohio brothers, right? Super Shark has to
Maybe
be
not.
body blocking. He's body blocking for his boy Zia. Mielo has to cover Moon on his side. Now that best player is down, they have no real means of following up upon engages, even if the time reversal has been expanded early. So now it's about how many inhibitors can you actually save?
Actually, I would say that so far Team
No, you're
TOB,
right.
they managed to defend 2 Lords in a row without even hitting one inhibitor to it, which is a remarkable thing. The game so far is so equal in terms of every statistic in the map, every statistic here on the board with us. Gold-wise, turret-wise,
I trusted you
kills-wise,
enough, you
everything
will carry me, I
looks
guess.
actually...
Okay.
Yeah, I have a... No, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. No.
I'm
Go
just,
ahead.
I'm just saying. I feel
Yeah.
like at this point, the Ohio brothers are getting sick of hearing hood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or yep, every single time. It's so, especially with the auto a lot. Wait, whoa.
Kid Bomba taking the brunt of the damage, and Magister looks like he doesn't want to go in first. I feel like that's a good decision. I think they're just playing around Sao. Sao, do you have your ult? You do, then we're gonna do something about it. If not, I mean, he had it, right? But
Yep.
I feel like they're just waiting for the Ohio brothers to do something first. Let the Ohio brothers make the mistake.
I don't know. It felt like a peace conference. The Ohio brothers walking up into the no man's land. It was Vault lining up, saying hi. You know, discussions did not go well, unfortunately. Hoot once again, and the Ohio brothers said
Okay, look.
no.
Sao 56.
Come
Zia
on.
57. Harvey 58.
Oh shit! This is
Sunset Lovers 32. It's 32.
And imagine that Sao dealt that damage. Most of it was on the gold lane. So imagine being in a landmine actually at that gold lane.
This is so frustrating to watch. I mean, Sao is just getting away with so much right now. Honestly, when you look and compare both teams, there's a lot of similarities between them. It's really great to see them giving each other respect in the same manner, but also in terms of power level are actually very similar.
I'm actually pretty nervous. I cannot imagine how does the players feel like right now. It's so close.
Spatial migration got hit on the Magister. Magister is playing very patiently as a jungler here in Blue. Line Sao, and
that's good.
That's amazing. He forced out the Oh, and now Sunset Lover, he's gonna get caught. And looks like Shark wants the kill. Sunset Lover is able to get out. And Good Bomba is able to leave as well. What happened?
No, they didn't want to keep on ego challenging it. They're like, we've already got them to use their battle spells, their big ults. This is a free lord unless
Do you want to melt it down?
Okay, Milo, you're taking a little bit too much damage. The Lord hurts right now. Best player one. Spatial migration on the Magister, and Hoon is able to hit the Mystic Rush. Now the immortality is up. Hoon gets the kill. But Team Bomba versus a damage on Zia. Corby shuts down Zia. And Sunset Lover gets the kill onto Milo. This is a very big mistake. Best player one. You gotta keep your health. You can't secure this Lord. With this bull, they can get the kill. Garvey! He died, he survived, he got the Lord, and Super Shark's gonna go down. Sunset Lover taking the kill.
How can you miss that retreat?
Oh, but they're bursting this thing.
No, that's really unfortunate.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it either, man.
Who's gonna talk about it then?
Come on, man. This is one of the situations that you don't want to be in, especially
My
for the
lord,
Ohio
my
brothers,
goat.
right? They were sitting
Parliament.
underneath the Lord. During that Lord dance, they were making some good decisions, but with the recent changes, a lot of these members are
If I
getting
can't do it, nobody on the
out
earth
bit by bit, and Fuse Vault got a full reset because they didn't rush down the Lord in time.
5v5. It came down to here. 5v5. Lord coming in, marching from the bot lane. Evolved Lord. It's not looking so good for TOB, to be honest.
Good all the way. Sao 0-1 and 10 doing a lot of work. The Ohio brothers can't find an angle to engage in a fight. This is, I guess, one of Grenadier's counters as well. It's like, you want to jump in, go ahead. And look at all the traps he's putting on the board.
Oh, he's just farming damage, and Shark is doing his best to absorb as many of these as possible.
Oh no, best player one. Even using, oh no, what? A lot of mistakes here.
Yeah.
Oh man.
A lot of mistakes.
My voice is gonna be gone, dude.
The other two are basically going to die in one hit from Garvey. Maybe
No, I mean, like, I
the
can tell my voice is a little bit
part
hoarse.
is
It's
that
just
the
waking
Ohio
up.
brothers are still
Yesterday.
in it. The Crystal's still alive.
Let me just say before the game starts, I said I wanted to see Sunset Lover. I'm not disappointed.
He doesn't disappoint.
He is amazing in all three games.
Oh, he didn't even go
I'd actually say
bleeding,
that. Oh, what was that?
Well, what was Divine Glaive and Lightning Truncheon, baby? It hurts.
And Holy Crystal, he's
Holy Crystal.
going full damage. He's going just
How many viewers
all
are live
in
stream of?
with these
He's
bombs.
He's looking at Sunset
18K.
Lover. I'm the mid laner now.
Oh boy, this is pretty scary. This is really scary considering the amount of damage they have. Even if you do have that
You pick
radiant
up these
armor,
noodles with a
it's
fork,
still
dude.
a substantial
You just
amount,
slide off.
especially when they're all packed
Go
in
into it.
together. Stacks might not necessarily work as well as you think it would, but the Ohio brothers now opening up the map is starting to become quite a pain in the butt, and Magister so far has been doing a really good job at maintaining that front line.
Let's go,
He
Sour!
rise up that board.
Hoot, hoot!
Toot toot. Wow.
It shouldn't be like this.
Yeah, this is not how we do it in Mina.
I'm the carrier now.
Yes, Sunset. I'm carry.
Remember the days of feeding Diggy? This is a different era of Diggy.
Truly. Damage taken coming in from Yellow.
Maybe just give him a retribution at this point.
Right now, the Lord is going to get leashed by both teams, but so far, this Wolf has been winning those races.
Oh, the damage.
So much damage from Sunset Lover.
Wow, wow. Now everyone have to be so careful. Team TOB needs to find that opening. The Lord, I don't think at this moment the Lord is what matters. It matters the fight around that Lord.
Kim Boba flickers forward. But looks like Milo tries to re-engage, but Sawa Hood denies it. Milo gets taken down. Immortality used. Looks like he's gonna survive, but at this point, does it matter? Jill's Volt, it might be a free Lord.
I think it is. I mean, the top side is building up really with a huge wave, and even bottom side needs to be answered. The Ohio brothers have maintenance to do on their lanes before they even think about this. But even for Nero's Vault, they're like, you know what? We might be able to actually get a fight out of this. Let's reset and do this all over again.
He's a predator here. Diggy is a predator.
He's a bird of he's a bird of prey.
In the food chain, Diggy's on top.
Is it 1 second, 0.5 something? Because he's just throwing stars.
I mean, with
He's gonna be enchanted.
yeah,
Look.
yeah, with the enchanted talisman, you can put a lot.
He's still going. Like Shark, like if Shark doesn't have the guiding wind shield,
How much can he spam his first kill?
he can keep on spamming it all. I mean, again, this is enchanted talisman, man, right? This is why this build is annoying.
While they're doing this Lord dance, Dale's Volt is pushing without pushing. The minions doing work. Best player 1 gets 2, but Sawa again denies the crowd control. But who gets a kill onto Carvey? And now looks like a mistake coming in from Dale's Volt. They're playing a little bit too much, and now looks like Kid Bomba is gonna get taken down. But the minions is pushing. They managed to get the inhibitor at top. The Ohio brothers. It's a good thing for them to actually win that fight. If not, it could have been over.
Yep, and now this could be some hope for the NA representatives, right? With this upcoming Empowered Lord, like, it's so important. These death timers are so long. Every single one of these picks are going to be important. Every one of these resources is going to be more valuable. So the Ohio brothers, this might be an opportunity to even the playing field, if not to crack the crystal open.
I would actually feel so bad for Diggy. I would actually feel so bad for Saul if he lost that game. That damage is just insane, man. That's just insane.
Yeah, but right now the Ohio brothers, they have the Lord. They cannot make a mistake. It's 25 minutes into the game. Hoon don't get caught. Zia don't get caught. They're pushing the mid lane inhibitor. They got it. Best player 1 gets Magister, and Hoon right now gets targeted. Sunset Lover is not gonna commit.
Yep. Also, Carvey just came out of spawn, right? So again, the Ohio brothers, Yellow is going to look for a reset. Same goes for Super Shark. But at this point in time, right, they've gotten the big ults, but there's no damage on it. They're looking for an opportunity to actually go for a pick. Devu will not give it to them. Look how tight they are together.
The Lord untouched so far. So far, the Lord is safe.
Yeah, but now Zia taking a lot of damage from Sunset Lover. Yellow is moving forward, but the Lord is going to get taken down, unable to deal damage on the top inhibitor.
25 minutes? We're going for 30?
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of harassment coming up from Zia, forcing people to actually go for recalls because of how much unnecessary damage people have been taking. Look at this. Right? Like, this is frustrating to deal with. Walking up feels like you're pushing through thorns.
Right. They cannot.
Oh, the Super
They wanna
Shark,
engage.
you want to force this out. Milo is not using the penalty zone just yet, and Zia as well, Super Shark taking quite a lot of damage. Perhaps a missed call coming in from the Ohio brothers.
I would actually choose a safer route. I would go there. I would go back, freeze the lanes, and wait for the Lord to come TOP.
I mean, there's nothing else you can really do about it, right? Bot side, there's a huge wave that's building up. The Ohio brothers looking to attack the top side at this point of time, or as you can see, best player, right? Just making sure his presence is felt, making sure that Deusfall has to fight lower ground constantly, despite continuously laying down traps in their own jungle.
Dude, the wave play from Dios Volt is very good. The Ohio brothers, they gotta stack up way more minions to make a difference. And now Milo finds Magister, but it looks like they're not gonna commit.
Oh, Diggy actually has a genius one by now. Diggy is actually going for a full, full damage build, and actually he can do quite much damage, and he is already like doing quite a lot damage. But The Lord at minute 28 is gonna be so hard to defend, but I think that again, and I would say it again. Look at his damage. 128, 30k away from Sunset Lover. His opponent laner. Yeah,
Do you think they're
that's pretty
forced
annoying.
this? I don't think they will.
Dude, he's trying to break.
I don't think they want to.
He's trying to be the MVP.
Yeah, he's
A lot
got
of
farm stats at this
Best
point.
Player got
I think
nuked
that at
there,
least with the
dude.
Ohio brothers, there might be
He
some
got fucking
consideration for forcing
destroyed by that.
Sawo, he
What the
isn't,
fuck
he
did
isn't
that?
going for the Purify anyway, so the initial CC
That was damage.
get that ult out as soon as possible.
Oh, best player finds Magister, but best player took a little bit too much damage, and now even though he has the immortality, he has to be careful. The Lord hurts now. 2 damage coming in, and Magister is still very, very healthy. The Lord.
If Sawa just dies one time
Yeah,
without his
Sunset
ult,
Lover
it's
is
literally
waiting
over.
there. Sunset Lover is
Sawa-
waiting there, but bad
No!
management for that wave. Deers both have to go back to defense. They might just lose numbers against TOP.
Oh my lord.
So sure,
I'm watching Z on the
He can't keep sitting around this Lord. The Lord legitimately hurts 28 minutes
about
into this
it.
game.
So does Sunset
Oh,
Lover.
no.
Look at the damage coming in, and I gotta say, the Ohio brothers, best player one, he wants to engage, but it never looks good when he does. The damage that he receives is a little bit too much. Carvey and Sunset Lover as well as Sawo. It's too much.
It is too much. It's actually unbearable to a point. It's so annoying to a point, but this Lord is gonna be so risky to take. This Lord is gonna be so risky to take.
So look at me.
Oh, what was that?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Pixel Brush.
Show mercy.
Please, when does it stop? Sawo, he's just tapping one
Oh, look at Theo, look at
Oh, circling eagle. We're just gonna dance in the air, and nothing's gonna happen now. Even Magister is able to freeze.
What's gonna end the game is the
He's not
Lord.
gonna be taking a lot of damage. So I feel like just Volt, they're setting up for a bait.
Yeah, actually at this point I think that everyone is watching Diggy play around with his bomb. He's just annoying TOP. He's not letting them go in, but the Lord is about to go half HP though.
And right now the Ohio brothers, they're just seeing stars.
They should.
Oh, Kid Bomba goes in. He wants best player one, but Milo is there trying to re-engage. But both of them are taking a little bit too much damage. Zia is trying to kite all the way through. Milo is able to freeze. Sunset Lover looks like he's able to run away. Kid Bomba gets a kill. And look at Kid Bomba. Immortality use. Sawo again. Just dealing damage. Someone take this Diggy down.
No. Sawo's not gonna let himself die like that. I've never seen him flicker at all. Throughout this entire game, he hasn't really been needing to use his flicker. And now that they've managed to wave down by that bottom side, they have to clear up that mid, clear up top side, and do this all over again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bombs.
Oh!
You're like counting deaths.
Best player versus
Have to, right? It's not like you can ignore the damage coming out from Sawo. Like, even Hood is struggling to walk up now.
Best player one jumps in, is trying his best, but he may have went in way too soon. Gets taken down. Magister secures the Lord, and Super Shark is gonna get taken down. Same as Hoon. Carvey secures the kill, and now Zia trying to 1v5. He gets Sawo, but that's all he's gonna get. Sawo!
I like everyone
He secures the kill, and it's a wipeout.
Oh my goodness. What a game this has been. Yellow is coming back up in about 6 more seconds, but all the rest of his teammates, more than a minute worth of their timer. And Dios Vault, yeah, they're going to start walking in towards that crystal side finally. And even no matter what, Sawo's like, I've done my job.
Sawo
Look
MVP.
at me.
Sawo MVP. Right now, Magister is going to get taken down. Milo's going to try his best. He got Carvey, but it looks like this Volt got that crystal. This best of 3. What a series!
What a series. What an interesting. Initially, game 1 and game 2 were looking like a mirror matchup, but here in game number 3, we have Deo's Ball taking it away. 30 minutes, pushing it for one of the longest matches we have seen thus far. My God, have you seen a nigga do that much damage?
Sawo better be MVP, man.
I mean,
He better be MVP.
That is such a depressing game. Getting poked out in that particular manner, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was a really intense game. I would actually give the MVP with pleasure to Sawo this game. He did deserve that win with that Diggy that I didn't even imagine will go with full damage.
Oh boy, what a matchup between very grueling, very endurance heavy. It really depends how much patience and stamina you have, and this time it's going to be ECA's representatives that comes out on top. But do not worry, there's more matches to be played here in Group D. Especially for the Hire Brothers, it doesn't mean that they're out of the tournament just yet. They have redemption games.
Dude, he is potentially, he can have a specified stat as roamer of doing the most damage. Roamer DPM amongst all of the roamers? Sure, Zorn has TP per minute. The damage per minute from Sao. Oh, Lord. Oh, that was Sao painful. I'm not proud of that one, but you guys get what you get.
I don't know. There's not much to really say about this game, especially once you got to the late stages of it, right? But whoever makes that first move is definitely going to get punished for it. Unfortunately, the Ohio brothers cracked under the, I wouldn't even say immense amount of pressure, but just running out of patience.
This is an impressive team they have this time.
Seeing that, I think we have broke the limit for the highest time match, or like the longest match so far in the series. So I think it was more than 30, but it's supposed to be so.
It's
Sao.
Give it to him. He's dropping the ball. It's like, yeah, feel the pain. Hoot.
Oh my god. MVP of our game. Give it up for Sao with 94 kill participation. Low GPM. But my goodness, we need to have the damage per minute from this guy, because he is topping the charts. We'll see it in the post-game stats, but first, let's have a look at the highlights here. Highlights brought to you by Grab. But man, what a game this has been.
It's gonna be actually so strange when you look at the highlights and what you are looking for. Basically, you kind of want to look for the marksman. You kind of want to look also for the mages. But here you are actually looking for Sao and his perfect gameplay with that Diggy. Corby at this point was doing really good damage, but he couldn't do quite enough to save his team. I would say from an early game loss, but yeah. That was just the damage. When they went in the bush, they found a surprise. It was a party surprise by Sao, presented here by Team Dio's Vogue. Even at some points, actually, I would have said that Gord could have been executed much more better. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah, I do agree. I just feel like he was really overthinking about his positioning, making sure that he doesn't get caught. But trying to position well, it worked in his favor. But I feel like he would have looked better if the engages actually went through. That time journey is a real difference maker.
It's so obnoxious, and he gets it back up so quick as well. Like, what are you supposed to do? Engage instantly.
The engage is good, and Hood was ready to deal the damage, but it's like,
hesitating,
guys, No. It's like, okay, the engage was good, but the engage was cancelled. Hoon already used his Mystic Gush on the targets, but the targets are moving. The targets are not supposed to move.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. We need a stable target when you have that Gord, and this point was the last moment TOP had to live and to live through 31 minutes. Yeah, it is 31 minutes game. TOP fall down to the momentum that Team Dio's Volt have applied upon them. It was a really intense match. It was a really mind-breaking match. 31 minutes. Oh my god.
You want to know what would be a difference maker?
What would be the difference maker?
If this Guinevere was an assassin. If it was a Lancelot, that Diggy would have had no chance. Right? Because the problem with a Diggy is, especially when you're building full damage, you don't have a lot of HP.
I don't know, because then on the opposite side, then Magister would have kind of a free time kind of walking up at you. It's like, look at all that damage.
The Diggy is the problem.
The Diggy is the problem.
Yeah.
You're right. With 31, if the game always drags out to 31 minutes, then maybe there should have been a consideration. But even so, I can't really blame the Ohio brothers, right? This is a really grueling match. Like, at the end of the day, it comes down to who has the resources left after the time journey, and can they make that heroic play? Zia was doing good, consistent damage, but when you needed him to go for an incredible crossbow of tanks, he just could not find him. Devu would not let them have... Oh, man, he's the carry and the forgotten one. God,
185K.
Well, actually, if you're on the side of Team TOP, would you actually care that much about the bombs from the Diggy? Would you care that much to not enter a bush? Would you be that scared?
Yes, if I was Hoon,
if
you would die at 5 bombs.
Look at the difference in damage. Look at the difference.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's the word.
What can you really say about it, right? He's got double the damage of Hoon.
Wait,
He's got
wait.
double the damage. of
Harvey and Sunset Lover. Yeah, they need to combine the damage to beat Sao. And Sao took the least damage. Even
yes.
Harvey and Sunset Lover took more damage.
I'm actually legitimately curious how many times Sawa actually had to use his flicker, because I felt like he barely
saw
touched
one.
his battle spell.
I saw one. At the defense, at their side, he had to flicker, use his ultimate. That was the only one I saw flicker.
That's fair. That's fair. But with that being said, congratulations once again for EECA's representative, Deos Vault. They played well. We saw a good side of them, but we also saw quite the interesting mirror matchup here with NA representatives, the Ohio brothers, right? In terms of like power level, in terms of the way that they play, they were on par with each other.
That lived up to expectations. Let me just say that. That was an amazing series. After the first one, it looked like, okay, maybe this might be a 2-0 because Zia didn't look all that confident. But game number 2 and game number 3, he was confident. He was able to do much. But game number 3, I'll just say, Deus Volt really won the draft.
Would it be safe to say for you, Lafelle, at least, you were looking for Uranus earlier on. Would you look for a Diggy from now on?
Wait, did I say the Ohio Brothers is going to win? The prediction?
Yes, he did.
Let's forget that.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
sorry.
show.
I'm sorry. Guys.
Look, once
Look,
again.
So, these things are out of my hands. The production team, Munton, they keep asking. I said I didn't want to give my prediction, but
That's what he always says. Once again, M5 is powered by Munto and presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Up next is the best of 3 matchup featuring Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls and Singapore's Team Flash. Both of these competitors are looking for some points, especially for the Burmese Ghouls. So stay tuned. The M5 World Championship group stage will be right back.
Let's make the whole world rich fabulous.
This journey is inspired by Chinese.
Look at it. You guys are pretty good. No, you didn't even have that many views on MSC, did you?
I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. You ever get scared of losing, Kitty?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Enemy met.
We are here at Gamers Ace to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea orders, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, the wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 4 bawing, 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 bawing.
Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esports. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go!
Welcome to Empire Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana. Nana.
Best dressed Best dressed Super Marco!
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
I have wandered countless.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Team destroyed a turret double kill.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through. Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
I welcome you to the M5 World Championship!
M5 group stage day 1 was a showcase for the carries. Where we are entering a new era, it is finally time for the junglers to shine again. AP Brand, the Filipino champions, are determined to rile up the home fans with a win against their old rival, Burmese Ghouls. The dreadful Nolan was left open by Burmese Ghouls in both games for Kyle Teasy to take advantage.
It's stressful to see. Oh! AP Brand coming in with the Lord, and they are going to take this series in a 2-0 sweep.
The home team achieved the opener that they'd hoped. Next, Team SMG tapped on family buffs in a quest to take down the Turkish champions. Fireflux rallied on with a great display from TNZ in both games.
The base, Fireflux takes game 1.
With that, the rulers from Turkey are off to a great start in the group of death. Led by 2 veteran roamers,
Managed to take down Lord Down. He's now dancing with Nail.
the match then turned into a back-and-forth contest between Nile and Chibi. Ultimately, it was the Malaysian carry that stood on top. The last match of the day, it was all Onyx from the get-go.
Onyx, they just have that title.
Even luck was on their side.
He died! Will he die?
Oh!
No way!
No way!
No way!
The Sky Kings were way too dominant for the Brazilian robots to overcome. We saw plenty of spectacular jungler plays during day 1.
Always on the way. The enemy is ended. I'm born with talent.
and it will soon be a battleground.
always true to their roots.
All hell is about to break loose as the god of the underworld takes on the undying ghouls. Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M5 World Championship group stage. Getting here, by the way, still joined by LaFell and as well as Yasu to bring you the clash between Myanmar's Burmese ghouls and the champion of MPL Singapore, Team Flash.
And again, we do want to say the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab. It's no secret, it's our official share partner.
So thank you to our lovely sponsors. The M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
Now, boys, there's a lot of moments that even us as casters, we miss out, but you guys at home have been catching it no matter what, because you can find the best M5 content on TikTok. Just search hashtag MLBBM5 and maybe also remember to use that hashtag to share your content and stand a chance to win rewards, because so far people have been catching every little moment these players have been making.
Let me just say, I've been cheating.
You've been cheating?
I have been using TikTok just to get all of those ideas. It's like, I thought I captured everything on cast, but then it's like, oh, they caught something that even I didn't notice.
How?
You guys are amazing. You guys are better than great.
But with today's matchup, the headline is the Underworld Uprising. Can Hades tame the ghouls? This time, we're getting a new representative coming in from Singapore, and it's an exciting time. Even Malaysia had new representatives. Burmese ghouls had a bit of a change themselves, but is it going to be enough? Is this the big change that we've been waiting for from Singapore?
Well, from Singapore, actually, they just had a full best of 7, so they are ready.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Burmese ghouls as well. Even though yesterday, yes, they lost to AB Brand, but come on, they lost to AB Brand.
Come on. Who's really judging them at this point? They put up a really good fight. Even Coach Ducky did give a couple of comments about them, saying, honestly, they're really prepared for the draft, but can Hades tame the ghouls? Because Myanmar and Singapore M-Series results kind of tell a bit of a different story. Consistently, it seems that Myanmar has been taking down Singapore more times than not over the span of 4 years.
Okay, here's the thing. We're in Malaysia. We're right next to Singapore, so we don't want to dump on you, but the only time Myanmar is not placed higher than Singapore is when they didn't go there.
Oh, that's a gut punch.
I mean, like, we didn't do any better. So, you know, it's like,
Surumpun. But honestly, M3 was a very good time for Singapore, right? Achieving 4th place, you know, the last time Malaysia got that was M1.
M1.
It was a long time ago, but Myanmar is consistent, and they always surprise the rest of the world. They're definitely somebody not to give up upon, because as we move into the dawning of a new age, I mean, I don't know about you guys' predictions, but I'm feeling that Team Flash, they've got something in store for us from maybe their draft, possibly?
Even I don't know my prediction.
Well, I cannot actually remember my prediction right now, but I would say that Team Burmese ghouls are warmed up.
I mean, they're more than warmed up. They're ready, and they're hungry for the upcoming points. They might just be given unless MPL SG has something else to say to us. With that being said, to officiate the M5 World Championship, we have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our game. Thank you so much. These are our first responders, Rain, Wilbur, Shun, and as well as Ivan, to make sure that competitive integrity is kept at an all-time high. But with that being said, back from a fateful reunion against a familiar foe, the relentless ghouls return to prove that they have yet to give everything they've got. Rise for the Burmese ghouls!
I don't know about you guys, but I trust Burmese ghouls. I feel like they got this.
The relentlessness. brought the dawn of a new age for Singaporeans' MLBB scene. Now they begin another journey en route to proving that they are better than great. Don't blink or you'll miss Team Flash!
This season is a glow up for Team Flash. They just came from an intense full best of 7.
Now, let's welcome their coaches. From the side of the Burmese Ghouls, Coach Lin Danny, as well as analyst DJ. From Team Flash, Coach Reminiscent, and as well as analyst KZP. These are all veterans in their own right as they arm their players for the upcoming battle here at M5.
Hey, you know what? After the previous game, we saw Diggy. I want to see more. I want to see surprises coming in from both teams.
I told you, you were like trying to get Uranus inside the draft anyhow, but now I think you're gonna go for that Diggy.
Oh yeah, I love that Diggy. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship.
It is a love-hate relationship. But here is the roster. Time for roll call for the Burmese Ghouls. It's Stitch, Nico, Carbon, Lena, and as well as BlinkX. I don't know if BlinkX is going to pick up the Diggy this time round. I'll be real with you.
Hey, you know what? Inspiration comes in many different forms. Some might say the previous match.
Yeah, some might.
Yeah.
Some might. I don't know, because I'm looking at people like Carbon. I'm looking at people like Stitch specifically to make the big difference for the side of the Burmese Ghouls.
And also, we gotta see Nico, because so far Nico has been tumbling on those utility junglers. We gotta see if he has gone to the point where he will use a carry jungle.
I mean, especially when his matchup is against Hades, and not just him. Let's not forget about Vanix, Adamir, Jay, and as well as Lolzy. Lolzy being one of the few players, as well as Adamir, who have competed in an M series before. They are the veterans that help the team through.
And actually, Adamir is one of those players that can help you through the drafting phase. He can adjust to a tremendous amount of heroes like Baxi. I can take us on the XP.
Yeah.
He wanted a Baxi earlier on the XP. Also the Fredrin. So he leaves a room to his team to play as they want in the draft phase.
Well, I mean, if there's one lane that usually has to take the short end of the stick, it's the EXP.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like, EXP at this point is like, not so much heroes. It's like, if Terizla is open, Terizla. They got a 1-1. Oh, yes. Yuzong's been great, and this is our prediction. Who did I choose? Oh, I chose Burmese Ghoul. Oh, it's
wait.
a Burmese
Look,
Ghoul
it's a
table.
streak. No, it's a 2-1 streak.
All of us 2-1. Yeah. Why do we want to stay here for long?
Look, I think that there's a good chance, especially with the way that Team Flash plays, they've caught teams off guard, and that's how they honestly got to the stage in the first place, right? They are interesting, they are innovative, and now that they have stable laners to kind of back up that play style, they might be able to take a game from the Burmese Ghouls.
I do have to say, because 100% win rate on Hades using that Nolan, I do want to see if he's going to get banned. If it's banned out, it's a Nolan. If it doesn't, yes, Lin.
Well, Primus Ghouls at this point, they cannot afford to lose even a single point. Even though we expected to see a full series, I don't think that Primus Ghouls wants to take any other outcome other than the 2-0, a full sweep, to help them through that group stage.
Oh my goodness, even the audience prediction, it's leaning more towards the Burmese Ghouls. The Singaporeans are too realistic.
Oh,
even they believe in Burmese Ghouls.
What?
Come
Come on.
Where's the SG pride?
Be, patriotism, like, patriotic.
Exactly.
Support your countrymen.
And
support Hades.
Yeah, you guys go through national service together as well, so why aren't you as connected with the teams up on these stages? Maybe this could be the time that, well, especially for the Singaporean representatives, to change the hearts and minds of a country or of a nation.
You know what? Maybe I'm just going to channel Singapore, because that's one thing that I like, Gideon.
What?
I like being wrong. And that's why my predictions act like that. So maybe they want to be wrong as well. Maybe they believe in their own curse.
So,
if we trust our representatives, then maybe they can win.
No. So wait. You like being wrong in terms of the predictions.
Yeah.
So when you predicted at the past that the Malaysian teams are winning.
No. It's a learning experience.
It takes some adjustments.
I'm learning who I am as a person, right?
And then challenge it in the right way.
Yeah, let me just say, now that I'm married, I'm learning a whole lot about myself.
It's a whole new world out
there.
there.
It's a whole new world.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since M2, getting those predictions wrong, you were just a baby boy then.
Okay, come on. You're bringing up all the way M2.
Hey, man, you said it was a journey.
4 years?
And learning, yes, 4 years.
He knows your history, though.
Of course I know his history. We room together as we get into the drafting phase here in our second best of 3. Now, let's keep it in mind, ADs, he has a 100% win rate on that Nolan. And honestly, Nico has yet to play a mechanically demanding hero. Hopefully, we might get a bit of a taste of that here in their very first match in this best-of-3 series between Burmese Ghouls on the blue side against Team Flash on the red side.
Seeing Team Flash actually reminds me of the previous game, especially the game where we saw the Fanny gameplay, because Team Flash at Singapore are known for their split bush strategy. So, I don't know, should we expect to see a split bush composition from the early stage, from the first phase of draft?
Well, personally for me, I feel like it's one of those situations where they're hoping that Burmese Ghouls will have one more auto attack to crack the crystal, but don't do it, and they turn it around. Like, that'd be crazy, right?
You know what? I'd rather be lucky than good, so I'll take that. I'd rather be lucky than good. I'm being real with y'all.
Oh, too real. It's too real that it hurts, the reality of it all. But so far, Jordan Boxia have been banned out, and I'm pretty sure that Team Flash don't want luck to be played in this. Ooh.
Phobia's ban, what does that say?
Well, it says that he wants to use a lot of mobility, and after seeing that from Team Burmese Ghouls, it was natural to see a 1-1 being banned after that.
No hesitation.
No hesitation at all. And making sure that they're getting rid of, the big hitters 1-1. I think, Team Flash still very much in the zone, right? They're adapting on the fly. I'm pretty sure that they have their own game plan coming into this draft.
Okay, so it's very interesting. Perhaps they themselves want something like a Nolan, because again, the Phobias actually deals a lot with a lot of these heroes. So I think even looking at here, I feel like they're both discussing is like, this Phobia's ban very early on is very sus.
It is very sus. And I feel with Burmese Ghouls, especially since they are on the blue side, they might be able to snag it real quick. So it's kind of up to Team Flash right now, right?
Are we going to see a Faramis? I kind of feel like we will see a Faramis or an Angela being banned right now, but so far Team Burmese Ghouls are focusing so much on those, like, let's say, leaning toward that shields, right? Yeah, if we look at the Joy shields, if we look at the previous shields also, the Matilda, so I think they are afraid of playing against those shields.
Let me just say, I'm not a big fan of Guinevere at this moment.
Really? Why? What changed? Oh, speaking of which, it's banned.
Yeah, we take her out for you. So why?
Thanks. I appreciate it. Because every time I see her get picked up, I feel disappointed.
Really? Well,
I feel like a dad that my son/daughter got a B.
Well, don't worry, A-star student,
It's an Asian thing.
It's an Asian thing. Don't worry. A-star student Nolan locked in for the side for the first pick of the Burmese Ghouls as we jump on over to Team Flash. Of course, they gotta take the Bruno naturally, but they're also pairing it up with a Valentina. Now, experience is the best teacher if we're talking about A's, because once a gold laner back in M3 with experience, Adamir is now an EXP laner, and I've heard a lot about this, right? During their time, during his time with Evos, was talking to the manager, and they were mentioning he's actually a pretty good gold laner, but he's even more deadly as an EXP laner.
Actually, we have seen the similar situation the last game where I think Zia and also one more player changed their own
Sunset
placement.
Lover,
Sunset Lover. But yeah, now I can tell you that was a 100% premise from the side of Team Burmese Ghouls. But what was I more sure about was the Nolan after you brought it up, because Fuse is one of those annoying picks that you cannot just play against with the Nolan, and you have the Arlet, so everything is justified.
It makes a lot of sense, right? And I mean, these are very good ultimates for the Valentina to actually pick up later. Let's see whether Burmese Ghouls actually want to overload them as we look at the final pick of the first phase for the side of Team Flash. Any predictions on what it might be? Oh, never mind. They've already locked in the Fanny.
You know what? It's a Fanny Day. International Fanny Day. We've been having Fannies all throughout, so at this point... Okay, Brody, I was thinking of like something like a Hilda. Something like a Hilda. Yeah.
I don't mind, because at the end of the day, Brody is one of those heroes who's really, really good. Well, I wouldn't say really good, pretty decent against assassins. Yeah, lockdown stun, able to kite decently well overall, even against dive-style compositions.
Yeah, I think that Team Burmese Ghouls at this moment, they should take more care of their turret, because as I said earlier on, Team Flash are known in Singapore with their split pushing ability. Having that Fanny and also Bruno with his balls, he can just go through all the tours without breaking a sweat.
We gotta talk about Logi as well. He's a catcher. Is it a good situation for him to use a catch kind of hero here? Something like a Gaja, something like a Show?
There's a good possibility for those types of heroes because again, oh, you have a way to get dispel my CC, cleanse that CC. No, suppression tells you no, absolutely not. And I think in this particular case, being able to drag your opponent away might not be a bad idea, right? They get rid of the Hilda. I'm thinking Kata and Franco on the table, not too bad to pull them away from the Netherrealm. It also works.
Question.
Yes.
Even though I'm supposed to be the one answering.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I'll ask the question. Why would you ban a Kufra and the Fanny is in front of you? Like, are you clearing the way for it?
I can actually answer this one because Ballsy plays Kufra pretty often, and also because they're on red side on the second phase, they get first pick, which they're more afraid of them picking it up early on because they're not going to have access to it if they yoink it.
What if this Arla is going to the roam? That's why they don't mind betting on all these roamers.
Right? No. It
Could
would
happen.
Yeah. It would actually work.
Oh, what? You want a Diggy?
You know what? Want a Diggy.
Actually, against the Fanny, I don't think it's that great.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see.
Cutthroat. Kill one Diggy with one slash.
Hey, at least we know that Diggy is forced to go with the tank build and not just build magic damage throughout that match. So, now Jerusalem gets locked in forward to side of Team Flash. Again, this is one of the Adamir specials, right? A stable laner. It's going to be good for him. Let's see whether Burmese schools have an interesting approach to this. That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, you have said it earlier, Rafael. You said when Josla
I think Ixia should be here.
What?
I think Ixia should be here.
Ixia?
It's gonna be difficult going up against this Fanny, but laning phase you're gonna do well against the Bruno.
Yeah, but stable. So, like Ixia cannot deal with Fanny whatsoever at all. She needs to always use the flicker or Wind of Nature.
I mean,
Angela is up as well.
That's a thing, right? But I don't know because their lineup doesn't exactly doesn't scream like, oh yeah, traditional front to back. Right? I actually like this quite a bit.
You do?
Yeah, because again, you have the mobility to kind of try and outplay the Fanny, and more importantly so, if those steel cables happen to be passing by, potentially, I don't want to give too much here. I don't know if the Ruby is going into the EXP lane to try and even up and sandbag against the Charizla, but at the very least, you have answers to it.
What was the last pick? I couldn't actually recognize the way we will see in a bit. Seeing that Trizla is here and knowing that the fact that he will play against the Arlet if there was no changes in terms of the Ruby Arlet situation, and also knowing that there's a lot of damage that can be dealt upon the turrets, I think that Team Burmese Ghouls are actually risking so hard towards that late game on Claude, and also, in the world of Kung Fu, yeah, the speed is all that matters.
Yeah, true. And looking at my notes, apparently Ruby is one of Link X's one of more comfort heroes. So perhaps that's what they're hoping for, is like just use a hero that you're comfortable on.
All right. With that being said, that concludes the draft. I want to get some thoughts on this. What are you boys feeling about both sides? We'll break down the compositions a little bit, but let's see. Where do your preferences lie? Are you thinking Team Flash? Are you thinking BG?
Who cares?
What? Don't worry, he wants to see the action, but looking at the stats, I mean, I have to admit, it's interesting to see this coming out from the side of the Burmese Ghouls, but I think that I'm more of a standard, more straight and narrow guy. I'm leaning towards Team
You
Flash.
say straight and narrow, but you try to put me into a trap. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to give any team an advantage.
It seems you've caught me in my tracks here.
Either way, we're going back. Will the Singaporean representative show up against the Burmese Ghouls, this time showing that M5 is the time for Singaporeans to rise up.
Welcome back to the land of dawn here at the M5 World Championships. We are going to see this bout begin as Burmese Ghoul is going to be on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. It looks like it's going to be a purple start for both sides, and naturally for these assassins. Ooh, using the expert skin coming in from Pink. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I would say actually Burmese Ghouls have to win this game 2-0, if not 2-2, maybe 2-0, 2-1, because this is the only opportunity they have to at least be assured for a bit into this early, let's say, group stage, because they are the only team that played 2 games so far, am I right?
Yeah, and shout out to Carbon using the Starlight skin. If you guys haven't grabbed it, grabbed it for yourself. You're welcome, John.
You're welcome. Shout out to them. Let's look at the emblems to see if there's anything. It looks like it's going to be, actually, a majority going for agility here. Now, what are your thoughts on this, right? Like, Wilderness Blessing has been, well, nerfed a little bit, right, from 15 to 10, but now Now, I'm seeing that a lot of these professional players actually don't mind and taking up the agility rather than going for traditional.
Nosy taking quite a little bit of damage, but you know that's the thing about a Nolan.
Yeah.
Nolan does maybe a little bit too much damage in the early game.
Yeah, they actually need to absorb a little bit more damage than, in the early game stage especially. And I think that this is where the emblems interfere in the early stages more than the late game ones. But Hades, I think that he's looking for someone to just get off the composition or like get off formation. But I would actually recommend him to go for the gold lane, not the XP.
No, I agree. But now looking at their positioning, it looks like they want the turtle.
Yeah, they do want the turtle. And you can see by the timers, the clear speed is so different. With 2 seconds left on the clock before that purple spawns for Hades. Nico, he's going to get his purple pretty soon. Lolzy trying to smother him, trying to slow it down.
What is Adamir doing at the mid lane again?
He's
taking that wave.
He wants to look for a quick, perhaps. Swapping lane with, he swapped lane with Jay so that Jay can get the extra EXP.
I think that both of them could have actually got their level 4 even before that turtle, but they do what they have to do.
I think it's about priority as well, right? Adamir is able to get that initial pull to buy enough time for Hades to actually get his second buff before participating in this upcoming fight. But does Team Flash want to be a part of this?
Right now, Hades goes in. The turtle is going over to Nico. Adamir jumps forward, finds one member of Team Burmese Gold, but First Blood goes over to Hades. And now Nico is in the middle of all of it, trying to get a return kill onto Jay. And looks like Jay is going to get taken down by Carbon. Yes, no, maybe, yes, no. What? Are you serious?
He gets out of there. No.
Hey, I'd rather be lucky than good.
That's true. That's true. Carbon, unfortunately, couldn't wait for the Demon Mark any longer, having to use that Vengeance to close the distance. But the auto attacks, man, he was so very close. And even for Nico, don't get the kill. At the end of the day, they still got the turtle.
Yeah, everything's actually right now quite settled between both teams because Burmese Gold got the turtle, Team Flash got the kill, but Hades can just like make the ties goes a little bit towards Team Flash because of his early game advantage. But let's go and look a little bit on the equipments here. So far, he didn't grab the blade of Heptasis so far. So Fanny will not give them the damage needed, but the Hash Claws is secured for that Bruno.
At least for Vanix, he knows that if Nico does show up, he can try to outplay the situation and buy just enough time for the rest of his team to actually protect him. Nico finishing that blade on the Heptasis is going to be some big burst damage. Wait, hold on.
Adamir is an EXP, but you're taking way too much damage from Nico. And Nico with a fracture gets a kill. He is an EXP, but my goodness.
Honestly, talk about bad timing. Like the blade of Heptasis, it gets completed, Adamir out of position.
Yeah. Yeah, a young assassin, I would say. Nico, he has these like fast reflexes. If I'm not mistaken, he's the youngest in the
we were talking about how Nico was using those utility junglers. He just slipped my mind. Nico's using an assassin.
He's not only using an assassin, he's also the youngest. Like it's all the combinations are coming together. But now the fight.
Hades gets caught. That was a bad engage, but a better attempt from Blinks. He was able to catch a mistake there. Now Lolzy trying to slow them down, making sure that Jay survives. But Hades so far has not been getting any kind of kills. It looks like Burmese Gold is going to secure the turtle.
Oh, he wants to take a risk.
Oh, Hades goes in. Hades steals it away. Lena trying to help his teammate out, Carbon, but I don't think there's much that he can do. Nico gets a kill onto Hades, and Carbon dashing all the way through with the vengeance. And Lena gets a kill onto Vanus, and Carbon still survives. What's going on with this game? And Lolzy double kill for Lena.
Finally to get a kill back. But my goodness, people are getting away with just a sliver of health. And honestly, Carbon played that so well. And the small synergies, the small interactions. Remember, those demon marks actually proc whenever someone lands CC. And BlinkX is just giving him these vengeance resets.
Yeah, if you made me choose between having 3 kills or even more, 4 kills or taking the turtle, I would always choose those 4 kills now. Look here at the items. Everyone got their first item, almost the first item, like a little bit far, no, not too far from the Terizla taking the anti-curse. But yeah, I would say that the core items are secured so far. Adamir using that flicker.
Yeah, flicker forced out, and I think a conversation we need to have. It looks like the Clock of Destiny is still quite meta because we've seen quite a few mid laners still prioritizing that item.
Yeah, I mean, it feels nice when you have that like scaling,
scaling
damage, the extra mana as well
HP
is
as
always
well.
nice. HP, like you feel extra confident, especially when you go for the Blood Wings later on in the game. At the very least, it's like that shield is gonna be big. Wait, hold up.
Yeah, Blinks catches Adamir and Nico taking that advantage, doing quite a lot of damage onto Adamir now. He has to use his penalty zones defensively. He's not even engaging.
Body of the Smith, baby. He's 83 levels down, but the damage, the DR, the damage reduction is always valuable.
Yeah, I'm not used to see that penalty zone being used to escape without having that flicker. He just have to use it over and over and over again, not to engage, but to disengage. Burmese Ghouls are now ahead in terms of everything, not just the gold, even also we can say in terms of the rotation itself. It's working so well for them. They got all the items they need, and now they just need the execution.
Oh, hey, this is not having a good game. Blink X is using this Ruby looking, cosplaying as a Kaja, stopping the Fanny in his tracks.
Yeah, worse yet, I think Burmese have done some very good homework here. They've recognized some of the patterns that we've seen from the side of Team Flash, especially from Hades, because not everybody likes to sit in that particular bush on the top side next to the Beetle. But in the meantime, at least for Team Flash, despite the fact that they're giving away this turtle, they are able to crack a structure down on the bottom side.
I like actually how Carbon is able to clear his lane and always be that crowd control force with his teammates. I think that we might see a fight at the mid lane, but everyone just chooses to fall back. Team Burmese Ghouls, they have a lot of crowd control, which is something to really take care of if you are Team Flash.
At this point, does Hades have to stay away from the fight? Because maybe split pushing is the other option, but so far, whenever he's alone at the side, it looks like he's getting punished.
Yeah, he's getting punished pretty hard. Like, I think Burmese Ghouls are kind of conditioning it to a certain degree, because again, how often do you see Blinkx kind of walk through that lane, right? He doesn't do it too often. He's been going bush by bush to kind of get a rough idea and communicating specifically with Nico to kind of understand the path that most Fannies would take.
Look at Arlott. Actually, if you got a chance to look at his items, this is actually one of the best items so far I've seen during the whole day, because it's taken half items, which is something an Arlott only will do during the game. And here we can see that the split push is working against Team Flash.
And right now, Adamir doesn't feel like a Terizla again, using the penalty zone defensively, but he's gonna get pulled back by Unoffended. And at this point, it's not fun playing a Terizla.
Hey, yo, my guy Adamir, what did you do? What did you say to Burmese Ghouls? It feels like they're specifically like you.
It seemed personal.
Yeah, it feels personal. This is so many times that they've attacked him on the opposite side of the map.
But how can you be losing that much in terms of the macro skills and yet you lose all the turrets down? Bruno was just feeding on the turrets, one on the bot lane, two on the top lane. He's just having fun.
Literally some marrow from the bones here. And for Burmese Ghouls, the question really comes to if you are going to escalate the situation, since you have a 2.7k lead, respectable lead at 9 minutes, they want to double that. They need that 2x. Where do they find this 2x? And maybe it's even more than 10 seconds.
That's a really like good perspective to look from. But Stitch, I think that he didn't even participate in anything. There's 5 kills so far. Yeah, he haven't shown us that not the Hasclaws, the Demon Hunter Sword, also the Golden Staff, his damage. He didn't show us what a Claude can do so far, and I think Team Flash don't want to see that even.
Not gonna lie, I kind of feel like it's kind of the fault of the team. Every single time he wants to join a team fight, it's over by the time he's there.
He blinks, it's gone.
It blinks gone. Whoa. Team Flash, they secured the lore, but Blink's X is there. It looks like Team Flash is trying to disengage, and they're able to do so, but Adamir in the back line. Looks like he's gonna get targeted down.
Not again.
Blinks, Nico, Carbon, this trio. Adamir trying his very best. Can he actually do something with this? Stitch is here.
Okay, now with Stitch, you shouldn't. Wait, no. Hold on.
Let him live. Let him live.
Let him cook.
Let him live. Carbon. Okay.
Are you serious? They just let Adamir go like that? They've already invested so many resources.
They feel bad.
They're human.
They're human.
Well, I think that Hades at this moment could have took Stitch out because he was in a really good position. Also, he had the energy enough to go inside, but they go for the safer route. And also, by taking all those turrets down, why not just take a fast lord?
Yeah, honestly, that was a very good call. Like, I would not make that call. Like, losing, and then it's like, hey, Lord's up. Let's just back off. No, it's like they actually got the Lord. That's very brave.
That actually reminds me of a game, KBG at the wild card. All the numbers are going for the other side, but yet the other team is the one who's winning.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Against Keep Best Gaming, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting match as well. But I feel like comparatively, when we're looking at both of these teams, honestly, it kind of feels like a very standard game. Like both sides have strong fundamentals.
Ooh, Hades again gets targeted down. 1-3, no, not a very good start for the Vanny here, and Adamir gets pulled back. It's a nice ult, but all just to give a kill to Nico. At this point, Adamir he's channeling Romer energy.
I don't know what he posted on social media, man. Like, why is he getting targeted so hard like this? It feels like, at least for the Burmese Bulls, they've been kind of switching it up a little bit. Like, initially it's split pushing, and then now they're rotating together.
Yep. Stitch got a kill. I was just looking at Lozi's like, what are you going to do? And now Vanix as well as Lozi trying to protect the mid, but it looks like it's going to be unprotected. Burmese Ghouls gets the mid lane turret.
Burmese Ghouls actually, even though they are supposed to be the one in lead, the team, if you look at the map right now, it's mirrored. You have two mid lanes, two mid lane turrets, and all the inhibitors, and on the other side it's the same thing. Even though you are ahead in the gold, even though you are ahead in the kills, though you are like leading the game, you are not actually leading anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're waiting for that big cash out at the end of the day, right? Ooh, Lingex almost landing the I'm offended here. And now, the denial of the purple buff. Finally, we're getting to see some moves.
I kind of feel like Hades seen this coming. It's like, guys, it's okay. I don't think I'm going to get the purple buff.
I can live with it.
You guys try your best.
The house is on fire, and he's like, it's all good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
The casual Fanny experience.
The casual Fanny experience. But here's where it's all going to come down to. This next upcoming Lord is going to predetermine whether or not an inhibitor turret is going to stay alive, and Burmese Ghouls not going to make this easy.
I think that's an inhibitor turret, actually. I think that's an inhibitor turret.
Yep, right now Hades is just pushing, and Lozi's trying to slow them down. He's trying to catch Fanny, but even without a purple buff, it's going to be enough.
Those steel cables cover a lot of distance, and Team Flash more than happy to trade an inhibitor turret for basically nothing because Burmese Ghouls had to reset the Lord.
I hate to say that I am right. I told you that Team Flash will bring up something around that split bush strategy, and so far they haven't been doing literally anything but split bushing.
You know what? Adamir is the reason why they could do it. He grabbed so much attention.
The silent MVP.
It's like, look at me. Like, this is a true EXP laner where you're sacrificing yourself just to get everyone at, hey, he's doing his job, all right? 77,000!
His new moniker, Adamir, the Sponge. Known for soaking and a one-shot from Hades! Holy!
You know he's been waiting for so long to do that.
He must feel so good. This is like a sigh of relief of like, yes, I'm still relevant in this game.
He can still do assassin works though, like he's not only about the bushing. He can take someone out.
Yep, and now the Lord, 22,000 HP left. I kind of feel like what Team Flash is hesitating on is because where's Nico? Where's Lina? And now it could still be used by Blink X, and they're unable to catch that. It goes in! But Blink X was able to use Don't Run Away Wolf King to disengage.
Nicely done, nicely done. But now Jay is getting attacked, right? And now Carbon has an ally angle.
Vanix is getting a free hit from behind, and Lina already having to use the Nether Realm. But look at the Lord. Can Hades secure it? Yes, he can. And now Carbon's taken down, and Team Flash in a flash.
What
grabs the
the fuck?
game for themselves.
Yeah, I mean...
and a pause comes in.
And a pause comes
in.
Well, this is a good time to talk the fact that Adamir was manhandling like 3 to 4 people down by the enemy jungle.
I think that this was the only time Adamir did use the penalty zone, and it was relevant to his teammates.
Dude, it's like, Adamir just like, guys, just wait. All right, just wait.
Just be patient.
I'm just, you know...
Let him cook.
I'm buying time. Yeah, let him cook. He's cooking right now.
Oh, man. Looks like there is some technical issues going on with Lolzi's phone. Don't worry, our marshals have got it under lock. And luckily, it wasn't at a big moment, like in the middle of a fight or something like that.
Lowell, even though he's having trouble, he's still having fun. He's smiling and everything's like, did you guys see what I did?
guys. 4-man G Kundo.
Yeah.
Come on. Compliments all around.
And then the Marshal's like, oh, Leo, Naisu is there. Oh, they're showing their cats.
Wait, is Midnight showing Manjin?
That's his pet? That's his pet? Sana all indeed. As we see the fans up by the stage side, they are ready to see this match under its way. But man, it's great to see that at least here in the Philippines, people are coming down to support, even though it's not their own country members playing up on stage. You know my personal fear?
What?
I'm worried they're holding up the signs, and I said what they wrote, and I'm not supposed to say what they wrote.
Well, actually, I was like letting that part for you guys because I know that I have an expert in translation, so I was kind of letting those signs for you.
My life is a lie. I'm just pretending.
You're still seeing shadows in your room?
Like I said, I'd rather be lucky than good. All of those translations, inspiration by God.
Inspiration by God.
Oh, yeah.
All right, with 2 minutes left on the clock, let's see how much more inspiration is going to be coming to you. But I'm happy to see that at the very least, right, Team Flash having supporters up in that front row to make sure that they're motivated to win this game. Because again, most people have doubted, and even the audience prediction doubt that Team Flash might take this game. But considering how it's going, it's kind of looking good.
It actually takes me off guard every time I see a family supporting a player. So seeing the front lane all, they look like a family. I wish we can confirm that at some point, but
I think it's Hades' family.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, it just shows me how much there is like communication within the families themselves. They appreciate every moment their son have.
Yeah,
it's good.
I'm just wondering, do all of these like lovely families just don't buy milk?
What? Why?
No, it's
why milk?
It's a joke. I'm not gonna explain it here. We're jumping into the game.
Okay, maybe this is like beyond.
You get it, right?
Yeah, but maybe this is like beyond my.
No. It's good that you don't know. The fact that you don't know shows that you're better than great.
Yes,
I'm better than great.
You're better than great.
Okay, so do you know also what's better than great? Going back to the game,
yeah.
is that whenever I saw Ruby actually being executing her second ultimate, she doesn't only stops Hades, she also stops Lolzy from using any ultimates whatsoever. There's no way of the dragons. There's only one way, and that's the Blink's way.
As we see, I mean, I think Blinks has been doing a really good job, but how far can they really go?
One touch.
One touch. And they've also got another inhibitor here. BG are looking to scramble, but right now, Team Flash are really patient with this.
Yeah, and speaking of patience, Lolzy as well. He keeps saying, it's like, where's my opportunity? Where's my time to shine? But Hades is finding the light. He's like, okay, I've had enough. You guys have been having too much fun. Stop. Let me give you a bit of a cut through. even Nico felt I was like, whoa. My friend, Habibi.
This is just a video game. Let's calm down here for a moment.
Adamir gets caught. Nothing you can do. Lina gets the killing spree. Jose catches someone, but the Netherrealm is there to deny of the kill. And Vanix, he got caught. There's no way for him to go. But look at Hades. Hades trying to push. Can Hades really do anything? The Blink X is there. I don't really think so. Hades has to disengage, but double kill for Carbon, managing to get Jay.
He is almost the last man standing, but he took that last inhibitor turn, and oh my god!
Oh, I need new pets.
It's just, he's gone, disappeared. Tier 2 is now gonna fall with inhibitors on all sides already open. T-Flash, they just gotta defend this. BG, they want an inhibitor back.
Okay, Burmese ghouls.
Retribution.
Hades tries to find an angle. Lolzy, a lot of knockups. He didn't get a catch, but he delayed it. He made sure that Burmese ghouls couldn't end it.
Yeah, which is good, because again, Team Flash are still in a pretty prime position. This is a relative low kill count for Team Flash itself, but if we're talking to like macro, in terms of structure as well, it seems that Team Flash really have a little bit more of that polished But Burmese Ghouls, those team fights, the comms between them is immaculate.
Yeah, it's actually remarkable that Team Flash knows their priorities, and their priorities is actually the best priority in the game, which is taking turrets and going to that base directly. I don't think that they will even care about that team fight. They might just keep split pushing, making them busy, preventing them from recall, and that's it.
And right now, the Lord is targeted down by the Burmese Ghoul. Hades is not going to join the fight. Nico secures the Lord. And looks like the NetherRealm has been used by Lina. Team Flash could not get there in time.
No, they couldn't slow it down any more than they could. And you can see that the Burmese Ghouls, especially with Stitch, maxed out on his items, helping out, and max Art of Thievery as well, just melting the Lord.
Oh, but Blake Sex is there. Lolzy still wants him. He got him. And now the immortality has been used. Blink Ice is going to get taken down. Killing spree by Hades. But Stitch goes in. He finds Lolzy. But a good penalty zone coming in from Adamir. Catches Nico. Catches Lina. And now Nico is down. Vanis in the back line going up against Carbon. Carbon, you're alone. There's nothing much that you can do. And looks like Team Flash is winning this raid. Lolzy goes back in final slash. Gets a kill over to Stitch. And now Stitch against it. Oh my God, Stitch gets the kill, but Adamir returns it. What a fight by both teams.
Oh, the scramble was actually nuts there. Vanix was able to hold his ground just in time, but that means that Lina is the only one standing, and the Lord is pushing right in towards the Crystal. Team Flash have the numbers to hold back, but this buys just enough time to at least Burmese Ghouls ensure that they don't lose just yet.
Yeah, they get the opportunity to make that defense possible. Team Flash get a taste from what Burmese Ghouls are just hiding. The damage output from Team Burmese Ghouls is just ridiculous, to a point that Stitch almost got a Maniac there. He had a lot of damage. Almost all of them were 0 HP, running and playing on the edge, going to the innocent replay to see what happened in the Land of Dawn in that top lane. It was messy. Brought to you by Kadia. We will see here that Carbon was in a really bad position. Everyone was gambling with their lives. Look at 0 HP. Carbon managed to get that kill, but Hades just continues and gets also the kill. Hades goes down, but Adamir comes with one hit, takes that Stitch.
We need a montage of how many times Fanny's tried to get that kill on that like very low HP guy. Could not do it.
You're giving social department too many ideas.
Socials.
Way too many ideas. We'll see. We'll
Fanny
see how many
montage.
times. We'll see how many times that Fanny is going to get picked up into the rest of the tournament, right? Because I feel like as soon as we start getting into those knockout stages, it's going to get harder and harder, right? Now, Magic Sentry used on the top side, as we look at the items so far, the core items have already been built, and we're starting to get to the point where at the very least you need the economy to start juggling your items.
Blix actually catches Vanix. Now a lot has been used. Adamir jumps in, and Jay is able to protect his team. Lina gets taken down by Lolzy, and Vanix, the important thing, he survived.
Well, not in the way that Team Burmese Ghoul would have wanted this to happen. What I saw Adamir does right there, it was almost a Maniac for me. I don't know what happened to prevent it. I need to watch that again, but it was a Maniac for me.
It happened so quick, and Lina being targeted despite all the chaos that was going on, just well done from the side of Team Flash, right? If you look at the damage now, Jay has been doing a phenomenal job.
And right now, the Lord has been started, is leashed by Team Flash. Lolzy finds the target, finds Blink's X, but is that a good target? The final slash used by Carbon. Now Carbon taking a lot of damage from Vanix. As long as Vanix is not touched, the damage coming in from this Bruno, Brew hurts.
Bad wave management. Team Burmese Ghouls are now Barret in minions.
Can't do much here, and I think that Team Flash might just be looking for another fight, right? Hades, he's below 50%, he's just gonna top back up, and Team Flash, they don't have to do much, right? They just have to whittle down the Burmese Ghouls time and time again, because there's no inhibitors on their side. They can take their sweet time with it.
Yeah, and like Yasu said, look at the minions. The minions are just pushing. Burmese Ghouls, they have to make a decision.
Yeah, just need Hades to make one cutthroat, and he will cut his way through that base.
Now the Lord again, started by Vanix, Adamir, as well as Jay. Hades is there with the Retribution. Stitch goes in, finds Adamir doing a little bit of chip damage. It looks like Burmese Ghouls, they don't want to show their face, and Team Flash, they're really playing around with the Lord.
As I told you, it's not the Lord at this point is not important. It's the split bush for Team Flash.
Let's see if I can get it down, because right now Burmese Ghouls are high alert, right? They're maintaining, so close coming out from the side.
Oh yeah, I was holding my breath.
He almost got it there. Wait, they saw that, right? They saw Hades go into tricep.
Yeah, they did. They definitely did.
Okay, they push him out once again, and the dance continues.
Yeah, and look at Carbon. Carbon is not in the fight because he has to manage the lanes, and I don't know, I kind of feel like Team Flash can take that advantage knowing that Carbon isn't around to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and Arlet isn't exactly the greatest wave clearer in the world. I mean, he has a short cooldown on his ult, but that only goes for so long, right?
What actually comes to my mind right now is the Fanny showing on map, and Vanix is the one split pushing, and that would be a clever move.
Oh, Stage doesn't feel good to go up against a Valentina that has damage.
I'm surprised that he took the BMI in the first place. Like, what? He could have died there. I mean, he's on a tightrope already. I don't know how many times he can play like that before he's gonna get punished once again. We're already past 60k in terms of gold, and Team Flash is still waiting for Burmese Bulls to crack under the pressure.
Speaking of pressure, I think Nico and Hades is very stressed right now. Like two assassin players thinking about using the retribution. I mean, if this was a Fredrin or a Boxer, it's like, yeah, I can do this all day.
I can sit under. I
mean, like, now that the Lord has changed,
now that it's changed, it's a little bit awkward to do so, but here we go. Let's see what the Blink X can actually find this. He sees Hades.
Yeah, conceal.
Oh, he finds Nico, but Nico is able to dash out of there.
Again.
But look at this, Blink S catches Hades, and now Vanix still doing free damage. Nico from behind Vanix gets taken down. Jay gets taken down. Nico gets a double kill. Can Nico get a triple here? Lina gets a kill onto Vanix. This is a disaster for Team Flash, and looks like it's a complete wipeout.
Oh, after everything that has happened, at least with the Burmese Ghouls, minutes on their death timers, it's time to proxy this wave and walk it down to the crystal.
Imagine how it feels right now for Team Flash fans waiting those seconds. They know it's inevitable. It's just a matter of seconds until the game goes to Burmese Ghouls.
Oh, this is going to be so frustrating after everything. Team Flash just a little passive on it, allowing Burmese Ghouls to weasel their way back into the game.
Well, either way, good game by both teams, but Burmese Ghouls takes game number 1, and looks like it's back to the drawing board for Team Flash.
Yep, I mean, we really got to see the identities of both of these teams. It's clear that the macro is a big focus for the side of Team Flash. But then if we cut on over to the Burmese Ghouls, the way that they team fight, the communication, especially during these scrambles, is a lot better so far. But we'll see whether that changes in game number 2.
Well, I can say that Team Burmese Ghouls right now are one step into the right direction, because if they made it right now to the match point, if they took this next game, it will look really good for them in the group stage. We were talking about if they lost 2-0, they still have a chance. If they lost 2-1, there might be also a chance. But right now, they are having the better odds.
Let me just say, this is one of the moments where I'm very happy I'm a caster and not like a manager, coach, or analyst, because that was a fun match, but probably not so fun for the supporting staff there, because woo, that was a close game.
Yeah, some of them might be pulling out their hair. Some people are just going to be so stressed. I know I would have been really stressed out.
I'm stressed.
It ain't easy being a part of a team, but more importantly, it ain't easy, especially when you got assassins not wanting to lose the most important objective on the map.
Do you know, we have spoken a little bit about the players, maybe the staff, and also here as casters, we might get nervous, but imagine how the viewer feels like, because he just came from a 31-minute game to a 25-minute game. It's devastating.
Well, it's time. Let's have a look at our MVP. Coming in from the Burmese Ghouls and brought to you by the Republic of Gamers. Give it up for Blink X.
Dude, I gotta say, I gotta learn from this guy how to stop a Fanny.
Yeah, well, look, I will tell you how to stop Fanny.
Sure.
He always waits for that cut through. He always waits until, and actually he sticks with Stitch.
Yeah.
Right. He waits until he goes in and with a cut through. Also, all his flickers were on point, because sometimes it wasn't only about stopping the Fanny. It was also about suppressing. Actually, it isn't suppression hero, but he suppressed every attempt that Lolsi had to do.
He made it look easy.
well, I don't know how easy it actually was because it's one of those things where even his flickers are kind of like, it feels questionable, and then you realize he's actually found a choke point in the middle of these neutral fights, right? Which is not easy to do. He has the foresight to put himself in these types of situations.
Yeah, they were falling down. Team Brim's Ghouls were falling down to the strategy that Team Flash had to bring up, the split pushing strategy with the Bruno and also with the Fanny. But here we see the chaos that happened and took place in the land of Dawn. Here it happened, and here it finished for Team Brim's Ghouls. Was that the wiped out one? No, it wasn't the wiped out one. But it was just one step into the right direction. Hades with their shutdowns over and over again. It was so hard for Team Flash to come back from that.
Yeah, I think that honestly, the good, strong points of Team Flash is their macro, right? Their decision making is actually really good, but when it comes down to like a couple of these executions, once it gets real messy like this one, then it gets really, really hard. Like Lolzy had a good idea. I'm gonna kick Blink X away, and then cut to Blink X actually stopping Hades, slowing him down just enough so that the rest of the team can collapse and take out Hades, so they basically win the fight. And even if the fight extended, they basically got the Lord.
We got to talk about Nico as well, man. He's performing so well on this Nolan, and I got to say, if I'm Hades, I'm not feeling Daijobu right now.
I'd be feeling pretty upset with the overall match, right? And it's not because of his teammates, it's more so the fact that the Burmese Ghouls are kind of brick-walling him in a lot of these situations.
For me, actually, it was an equal match until the very end, and I think that Team Flash, in terms of the macro skills, have shown us that it doesn't matter how many kills you get in the early game. It's just about how good you get, how good can you use the best out of it. So, Team Flash, there's for me at least, there's nothing that they could have done better than they already did. Yeah. So, Team Brim's Ghouls were just, and that's the fact here, we're just better.
Dude, the MVP Blink X, a big issue.
Yeah.
When he says it's one of his comfort heroes, he proved it.
He wasn't kidding. He wasn't messing around here as we look at these items, right? And again, we are seeing a big difference. Like, most people are going to believe that, hey, we look at Jay, that's supposed to be the build, the go-to build. It's cost efficient, it has everything that you want inside a mage. And then we cut back over to Lina and it's like, wow, it feels old school.
And at a certain point, Faramis actually sold his boots to go for a full damage setup. So Rich guy here, who's also the carry, who's also the most dangerous for me, was Stitch, but the forgotten one, of course, he wasn't forgotten at all. He was the MVP, and he was actually behind everything that the carry and the Rich guy did. Stitch, as I told you, it wasn't only about waiting for that Fanny, it was also about taking that show out of Stitch's way.
Looking at the damage dealt so far, I mean, Stitch has been doing a really, really good job overall, but close second is going to be Lina, who catched up pretty quick. I was expecting Nico to have a little bit more damage overall, but truly, he was giving respect, right? He doesn't want to necessarily engage onto Vanix in an open area. There's still a lot of ways for Vanix to outplay the situation, but more importantly, Lolzy can be a bit frustrating to deal with.
It's gonna be so hard actually for Team Brim's Ghouls if they went up against a split pushing strategy again, because it seems like this is one of the strategies that one of the biggest teams, most of the biggest teams cannot play against until like you see split pushing being because so far in the tournament we haven't seen a team that plays on a split pushing strategy that gets actually stopped from doing what they want.
Let me just say, one thing is that Burmese Ghouls did not allow two players to play. They didn't allow Adamant to play. They didn't allow Lolzy to play. They made it feel like a 3v5.
Oh, right? I felt the burn.
Yikes.
That's like, no, it's a good thing for them to make sure that Adamir and Lolzy was a non-factor. That was a big part of it.
That is totally true, and I don't know. There's a lot of things that need to be adapted, but in the meantime, all these teams are going to discuss. Let's throw it up, down to Reptar. What are you doing? What's going on with you?
Well, what's going on with me, Gideon, is I have a very special guest here with me, the host of the MPL Singapore, Cheryl Yo! And, all right, I just need to adjust something real quick. There we go. All right, a little bit of leg strength for me. So, Cheryl, you were awarded, actually, the best talent of MPL Singapore Season 6. Can you let us know, how did that feel for you?
It was something that I didn't anticipate, but of course I could only get that title with the help of our fellow talents back in Singapore who are probably watching right now. They are the ones who actually coached me to learn more about the game and
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I can actually feel my phone buzzing on me right now. I feel like they're all going nuts. Like, hey, oh my goodness, that she's here. And so, how has your experience in the Philippines been so far? When did you arrive?
I arrived on 2nd December and I spent some time with the team. And fortunately for me, rather, I've been to Philippines many times. I love the islands. Yeah, I've been to Boracay, I've been to Palawan, El Nido, Cebu, Malapascua, and of course Manila itself. My favorite is Tagaytay.
Tagaytay, yeah. Oh, so you love the mountain vistas, all that?
Yeah, I love the nature. And you guys got it all here.
That's true. We have it all here in the Philippines, and you actually mentioned a lot of places I've never been to myself. So now you just gave me like a checklist of places I might want to go to.
They're just absolutely beautiful. You should.
Yeah, okay, I will. I'll take your word for it. So, how do you feel seeing your countrymen up on stage competing here in the M5 World Championship?
I'm just incredibly proud because Singapore was so small, right? And oftentimes we have people overseas who are kind of doubting Singapore. So I feel that it's okay. It's okay to be the underdog, but we will show them on stage, what we can do.
Yeah, and we saw glimpses of that in game number 1, and of course the amazing performance of Team Flash when they won the championship over there in MPL Singapore. But for a moment, Cheryl, we will have to get back to you because we even have some more awesome special guests here with us. Cheryl, actually, would you care to do the honors to introduce everyone?
Right, so honestly guys, if you think that Hades doesn't have his blue buff earlier, it's okay because Hades does have his buff right here and it is his family. So here guys, I have Hades' family beside me right now. Amazing.
Alright, magandang hapon po. Or anong oras na nga ba? Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Can you care to introduce yourself to our international audience? Ano po mga pangalan nyo at ano po relasyon nyo kay Hades?
Ako nga po pala si Jason, kapatid po niya.
Alright, that's Jason, sibling of Hades, his brother.
May ate niya.
Hello, ako naman po si Andy, ang kanyang papa. Ang mensahe sa anak ko, kahit anong mangyari sa laro ngayong gabing to, proud na proud ako sa iyo, Hades.
Yeah, that's Papa Andy, and of course, sister May, correct? Ate, that's her, Hades' older sister.
And my name is Dave, and I'm his cousin.
You're a cousin of Hades, Damien. All right. What about the people behind you guys?
Hi, I'm Roseanne, cousin of J-Mark.
Cousin. Oh, by the way, yes, that's Hades' real name. His name is J-Mark. At ikaw ba?
Ako si Jock, #1 fan niya.
At #1 fan ni Hades. Alright. Siguro isa pong tanong para kay Papa. Ano po yung mga ginagawa niyo para suportahan si Hades? Of course, naging OFW siya eh. He's playing abroad now. Paano niyo siya sinuportahan? How did you support Hades while he was playing abroad?
Lagi akong nanonood ng games niya. Kung wala man siyang laban, yung ibang team naman natin sa Pilipinas, sa ibang bansa, nanonood din na. Nahilig na rin ako manood ng hindi lang ako, pati yung bomba namin. Nakasuporta sa kay Boss Munton.
Alright. Maraming salamat po. Hindi lang po sa pagsuporta nyo, of course, kay Hades, but for your support for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. He mentioned he became a big fan of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports because of Hades. Round of applause for Hades family here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here today. Cheryl, a message for the Singaporean fans. They're looking at you right now. She's a representative here in M5 along with Team Flash. What's your message for our Singaporean fans?
Guys, things might be looking rough right now, but even though we're off home ground in the Philippines, don't forget, we have Hades, and this is Hades' home ground. So hopefully we'll rub off a little bit on that Philippine buff right here for Team Flash, so fingers crossed.
All right, thank you so much, Cheryl. Okay, since you are a fellow host as well, could you care to take the honors of throwing it to our casters?
All right. So as Queen Mara does it, casters, paso.
Well, I would like to thank all the families supporting their sons, daughters to chase their dreams. I would also like to thank my own family as well, especially my mom for being my #1 supporter since day one. So it fills me with a lot of emotions, and it makes me overwhelmed actually to see the families supporting their own kids there up on stage. They are now grown-ups. They are now young men chasing their own dreams, and they might just take it.
They might just. This is
I
their
didn't prepare
moment.
something that wholesome.
Me neither. But
I was
at the end of
just
the
about
day,
to say it. Like Redmar was taller than I thought.
He was.
Cheryl is about my height.
Is she? Is she?
I mean, with the heels, and then I'm like, oh, Redmar's not that far off. Hey, congrats, man.
Congrats indeed. But it's time to get back into these games here because this is going to be an important match, especially with family on home soil as well. Team Flash are looking to even up the score against the Burmese Ghouls, who had their own journey, struggles to get here. Every one of these competitors have struggled to get on that stage, and now it's to make people proud.
The question is, if the Ruby isn't picked up in the first 3 picks, will it get banned? Because that was dirty.
I would rather actually ask the question, will the Fanny be picked again?
I don't think so. I think they're going to revert to something a little bit more standard. I think they might even revert to, well, maybe even tank. But then again, who knows with KZP at the helm there with his
Okay, now I'm missing
experience?
Lancelot. Come on.
That's the thing.
I'm missing Lancelot.
Where's the tank Salot, right? Something that's a good hybrid, a good in-betweener.
And also, do not forget that Nico, the one that we knew for utility heroes so far, was the one playing the Nolan. So you might see a lot more surprises that you can expect.
Exactly. So we don't know the entire arsenal just yet. That's why these drafts are so important for a lot of these teams before we even get into the game. But with that being said, it looks like Game 2 is about to kick off here. Let's jump into the drafting phase.
And again, looking at the drafting phase, we have to see because both teams with the bans are kind of showing a lot about what they want. Will the Phobias get banned out again? And if it does, Nolan and 1-1 are very favorite picks.
Yep, let's see here. Let's see if there's going to be some really big tells amongst these picks and bans. And once again, we are seeing Baxia, we are seeing the Wanwan get banned out from the side of Team Flash on the blue side, up against the Burmese Ghouls have immediately banned out the Joy on the red side.
So far, I think that there is nothing that catches my eyes because we have been, at least today, we are used to see Joy at the ban phase, especially at the first phase. And 1-1 as well has proven with, was it Zia? I think Zia played it really good, and he almost flipped the game multiple times. So having that Nolan bans mean that Burmese Ghouls are afraid to see Flash play Nolan, and not just that, Nolan is one of the best assassin heroes in the current meta.
Want to know one of the things that I might do crazy enough? What? Ban out something like a Faramis and then first picking that Bruno. Because Bruno has been so good this entire tournament. I mean, sure, no longer 100%, but still, Bruno's pretty good.
Very dominant indeed.
Yep,
And I mean,
Faramis banned.
It looks like you were
If they take
reminiscent.
Bruno, then I'm buying you coffee. If they take Bruno first.
Boys, quick! Select the Bruno first pick, Team Flash! I need the coffee right now, man!
You're doing game 4?
I'm doing game 4.
All right,
yeah,
you
he
need
needs coffee.
Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, this is going to be their last man for the very first phase here. They could anticipate this, right? They could go for the Gwyn ban, but there's a good chance that Team Flash is going to pick it up if it gets let through. It's one of those either do if you don't, but let's just not deal with it at all.
Okay, so at this point, they're really taking the time, probably really considering, do they want to go for the Gwyn ban? They banned out the Matilda, so the Gwyn is open, but again, not a big fan of the Gwyn first pick at the moment.
Gwyn damage, let's go Hades.
Yeah, you know what? Damage, yes.
Gwyn damage.
Damage, yes.
Come on, come on. Or just first pick Bruno.
Yeah, maybe Bruno coffee.
Come on, I want it so bad. 32
and then they just pick up a Valentina.
They just go for the standard
I think
stuff.
it's a Valentina though.
It might just
Wait, Arlet is open as well if they want to go for that.
I think it's...
no, okay, maybe not.
As a first pick?
It's fine, but I don't know if it's something that Adamir really wants or maybe even Lozi really wants.
I think Adamir is more than capable of playing it. Lozi, I'm not so sure, because then it has been a while.
Well, Guinevere have been stopped earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think they, somehow the teams saw enough Guinevere that they know how to deal with it by now.
Yeah. The spatial migration is That's the reason why people didn't pick it up, and then Munton changed it to make sure that when your spatial migration goes in, there's a mini stun. But now, even with the stun, it's not enough. People can still avoid it.
I think more people have adjusted towards it. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but in most cases, you're not going to build it a very carry damage-oriented style, right? So here we go. Bruno gets locked in from outside of Burmese Ghouls. I think that was, a no-brainer at the very least. Let's see what's going to be the second pick. I mean, Valentina is still... This guy.
If this is a Queen jungle,
Oh, it's gonna
Diggy Bruno is gonna hurt.
Diggy Bruno. Diggy, I can't.
Sao changed me.
I feel bad.
Sao changed me. Yeah, I would feel bad as well. Sao changed me.
You guys are Sao pilled already, man. Yeah. With Arla already locked in for the side of the Burmese Ghouls, we still have a good flex pick for them. Now, coming back to Team Flash, they need to kind of complete the first phase. And so far, I mean, for the majority of the time, at least for gold laners, right, most kind of struggle overall against this Bruno unless they get a little bit of help.
Well, actually, I will say it that way, but I don't want you to actually take it from me that way. Look, you will understand once I say it. So, I would recommend Diggy for Team Burmese Ghouls, and not just because Sao made a really good play with it today, but because it is the pick that can annoy all the heroes in the current, let's say, setups that the teams are doing at the M5. The crowd control, depending on the crowd control, I think that the Diggy is kind of solution to almost everything by now.
But I would say now is a good ban to ban out the Ixia to make sure that you win your lane.
Exactly.
Right.
I think that at least for Team Flash, they took the safer route. They could have immediately locked in the Ixia and kind of given up on the mid lane altogether, right? But that's the thing. The mid lane is such a narrow hero pool that's viable for them.
It's the center of everything.
It is the center of everything, but you would have imagined that at least like the viable options would be bigger, right?
Well, look. We are going now into the second phase of draft, and for the side of Team Burmese Ghouls, I think they will focus more on the gold lane. I would totally agree with you about that Ixia, because if Ixia on the side of Team Flash and they get an area crowd control, basically Ixia is out. But Team Burmese Ghouls, Team Flash on the other hand, they secured the mage, so they have to continue pressuring that mage.
Something like a Novaria,
Lilia,
yeah.
Begin.
The hunt begins.
Yeah, okay, right. Forget what I said. That's the right ban.
Yeah,
that's the right ban.
This one's good. I think they're also going to pair it up with the Kufa ban as well, just to ensure that their dashes aren't going to get canceled out at the very least. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, they're looking for another ban. I mean, you might as well get rid of the Novaria. No, it doesn't matter. Valentina's already been locked in. It's about supports and gold laners.
I want to throw a pick here before it gets big. It will sound really good, but what about Phobius Smith for Team Burmese Ghouls?
Come on, Dexter. It's our
Phobius Smith for, let's see. I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
I'm a little on the fence about this one.
Yo, they heard us.
They know.
Yes.
They know.
They know.
They saw the game.
They're also Sao pilled.
This is.
They saw Sao.
Don't disrespect the face of a dicky. That's behind the cute exterior is a demonic interior.
It's the glasses that's holding him back.
Oh yeah,
that's the truth.
His best friend is Einstein. He goes way back.
He goes even further back. That's actually lore accurate. Burmese Ghouls now going in for the second phase, looking for that very first pick on the red side. Let's see what they want here, because so far, I mean, in terms of CC, they got some pretty decent CC with the Arlet. I don't think they want the Arlet to go match up against the Khalid in the first place. Oh, they're going to get the Minotaur, rather. Interesting.
They have a lot of front laners. They have really good damage output coming, like, let's say, physical damage-wise, but they need someone to balance that damage. They need a Lilia, I would say. They need a burst damage hero in the mid lane. I would rather say a Lilia or a Gord.
Kadita.
Nah.
At least you're not really giving a decent ult, because at the very least, it's like you can steal a bunch of different ults, right? But at the very least, you're not giving over, giving over the rough waves, kind of meh.
A pick I'm missing in the tournament. Eve. I want an Eve here.
Haven't seen an Eve for a very long time. But speaking of which, the marksman role is getting a little bit low, so they're going for the good old Beatrix here.
Okay.
Ultra late game is going to be pretty strong, but you got to get to that point, and the Novaria gets picked up.
Yeah, Yeah, true, but also they can play like very much like a pick-off composition from the side of Team Flash at the very least, right? They've got combo components to work well with the Beatrix to be the catalyst for the team. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at Burmese goals. I'm liking their draft just a little bit more.
But think of it that way. You have area crowd control, you have the space, you have the crowd control itself from the Martis and also from
Minotaur.
And also you have a good damage output. Why not just make the space much more... you cannot escape from it by using that Eve. I think that Eve perfectly fits into the previous Ghouls combination.
I mean, personally, for me, I've been hit by a meteor before. It hurts. So maybe that's what Lina wants to do.
I think it's also a safer option, right? Because Eve has to sit still, and there's a lot of abilities that would like you to just stand still for just a couple of seconds to punish as we go into the game here. It's match point for the Burmese Ghouls. Is it going to even up to a third match here at the M5 World Championship? It's going to be Team Flash on the blue side up against the Burmese Ghouls on the red side.
Looking forward for it. Looking forward to see if Team Premise Ghouls with a draft that, I don't know if you guys all agree with me, is a winning draft against Team Flash. Team Flash right now at match point as well as Team Premise Ghouls. It might be Premise Ghouls match point, but Blinks is trying to annoy. Did he take it?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, he tried.
Luckily he didn't.
He's not gonna live.
I mean, when we say that, he eventually lives, but okay, not this one. Hades gets first blood.
Okay,
go full damage, let's go.
Yes, I really hope Hades goes full damage. It'd be so fun to watch. And he's immediately going for the invade for the Little Wanderer as well.
Okay, at this point, Carbon is not having a good time going up against Adamir, but I guess it's that's your experience pre-level 4.
Yeah, no, it's pretty dog water. It's pretty dog water for unfortunately for Carbon at this stage of the game. Man, Blink X is just taking so much damage here. It looks like Team Flash are, taking revenge for Adamir last game.
But he should actually take a lot of damage. He should be punished for using that flicker earlier on. Yes, he did an invade, but a solo invade with a Minotaur, this is something to be punished for. And he did lose his life once. I believe he should lose it twice before he gets that flicker once again. But looking at the items here, Beatrix is going for a little bit defensive way, going up against Stitch, but Stitch on the other hand, he plays damage.
I feel like Losey at that point is like, oh, if only I had level 4.
If only I
had level 4.
It would be that would be the dream. But speaking of like early game items to play defensively, like Carbon, he skipped up on boots straight away, went for the steel leg plates. He's like, I'm gonna lose this lane. It's expected. I just gotta live. I cannot give any more gold over to Team Flash with my life.
Yeah, you cannot do that much when you are dead. You cannot do that much. Team Flash are now zoning out the turtles. It seems pretty decent. They take the turtle safely.
Yup, Blinks. Is there a Blink X? Is there a Nico? Goes towards it, but Hades still secures the turtle. Very good zoning coming in from Lolzy as well as Adamir.
Yeah, very minimal interaction between both of these teams so far. Like Burmese Ghouls recognize that they're going to need to wait until mid-game before something actually happens. And for Adamir, you need to feel his presence. He's winning out on this lane pretty hard already, so therefore he needs to start pushing his influence into the river, up into enemy territory in the jungle.
Well, Team Flash actually, if you look at the draft of Team Flash, you recognize that they have a really good clearance at late game. If you look at the Beatrix, also I would say the same thing about Adamir on the Khalid. So yeah, I think that the late game is not looking so bad for Flash, but it's not. Yeah, and it looks good for Team Burmese Ghouls. I would say I would choose a Bruno over a Beatrix every time.
Let's see whether they can find these combination pieces, right? Because Vanix, he's still the cycle. He's the linchpin of what makes this composition as deadly as it is. Schools, nah. The wave gets cleared out. They can't initiate this dive.
Yeah, Lolzy has the Way of the Dragon, but it's really about trying to find the correct targets, especially going up against a Martis and a Minotaur. It's going to be pretty difficult because they can cancel out your second portion of the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, buying that like semi item or like a partial item from the Cursed Helmet, I think that Hades is actually going for a semi-tank build because the third, let's say, item he's now trying to build is actually a damage output item.
Oh, it'd be fun to see whether he goes for it, but I think, okay, he shouldn't die here. Adamir still has his Quicksand Guard at the end of the day. He should be able to top himself up, but I think the worst part so far is the fact that, like, for the most part, Burmese Ghouls, nothing is really going for them, right? Especially when you are on this Martis, you're eventually going to start falling off.
But when will the fun start?
Honestly, looking at the situation, I'm a little bit surprised that Nico is not having a good time here. Hades goes in with his facial migration, and that was a lot of damage enough to take down Nico. And now Lena is the next target. Adamir drops Lena.
Beautifully done by Adamir.
Oh, and they're not done. Jay with the Minuan Fury, but Blink Axe showing the real Minuan Fury. Stitch gets a kill, but what was that final slash? Carbon gets them, but the follow-up was not there.
Every battle spell from the side of Team Flash has been expanded. And this is just before the turtle as well. Hades has to wait 13 seconds before Retribution is back up. But man, what a play. Adamir?
Adamir?
Buddy.
Just gotta get taken down. And Carbon really wants the damage. A good terrify. Stitch, if he wasn't terrified, he would have gone for it.
Nicely done.
All the spells from the side of Team Flash were just used more than perfectly. The flicker ultimate from Adamir, that was on point.
Yep, we'll see. Trying to find the space to go in. Hades as well. Oh, camera! Hades got it! Oh, where are you? Camera!
I mean,
Stitch gets taken, but looks like he was able to purify out of it, but not gonna matter. Adamir secures the kill.
Yep. So good shot! Good shot coming in from Lena. I mean, both sides, like the macro decision making is kind of on par, but now it's about outplaying your opponent. It's like really good stuff, usage of the flickers at the same time. The Burmese Ghouls, as much as they want to kind of escalate situations, which is kind of what their comp wants to do, Team Flash, they find these trades back so quickly.
I really had to ask for it. I just said, when will the fun start, Lafel, and everything has been really good ever since. But ironically enough, after seeing a Guinevere playing again...
Damn it. Genius one.
Yeah, I told you, he's going for a simi. He's going for a simi build. Some defensive items. He will also go for a genius one, so he's going that route. But I would tell you that, ironically enough, whenever I see a Guinevere going up against a Mortis, it always lands the second skill correctly, even though the Mortis have the immunity.
Yeah, the Mortal Coil really needs good timing, but I'm a Hades fan right now.
I mean, let's see whether he keeps up with the damage build, right? I'm expecting Yasu to be correct about the semi build so far. Oh, okay.
Hades goes on to Blink X. Blink and you'll miss it, and he's gone. Let's go damage Guinevere.
Okay, all right. I mean, he should have known, right?
Camera, please.
I'm telling you, this
Jay goes on to Lena, and Jay gets the kill. Ooh, I'm sorry, observer, but you got your work cut out for you. There's a lot of things happening all over the map. I'm sorry if I disrespected you.
When someone takes a kill and runs out like so smooth, did you call it a smooth killer, or what was the term for it?
A smooth criminal.
A smooth criminal. I think that's the word that can describe Jay after taking that kill, using the ultimate of Minotaur, using also his own ult, using his own first, second skills, and also going out with the flicker. That was smooth.
At this point, it's just like a 1v1 5-man style.
It basically is, right? At least for the side of Team Flash, they've been making some really incredible individual plays against the Burmese Ghouls, and now trying to play outside of what standard protocol is supposed to be, and it's working out well because this is the biggest lead we've seen for the side of Team Flash in a while. 4K underneath their belts.
Team Flash. Actually, thinking of it right now, I'm looking at the statistics. Team Burmese Ghouls are looking for a match point, but it seems like Team Flash once. And I think this is the only time so far that we see Team Flash actually in the lead in terms of the gold. I would like to see what will they do with it.
I think they're going to start increasing the tempo, right? Team Flash, whenever they have their ults up, and especially if they have Flicker up, expect them to find and look for a play.
Lena kinda revealed the map, but I don't think that Burmese Ghouls can do anything right now. They need to just wait for the farm to come in, but freezing the lanes it sounds just right for Team Flash, because by freezing those lanes, you will make Burmese Ghouls drain out.
I think part of the reason why Burmese Ghouls couldn't do much is because I think even they didn't anticipate that much damage coming in from Hades, because it's like they're losing from the 3rd minute of the game.
And looking at Stitch, his gold actually looks promising.
I think that it really boils down to just standard protocols, right? You're expecting it to be a tank, and then you all of a sudden realize, wait, it's Genius One. I'm actually taking way more damage than I'm supposed to be, and by then, it's already too late. So I don't know whether the adjustment has been made for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Oh, Hades jumping in, unable to find the spatial migration.
They are asking, actually they are kind of demanding Team Burmese Ghouls to deliver or like to leave that second
final
phase.
slash from Carbon finds Vanix, and now Jay has to use the Manu and Fury, but Vanix gets targeted out, but Nico is going to get taken down, same as Carbon. They started the match, but Team Flash, they're ending it. Blinks goes down as well, triple kill for Vanix.
Ouch, triple kill.
Dude, Jay is playing on fire, man. Carbon had no opportunity to actually flicker on out of there. I mean, Jay ensured that he was terrified and then committed with the stolen Minoan Fury to make sure that Carbon had zero opportunity to flicker out of the way.
Yeah, for me, it's always not worth defending a full or like an almost fallen turret, and that second turret especially was not a turret to defend. So looking here, I'm looking forward to see where is the Guinevere. Yeah, it's going for a semi-tanky build. Look, I think that you get the best of both worlds. You get your damage, we get our tanky hero.
I gotta say, with this kind of build, now I'm a fan of Guinevere again. This is the Guinevere I expected to see, and I've been missing it.
I mean, we'll see how long.
Oh, yeah. Hades goes in, finds Nico. Blinks X tries to turn the tables around. And look at Vanix gets taken down, shut down. Snitch gets the kill, but Adamir gets the double kill. And now Carbon tries to run away. He manages to flicker out of Hades' path.
Dude, this damage is just disgusting right now. Even though Vanix is going down, he's just like, all right, I'll give the shutdown over. It doesn't matter. The rest of my team have just stronger counter engagement.
Well, 3-1, I would take that on any day, and 6k gold lead right now. It will just we will see Team Burmese Ghouls be having that red line drawn for them on the borders, on the lines of the inhibitor turrets. They cannot pass through that until they get the chance to get any minions in, and that's gonna be so hard because Team Flash are not gonna let them breathe.
Excuse me, is this Cheryl Yao's buff?
Apparently.
I mean, if that's the case, I need her to cheer me on.
Oh boy, I mean, with the way,
going in, Carbon able to dodge out of it. I'm sure that was not intended, but it looked cool nonetheless.
It did look cool. I mean, great movement coming in from the side of Team Flash, but it can only go so far. Eventually, Burmese Ghouls are going to get to the point where they're going to get outscaled, but for Stitch, he needs to be able to get a little bit more space. And Team Flash continuously, like now from pickoff comp, it's now pure dive. Let's get into that backline as soon as possible.
I need to chat to spam Cheryl Yao buff because it's real.
It feels real.
Family buffs are real. Look at the damage received actually by all three damage taking heroes from the side of Team Burmese Ghouls. They are just getting tortured at this point. They are taking a lot of damage, and there's nothing that they can do about it. They need to wait patiently until the far late game for Stitch to have items for Lina to deal damage, as Hun did earlier today.
The Marta's not having a good game, is he?
No, not at all. He's already been outscaled, and even if he does get his items, it's really not going to matter too much other than the Decimate. So he's just building full tank. He doesn't even want to finish the Hunter Strike at all. Athena's Shield already completed, already with the Dreadnought armor, and I think at this point we're keeping our eyes on specifically Lina, right?
I can't help but to wonder why Cho is not completing items.
Who?
Cho. Look at Cho.
Yeah, I feel like this is a cost-effective way to build as a roamer because you're generally not going to have a lot of items. So just having the stats is enough. Like the unique passives is great, but honestly at this point, especially as a catching hero, yeah, just straight up stats is enough.
But I wouldn't go for a partial item as just the HP. I would go for a defensive one. That's what I was wondering about.
Well, I think he knows what his
Maybe he
job
just
is
doesn't have enough gold.
Yeah, he's just poor, guys.
Yeah.
He needs money, all right? He needs money, and the only way he's going to do that is through finding these big plays. At the end of the day, I think that at least for the Burmese Ghouls, they're going to have to start tightening it up, right? They need Lina to be able to kind of polka down Team Flash members and have some relevant damage, because keep in mind, every single time they fought so far, even if it looks good, Adamir comes in towards the later side, Lolzy gets a really good kick in the back line, and then it turns around for the side of BG.
Honestly, right now, even the difference in level is a bit too much. Nico is level 12, Hades is level 15, Hades jumps back second. And Blink X gets 2 and the final flash catches 3. Carbon gets J, but Adamir somehow finds Lean on the backside. And now Nico tries to get a kill for himself, but Vanix gets Carbon. And it looks like Lolzy trying to help his teammate out, but now the Lord is the focus.
Where's
Hades jumps in. Hades secures it. Almost stolen by Nico.
Oh, that was so close. So very close. Luckily, there's a 3-level difference between the two junglers, so Hades was more than confident to be able to take that Lord and secure it for themselves. But at least we're seeing at least some hope in the Burmese Ghouls as we jump into this instant replay to see how it all happens. And let me tell you, Jay, keep your eyes on him because he messed up. He was really far up here. He didn't have any opportunity to get the stolen Manure and Fury off.
That was a perfect wombo combo there, and Team Flash accepted to play with fire. That was a really risky play, and actually it would have turned a little bit, actually more than great for Team Burmese Ghouls because they had that perfect wombo combo. They might have just finished that team fight.
Right now the Lord marched in, managing to get the mid inhibitor for Team Flash. Looks like they want to try, ideally get all 3, but the defense coming in from Burmese Ghouls is good. Vanix has to be very, very careful not to get caught.
One last inhibitor to it? Oh no, two. Two are still standing.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going on strong. The next wave is about to start collapsing in. The mid one is already there. Top and bottom are about to collapse, and I think that Team Flash have to pick which one they actually want to break down. Ideally, it will be on the top side because they know that the Lord is spawning down bottom.
They might just take both.
Yep. Oh, do they? Right now, Team Flash is able to take the bottom one. The top one apparently is a little bit difficult. With 7.5k gold lead, yeah, Team Flash does not have to force it out. Yesterday we had a 2-0 day. Today looks like potentially a 2-1 day.
A 2-1 day.
Yeah, we gotta have both sides of the story. Am I
We need
right?
to balance it out.
We need to balance it out.
Well, look at Team Burmese Ghouls. They already bought two room items. One of them is the conceal on the Arlet, and also the other one is the healing one with the Minotaur. So they get to use both of them. I think that time already served that both these rooms are activated, but look at the odds, real-time win rate. It's 67% for the favorite Team Flash. I would actually increase that to an 80%.
80%? I mean, it's an 8k gold lead, but we're breaking into the 42k mark. Like, Burmese Ghouls, their cores already have their core items. Like Stitch, for an example, in terms of damage dealt, he's keeping up with people like Jay and as well as Vanix, even though both Jay and Vanix have setup.
Look at Stitch damage. He's doing really good, even though he's on the losing side. But it's not only about damage. Look at the turrets. Actually, only one turret is down for Team Flash, which doesn't really indicate that even with a blunder or like a really huge mistake from Team Flash, Team Burmese Ghouls can win. I think it's really hard to flip this with one mistake. Needs more than one.
I mean, I think it always starts with the Lord. Every single time we expect these situations to go one way, a single Lord steal could break. Oh my god!
I think even Adamir is like, okay, relax, breathe, calm down. It's okay, I'm fine. That was a lot of damage.
That man Bowles was on fire.
Oh yeah.
Can't do much about it. Nico is standing nearby towards Vanix's side, but they're pulling it kind of early here. I think they're still, at least for Team Flash, they're looking for a pick.
Vanix looks like he can leash the Lord just because he can't heal back with the House Claw. And Hades is trying to find an angle, trying to punish Nico, but it's getting to the point where even Nico is getting level 15, so the level discrepancy isn't really going to be there anymore.
Actually, considering that we are now at the late game, I don't think that any levels will matter, and also no gold difference will matter. It's just about the execution. So Burmese Ghouls, if they did the same thing they did at that top lane Lord, they might take that team fight.
They're just back there holding it strong, right? This Lord Nance is going to take a little bit of time, and I think that Team Flash, with the way that they actually played the game, they're going to send Adamir back up to that top side to force another member, and he knows that he rotates faster because of his passive.
Jay so far haven't stolen any ultimates, which is actually quite something to admire right here, because Blink X knew that every time he's out of the bush, every time he's that's the last touch. But every time he's out of the bush, his ultimate gets stolen and his team suffers from it.
Yeah, right now the Lord again getting leashed, playing with his feelings. From his Ghouls right now, I'm pretty sure, like what Yasu said, Blink X wants to move forward, but Jay is there. Like, showing his face, sometimes being invisible, making it so that if you show your face, if you do your job, you're making a mistake.
Yeah.
It feels bad when you're doing your job, it is a mistake.
There's nothing much you can do about it though. Like, look at Lolzy, he knows where Carbon is. He knows that he barely takes any damage. And Nico and Carbon put together still won't be able to take out Lolzy. So that's why you can see that Hades is confidently walking up to harass.
And now Jay's got it.
Yeah, actually, looking at the top lane, because I don't think I think that this Lord Dance will take a little more time than it should actually. But look at the top lane, we see that Khalid is trying to split bush over and over again, and the only one defending that is Lina, which is not the best choice possible.
But at least they've got the lead to kind of do the work on that top side, like really force Lina to stick back at their base. Because look, even the mid wave, like 2 waves are being dealt with by Team Flash, right? Constantly posing a threat. And Burmese Ghouls, they're running out of patience, but at the same time, there's so little they can actually do about this because of the cooldowns coming up from this Novaria. It's not the most effective way to clear up these lanes. So they send Stitch up.
Well, considering something here, taking something into account, Team Burmese Ghouls don't have that clearance at all whatsoever. So just single target for all of them. Lina can maybe do some damage, but that's not the damage you need to clear a wave. So Team Flash, actually, if they go in with a wave and just like ignore that team fight, maybe they can take the win. Actually, I know it's risky, but it's there.
All right. Things to consider. Lord's already at 50% of its HP, and if we look at the damage received, I mean, Nico has just been taking shot after shot from Super Magic. In the meantime, look at that. Burmese Ghouls wanting to take control of the mid. Stitches.
He finds a target. Blinks X using the maneuver free, actually getting Vanix. Vanix now has to retreat from the fight, but Adamir is there getting a kill. Blink X is taken down, but Lolzy the same. Roamer for Roamer.
Yeah, I wouldn't take that exchange. Adamir, look at Adamir.
Yeah.
He might take it.
It's a secret. Oh, Nico found out.
Oh, okay. He got sniffed out at the end of the day, but it's rather interesting considering everything that has happened so far. Burmese Ghouls were able to find a pretty good opportunity, and I think that at least one component has been taken out, but I think that...
They got Nico. Nico's gonna get taken down.
Oh, why?
Oh, really?
Why?
How?
Stop!
Lina gets taken down, and now Stage wants to do the damage on Jay. The minions at the base, but let's look here around the Lord. Adamir is going up top, but since Stage is coming there, probably not gonna be ending the game just yet.
Believe me when I'm telling you, there are a lot of opportunities for Team Flash to finish this game. The minions are coming from every direction, and if it was any pick but that Khalid, it was a Guinevere or a Beatrix. Yeah, look, now they want to do what I'm talking about. They want to have that Khalid in front and to finish with the Beatrix. I'm telling you from now.
Alright, let's see whether that's going to be the case as they start moving back down towards the Lord to restart this Lord Tango once again. Despite, finding these picks, and Lina, in this 4v4, it is very Team Flash orientated, right? They still have their combo pieces. Unless Vanix is down, then I think the Burmese Ghouls are just going to keep on struggling.
I don't know, this Lord Dance is starting to feel like a fight for custody.
No, he's my kid, I swear.
Like, he's getting pulled around quite a lot here, and now Nico has a little bit more confidence to go for this Lord, but just got to make sure that Hades can knock you up and wait.
Initiate.
Carbon's in good position. No one knows he's there.
Initiate team fight. Have Vanix on the opposite side. Finish that game.
3 people force end. 3 people force end.
They're doing it. I'm telling you from now. They will finish it from top.
He's gonna do it. I mean, like, Team Flash are going to try and go for like an engage or something with the swords, unless we see Lina use the Astral Echoes to reveal everybody on the top side of the map, right?
Yeah, that's the only way.
Yeah, and there's no reason to do so. They've given no indicators.
Oh, look.
Yeah, found out. They found out.
Go.
Man, this has been disappointing, huh? Is this what it's like? Oh man, is this what it's like, man? You're getting Christmas cards and you're just like, oh boy, wow, exciting, whatever.
Hey, you know what? Team Flash does not want to make a mistake. Cheryl Yao is watching. Please.
Look at Carbon's position.
Yeah. Carbon's been waiting for quite a while, and again, Blink X finds Vanix. Hades secures the Lord. Adamir tries to end the game. Lina is there to make sure that does not happen. Carbon now has to exit from the fight. Hades finds Blink X, and Jay takes him down. Now Lolzy making sure that Carbon doesn't move. Final Slash not able to stop it. And now Lina is able to stop Adamir. Stitch is here. And Hades cleaning it up. Good snipe. Adamir taken down, but can Burmese Ghouls defend this?
They need to close. I mean, Team Flash, they should be able to close this out. They got a Luminous Lord coming out on their side, and the majority of the members from Burmese Ghouls have almost a minute timers before they come on back. 2 versus 4 doesn't seem likely.
Oh, Lolzy finds Stitch. Stitch gets taken down. And now we're going for game number 3.
Oh, boy. Oh boy, what a Lord dance that was. Really took their times with it, looking for the right conditions to make that happen. Singapore representatives find a game against the Burmese Ghouls to even the score up 1-1.
Shoutouts to Cheryl Yao. The buff is real.
The buff is real.
The buff is actually real. Team Flash, that was a really good performance. And as I told you guys, they could have done what I said earlier on in the game, but again, it's the same. It's actually the same perspective. Continue on that team fight. They pressured the top lane. They kept Lina back, and Khalid, he lost his immortality, but 4v5 without having any damage, only the Bruno. Yeah, it was quite obvious.
It was a multiple choice question with most of the answers being correct.
Yeah.
You want to end it there? It's probably correct. You want to win the fight? That's probably correct. You want to contest the Lord? Probably correct.
Exactly, right? And again, the entire composition was very much leaning on the linchpin on Vanix, right? As long as you're able to find that initial pick and you have one of the relevant ults from Beatrix, whether it be Bennett's Rage or Nibiru's Passion, you have more than enough damage to one-shot somebody. So it's like, it's a 4v4. It's still very much in Team Flash's favor.
Do you know, actually, there's something that I really, I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, but I don't want to have a break, to be honest. I want the players, and like with the momentum that they have right now, to continue performing as they are right now.
Nah, I don't think that's going to be the case, especially since we have to look at our MVP, brought to you by ROG. Let's give it up for Adamir here. Really huge play, strong in lane, but still, that mid-game really kind of set the tone for Team Flash.
He sacrificed himself in the first game, and he redeemed himself in the second one.
Yeah, he indeed did. But actually, looking at Adamir, you cannot do anything but to admire his early game. He was doing a lot of flicker ultimates, hitting the right targets every single time, and not just we are used to see like flicker ultimates to the front. You remember the mid lane? Maybe it's gonna happen in the highlights. He took like a slash to the left, which was really good. He took also Lina down at the early game. Yeah, I think this is the moment I was talking about. Yeah,
it's
look
like,
at Adamir.
I want it.
Boom,
Nope.
left.
It's like, I want Nico, but no, I'm going to double up on these skills and take out Nico as well, Lina as well. But again, it felt like the Burmese Ghouls, especially in that early stage of the game, with how much influence Adamir had on the bottom side of the map, really staggered them for fighting this momentum. And even for the side of Team Flash, right, it was all about finding these picks. Every single one of these lanes were finding good opportunities to really set themselves up and slow the game down on purpose.
And Jay actually at some points was doing a two-man's job, dealing with some people 2-1 by himself, using the ultimates coming from Blank X. And here we seen actually the gift that Beatrix has gave to Team Flash before she goes away. And here Carbon was just like fighting with time. Actually, at some point, yeah, this was the point where if the gold was in the favor of Team Burmese Ghouls, they would have finished the game, they would have finished the fight, but here the gold difference speaks, and here Team Flash took the retribution. And actually one of those things that if I was Team Burmese Ghouls, I will be worried about. The retribution execution was really bad from the side of Nico.
Oh, I mean, I can't really blame him, right? He has to worry about Lolzy's Jukadol, where the Dragon Adamir stands picks on guard as well. Oh wait, no, sorry. With his ultimate as well. There's just, the more I think about it, there's just so many things that actually forces out, and especially even when you do have those mortal coils, right? Keep in mind that the spatial migration coming in from Hades specifically to cut right in between it made it even harder for him to hold both charges of the mortal coil.
We saw how the game ended, but we got to talk about how the game started. Team Flash, they really had a very good momentum coming in, because Hades did a very good job basically manhandling Nico, making sure that Nico, as a jungler, he couldn't do much. And as a Marcus, you want a bit of a snowball going on. You want at least 2 kills getting into your second turtle, but he didn't even get one kill. So the build coming in from Hades and the aggression was really good.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with
there
the
has been
influence.
a change though, right? He had a Genius Wand earlier on, so now he switched to a freeze. But looking at Nico, because you pointed out the early game, he was at some point 0-3-0, so at some point he wasn't even inside the game itself. Stitch, although his team was losing, he was doing a really good damage, and also he did the most amount of damage at a certain but the sandbag, unfortunately, is Nico, and the carry and the rich guy is Stitch, and he did deserve that rich guy and also the carry, but he didn't carry his team all the way through. Forgotten one is Jay. I don't think that anyone will actually forget Jay's performance. Who had the most team participation? I wonder. Team. Oh, it's Jay. Yeah, it should be Jay, by stealing these ultimates from the Minotaur. Even though we saw that Adamir is the MVP, but Jay was actually the one who did the most amount of damage in his team and also the most participation. But who was most effective and most annoying was definitely Adamir.
I mean, Adamir had plenty of that. I mean, he went for a full damage build as well, right? So again, people like Stitch needs to be extremely careful when walking up to him and
no turret damage at all.
Yeah, they weren't able to get close, right?
It's all minions.
It's all minions. Unfortunate indeed. I think that Stitch definitely had an opportunity to try and turn things around for his team, but it's just the lack of space, right?
Yeah.
There's only so much play space that you actually have. You get caught, you're instantly going to die.
You know what? Going to a 3-game series, it seems adamant. Like, the game has been very good, and I feel like the evolution in the draft as well, now you really have to respect the Guinevere, because like I said, so far it's like, oh, it's hard to hit the spatial migration, but Hades make it look easy.
He really does, especially with anti-CC on that Martis. Like, he's making sure he gets his timings just right between the mortal coils. Well, man, I don't know about you guys, but any predictions for the upcoming Game 3?
Nope.
Team Flash, split push, win.
Wow, that was just split push
Is it
win.
fast?
I mean, that's the only way that it seems to be. But for the side of Team Flash, I mean, this could be their moment to actually get some points. Gourmet Schools, could this just be it for them? Or are they able to bring it back to make sure they're competitive in their group? With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action. It's time to conclude the second best of 3 series here today between Singapore's representative against Myanmar. It's going to be Team Flash once again at 1 point, looking for a second against the Burmese Ghouls, also at match point, currently tied. But man, these drafts have been adapting, and it feels like it's a continuation of the battle itself.
I don't know, the game is masarap, you know?
It is.
It's delicious.
It's delicious. It's too good. It's too good for some of us even, but it's competitive at the very least. We did get to see a little bit more of Team Flash this time around, which I'm happy to see because, again, game number 1, we didn't get to see them express themselves as much. Burmese Ghouls took advantage of it. Game number 2, the complete opposite, right? Where we see Team Flash winning out in the majority of their lanes, and Burmese Ghouls felt like they were kept in a box. Now, it's time to see which one of these teams are going to come on top.
Allow me to disagree with the point when you said the first game we didn't see Flash style. The first game was the split pushing game, so we did see a style there, but it didn't work out. Yeah, that's for sure. It didn't work out as Flash wanted it to do. But going to game 3, I gave my prediction: Team Flash, split push, fast end. You escaped the question, Lafel.
He still thinks it's just masarap. It's just delicious. Well, I think that at the very least, as much as we want to believe, as much as I wanted to see Team Flash actually win out on that split push, at the very least we did see good responses from the side of Burmese Ghouls. Not so much in the second game, right? But now we go into the third, and maybe we might see one more evolution. I'm hoping that both of these teams instead just look, I mean, it's tough against Burmese Ghouls. If you're going for a team fight composition against the Ghouls, who are real good at team fighting, it can be quite the struggle.
I would say the good thing about a best of 3 is that you get to see quite a lot from your opponent. So I feel like the pick and ban phase right now is going to be very, very targeted. They have a rough idea of what the opposing side can do. So I do want to see if Burmese Ghouls in game number 1, they went for comfort, they did well. So I want to see if the first 3 picks, they pick up the Ruby for themselves, because it was a big factor of how they won.
Oh, is that really how it's going to boil down to? Whether this Ruby gets through or not as we start moving in towards the drafting phase between both of these teams? Or maybe there's another pick that we may have not been considering.
Yeah, maybe they're hiding it.
They could be.
Koopa Jungle. Don't knock it till you try it.
I mean, I've heard.
I've never tried it.
I mean, I've
never
heard
tried it.
Back at home, well, there are some people who have really pushed the limits of what the meta could be. There's obviously some flaws in it, but maybe they have a way to build a composition around it.
Do you know what would Koopa in the jungle taste like?
What?
Masarap.
I don't think that's okay. I'm not sure how many people are going to be on board with that one, to be fair. It's going to be tough to believe it.
Oh, yeah. We've traveled a lot.
We've traveled.
We've traveled a lot.
Been around.
Look, we've been around to places. Sometimes it's just not okay. But now, as we think about it even deeper, right, I'm hoping to see whether Adamir is going to have a good time or a bad time. Game 1, bad time. Game 2, good time.
I see Leo, I'm happy.
Yeah. It's always like a happy place I go to when I see Leo, Myanmar. Everyone is here.
Everybody's here as we get into the drafting phase to conclude this match between Team Flash as well as the Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls going to be on the blue side up against Team Flash on the red side. It looks like a lot of the bands are looking pretty similar here. Baxia for the side of Team Flash, Joy, Matilda for the side of the Burmese Ghouls.
Which one is the first pick again? Red or blue?
Red.
Blue?
You're colorblind in a way.
Yeah, I am
right?
colorblind. So far, the blue side has been winning.
Yep.
At least for this series. The previous series, if I'm not mistaken, was the red side.
Yes, it was. I mean, they're winning in a very convincing fashion as well, right? As we look on over, Wanwan gets banned out again, very similar to game number 1.
Look. I was about to say an Arabic word actually, but look. Team Burmese Ghouls here. They can go for the
Nolan. Smelling Nolan.
I was about to talk a little bit about that Guinevere because she proved that she is effective, even for like the semi-tanky one, but Team Burmese Ghouls seems to disagree with me on that. Nolan, okay, by banning the Phoebus, Nolan becomes a clear option. But where's the Paramis? Where's the Valentina that was so toxic earlier on? Where's the Outlet? A lot of picks are still open.
Take the Guinevere away. You don't want to give it over to Hades unless you have a very clear idea of how to fight against it.
It could be, well, I mean, Diggy could be the answer, right? That's why we saw Team Flash banded out in the second phase. Farmers gets picked up. I'm expecting Team Flash. I mean, you gotta give it to Jay. He played a good, solid Valentina. There's no reason not to give it to him. And I'm guessing it's gonna be Bruno Valentina, right?
Yeah, at this point, you may not have to pick up the Valentina first because you have to assume that this Fermis is going to the mid, right? Right, so you can delay it onto your third pick.
Oh, that's also true.
Right.
That's also a good point. If that's the case, we'll see in about 25
Bruno
seconds.
Guinevere?
Bruno Guinevere.
Oh, that's a good one. That's
I
a
like
good one.
that. That is a better adjustment. Here we go. It looks like it's going to be Bruno confirmed. Guinevere, you right on the dot. Nicely done, LaFell. As we jump on over to the Burmese Ghouls, let's see how they respond.
Huh. The Burmese Ghouls actually, they can go for that crowd control. They can go for some heroes to prevent Guinevere and also Bruno from their own movements. But actually, there's a pick that have been neglected a bit so far, which is the Yuzong. I think the Yuzong here can take that Bruno on a 1v1 and on like on a rainy day even.
Yeah, show off the skin. And at this point, picking up the Claude is... this is interesting.
Yeah.
Nico
didn't perform that well, that's like...
Yeah,
right.
Nico is going for that. Maybe he was like, guys, I just didn't thought he would have that much damage. this time,
I know.
I'm coming in prepared.
I swear it'll be different this time,
I swear.
Coach. Please, Lin Daddy. I need to redeem myself. Team Flash now looking for a final pick of the very first phase. So far, considering that everything that has been done, I mean, Diggy's super early? No, Valentina. Thank God. They're still following through with the game plan, right? 62% overall pick and ban rate,
Ruby.
56 win rate, ban out that Ruby, ban out that Diggy, call it a day.
Yeah, for me actually taking, and Jay especially taking, the Valentina is quite reasonable after seeing what he did last game. He made Team Burmese Ghouls experience hell. And also, you have a lot of good ultimates there. You have the... I would say mainly we'll go with the Faramis one and the Nether Realm, but that prevents Team Burmese Ghouls from making good setup heroes or like taking good setup heroes as the Minotaur or even any others. But as you said, LaFell, by nature, Ruby out.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, if Flash wants, because Lozi has been using the Cho quite a bit.
Okay.
I was about to say Minotaur would be a pretty good pick as well because going up against a Faramis wants to clump up. Minotaur kind of counters that. So it's a good ban.
I think they're not going to touch the Cho just yet. I mean, there's a couple of arguments that can be made, right? They could say that, all right, maybe that Burmese Ghouls could lean into the sector where it's more for, let's go for the dive, right? We might as well go for a hard dive. And now that I'm noticing it, wait, hold on, let me just double check the bans real quick. It looks like the Arlet has not been touched just yet either.
Yeah. But yet the Diggy is respected though. The Diggy is respected. One of the things that I didn't see throughout this whole series is where is Angela?
Oh, actually, you're right, huh? Yeah, the Angela hasn't been touched throughout this entire series at all. And we see that Burmese Ghouls showing respect to Adamir this time. Hey, no Khalid this time, no Singaporean specials.
Maybe this time Yuzong will come in, but yeah, Angela for the draft for Flash is actually not bad. It kind of gives more room for Hades to be a bit more aggressive, maybe having one additional damage item.
Are we really going to put Lolzy on?
Wait, that's true.
Yeah,
I take it back. What was I thinking?
Yeah,
I'm dumb.
He's a set tank. He wants to be that guy who makes the play, the TikTok play even.
Yeah, if he uses an Angela, he might use the Way of the Dragon.
Wait, what? How?
That's just raw belief. He manifests it.
Let me just say, TikTok has influenced me.
Yeah.
The TikToks have been very creative.
You are catching up to all the MLPB, M5 content. So, Burmese Ghouls right now, what is the best option for them? Yeah, I don't think... Look, on regular basis, I would have said like area crowd control tank hero, like someone who takes damage and also gets to like make those spaces. But looking at the Valentina on the other end and seeing all that crowd control, it will just be ridiculous if you add one more crowd control to BG.
Yes, that's Terizla. The Terizla, yes.
Oh.
Terizla,
but it's chicken to chose.
Okay.
Keto.
I quite like this.
Wow, a lot more flank opportunities.
I agree, but I think that this should be, what, a Terizla pick and they're going to put the Arla into the support section? Or is there a jungler that's going to make a difference here, just in case they flex it about, running through it in my head? Don't think so. Yeah, okay. So there is an opportunity, right? I mean, Arla into the Paquito. Wow, I haven't seen that. If it does become that matchup, it's been a while.
Yeah, don't bring a sword to a fist fight because Paquito is gonna punch you. Oh wait, is it?
No, it's like it's more like a spear.
Spear?
It's more like a spear.
Let me process it.
Is it like a... No, it's not a wooden stick, right? It's like...
It's a brew.
I don't know.
That should be the next skin.
Oh, Kufra. That's interesting.
We forgot that his Kufra was banned.
Yeah. Okay, so now that he has the Kufra in hand, at least this is starting to look pretty good for both sides, right? It's going to be dependent on whether or not Burmese ghouls are able to win out on their lanes individually to create these advantages in comparison to Team Flash, who are looking for these big set plays.
Yeah, speaking of the Kufra, actually, you guys are more experts about how does Lolzy executes that Kufra, but when it comes to me, I feel that it is the best fitting hero here because a lot of dashes can be prevented, whether you are talking about Stitch, Blink X, or even Carbon.
You know what? This game, I'm looking at Hades. Can he replicate what he did in game number 2 and shut down Nico, making it a non-factor?
Let's get into this game, whether that non-factor is going to be the extra +1 in the equation at the M5 World Championship group stage. Only one of these teams are going to be walking away with some extra points in their own individual standings. Let's find out as we come to the conclusion of our second best-of-3 series here between the Burmese Ghouls on the blue side up against the Singaporean representatives on the red side, Team Flash.
It's a good skin.
It is. It is.
It reminds me of Tarzan.
What? Oh yeah, it does.
Jane?
Yeah.
Is her name Jane? Yeah.
That's a really good take there. Oh, is that a kill?
Yep, Lolzy right now.
He's dead.
Not much ways for him to run away from this.
He's not gonna.
Yeah, well, he's wasting time as he should, but the first blood does go over to Carbon.
I was literally about to say, he's not going to flicker, right? Proceeds to flicker the opposite direction. Boy, what a way to start this. Less than a minute, we've already seen first blood.
Well, look, we have seen a first blood, but you have to admit the fact that Grimace goes at this point, neglecting what's on your screen right now. Look at the bigger picture. They are in desperate need for this victory because if they didn't get that point, to support them in this group, they will face hell upon the upcoming game. So that being said, let's look here at the itemization. I think that Bruno is going for his Has Claws earlier on, but while it's not the same case on the other side, Clock of Destiny earlier on for Lina. I think that Clock of Destiny is something to take care of this season.
I don't know, it's kind of weird because he does have like a leather jerkin at the same time, so it's like, are you going for the still leg plates or are you not? But here we go, gank on the top side, Adamir. Ooh, good game sense coming in from Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, Hades tried to engage a potential engage coming in from Burmese Ghouls, but yeah, they're taking this game step by step. They're not really trying to force things out, especially because the turtle's coming up.
Oh, nice, Lolzy, but yeah, he knows his range. He knows his range. He goes back. But if looking here at the given inputs, Team Burmese Ghouls can actually make a really good solid team fight. But on the other hand, Lolzy, if he finds that second skill, he can make it.
Oh, speaking of which, Hades finds Blink X and Blink X gets taken down. Carbon goes in, but that's a low double kill for Jay. Jay showing up on the Valentina.
Okay. Is he continuing?
No, they're going to start pressing their advantage down in towards purple. Like,
oh, what? Well, Lina tried to protect Nico. Nico didn't really need it, but it would have been a disaster if Team Flash just continued to engage because Nico was out of range.
Yeah.
He was not in the nether realm.
He really was. And I mean, now, like, Team Flash are finding some significant momentum over the Burmese Ghouls. Maybe, I mean, I don't know when it comes down to stamina, but they're really grinding them down.
Yeah, speaking of grinding, Vanix is grinding that gold down in the bot lane. Every time I see a Bruno action, every time he gets that Has Claws earlier on, it's so dangerous, it's so heavy. Yeah, he already got it, it's minute 3, and he already have the Has Claws. Stitch will face fire. He'll face that bolts of fire coming from Vanix.
Hades look to engage, find Blink X, and it's gonna fully commit there. Blink X is not the target that he wanted, but Vanix, guess what he wants? He wants some of that juicy HP on the turrets.
Gold plating is just so nice, especially when once you start
Ouch!
Oh no, Hades finds Lina, but the flicker does save Lina.
Ooh, I don't know. do you just take the Shadow Stampede, hold on to your spatial
Oh.
memory?
Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay, fights are happening all around, and looks like Nico is
it's a
here
kill.
to save Stitch, and he grabs a kill for himself. A better performance in Game 3.
Oh yeah, finally we see it, and now Adamir has to take this 1v1 against Carbon. This is not an easy matchup at all.
Sure, do this when I'm the play-by-play. Adamir and Carbon duking it out, and then Blink is just like, hey guys, I'm a fighter too. Okay, thanks, bye.
Yeah, the players coming back from the rooms, they choose violence. They choose violence everywhere, all around the map. But I would highly recommend for Vanix to go to that top lane, but let's see what's happening.
Blink X finds Hades. Hades was
Ouch.
pulled in the range of the turret, and looks like Blink X is going to secure the kill for the team. Jay having to use his Nether Realm very, very early on.
Yeah, they disengage once again. But again, I would recommend for the Bruno, for Vanix to go top lane after taking all the gold from the bot lane side. Oh, I think he also wants to take that Lord. He wants to finish what he started.
Yep, he definitely wants to crack it open, but let's see the
Blink
finish.
X finds Vanix, but again, Vanix using the worldly, able to get away from that situation. And Lolzy with the flicker, I wonder if he's going to get taken down. Nico unable to get his target, but now his target is the turtle.
Adamir did use that final slash as well, so they're not going to have it for the upcoming turtle fight, but in the meantime, let's see how this... Oh, okay.
Well, you know what? As long as they're damaged, he will give vengeance. Hades is here now, so it's not going to be a very clean turtle take, especially now that Nico is half HP. Adamir doing quite a lot onto Nico. Hades as well as Jay are on the turtle right now, and Adamir is not taking damage.
Man, Smurfing, I'm not going to lie. Look at that movement. Lolzy? Is he going to actually find somebody here? Nah.
Yeah, the Tyrant's Revenge not going to hit
Down.
onto Nico, but it's enough just to waste time. Hades secures the turtle, and Adamir, you did your job well. Now let's see if your team can help you out.
They can help him out. It's a really good thing from Adamir there, and I'm so excited to see his itemization.
Yep. And now Hades as well as Adamir finds a target, and their target is Carbon. And a pause.
I think something needed to be done there. It felt too good to be true with everything that Adamir was getting away with at some point. That was, okay, an interesting set of events, especially around the turtle of the game. And man, it really did feel like Adamir was smurfing there for a second. Manhandling 2 people at once, even 3, still getting to walk away and regroup with his team after the turtle take. Like,
I feel like doing those dashes, he probably winked at opponents like, so you see what I did?
I mean, he was playing well. He was dodging some really good stuff, and like you said, Masarap.
Masarap indeed.
Oh man, this has got to be. Honestly, this has to be a little taxing for all the players, right? Because at the end of the day, this has been going on for literally 20 minutes, 30 minutes for each one of these games. And now that we're coming to a game 3, I feel like, you know, the patience is running thin. And that's why they're getting more aggressive, wanting to find these big motions across the map.
Well, Valentina, actually looking at the statistics, she has 2 kills. I think it was a double kill. It didn't like happen separately. And Valentina is one of those heroes. If she got a good early game, it's so hard to stand against her in the lane. Yeah. So far I think Jay is kind of the strength point, or maybe the center of all the events.
I would say Claude will have a difficult time going into the fray because the damage from Bruno is already a lot. You can use your Wind of Nature to kind of like survive that kind of damage, but you can't really use the Wind of Nature against Valentina.
Wait, hold on. It looks like I'm seeing thumbs up coming from the side of the Burmese goals. Let's see what the Marshals have to say about this, going for their double checks before we start sending it back off in towards the game. Also, to note, interesting that the Burmese goals like to sit towards the right side. Well, it's reversed for us. So right side, all in one train, rather than having their elbows right up onto the table. I don't know if that makes a difference for them, but the only person who does so is sitting right at the end.
Let me just say, it doesn't matter to me. I don't know my left and right.
Do you play elbows on table? Not on table. Yeah.
Oh, do I?
Something to think about, huh? Yeah.
I don't know. I usually play when I'm lying down.
When you're lying down? Wait, what about the times where we were at like the, what was it called again? Small little competitions we have after the tournament.
I put my heels on the table.
You put your heels on the table?
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that does not sound right at all. You play with your feet.
That sounds arrogant, bro.
Even though I don't know what are you guys talking about, I also think that it's not sound right.
All right, let's get back into this. Thank you to our Marshals for handling it. We didn't even need the full 2 minutes as we jump right back into the action.
Vanix, yeah, it is reasonable that he has the most amount of gold because he took that bot lane totally on himself without needing any help from Team Flash whatsoever. But Team Burmese Ghouls on the opposite side, they haven't took anything in return. Turtles, it's for Flash. Turrets is for Flash. So far, I think Team Flash are in the lead, right? Yeah, they are.
Yep, 3.4. Biggest lead we've seen so far, 6 minutes into the game, and hopefully we get to see this start to snowball out of control with Vanix being able to do so much for the team. Like, oh wait, he's still moving down bot side.
Yep, Lynx is there looking for a possible opportunity to get onto Vanix, but Lozi making sure that Vanix is pretty safe.
Yeah, almost all the way through, he made it before even the items are gone. The Berserk Fury comes here, and on the other side, Code hasn't even got close to get his golden staff. So in terms of lane phasing, Vanix is smashing it.
I mean, it's not just him, right? Hades 2 levels ahead against Nico. We're seeing that Jay even is developing a 2-level lead against Lina. So it looks like it's across the board for the side of Team Flash, winning out in their lanes.
Now Hades unable to get Blink X, but so far I would say Hades isn't as aggressive
as the last game.
Yeah, as the last game, but I kind of feel like it's because you don't have a Khalid to really win out your lane, so that's why he's kind of taking it a bit slow.
Look, I'm not gonna like follow up on that take. I actually want to speak about something else right now, which is if you get the defensive items for the physical attack, it should be more than enough for a Team Flash to win that game.
Lozi finds Nico, but Nico able to Mortal Coil out of there, and now Carbon. Hades jumps back in with a Violet Red Whip. Vanix gets a double kill, getting Blinks as well as Lina. Lina's gonna respawn very soon. But looks like a good fight for Flash, and they got a turtle as well.
Yep, just nice lockdown coming up on the side of Team Flash as they focus a majority of their burst onto Lina as well as Blink X, and they did it so quick that Lina had no opportunity to be able to channel down on the Nether Realm. So, instant punish, 5k lead for the side of Team Flash, the biggest lead we've seen so far.
Yeah, and Hannes right now is just so annoying that no one can actually deal damage to him. He took that blue buff of the that purple buff, sorry, for Martis, and he went back to go for his own jungle. So far, Team Flash are in control of everything. This is a really high gold lead, 6k in 8 minutes. That's remarkable.
Yeah, right now, Team Flash, they're staring in the eyes of Burmese Ghouls, and they're gonna take the mid lane turret. Carbon looks like he's trying to figure out how to play this macro-wise. He put a little bit of pressure on the top lane.
Hard, so hard.
I mean, let's look at the items, right? Let's see how far they truly are. I'm seeing that at least for the time being, Hades is still going for the semi-damage build, right? He's got the Genius Wand, he's got the Guardian's Helm already completed, but more importantly, look at Vanix. Third item, he's already got the Malefic Roar. It's tough. He does so much damage at this point.
Yeah, I would say also if you looked at Nico, he's 4k gold, while there are people with 8k gold on the other side. So Nico odds are not looking quite well. So I want to see a first Flicker. Am I greedy from Kupra?
Oh, Hades already jumping in, finds Blink X, and now Hades onto looks like Stitch got the kill onto Hades. I was like, I'm speechless.
But why? Yeah, but what? But why? Why did he have to go back in like that? There's no need to. He could have.
Lozi finds Nico, but Mortal Coil able to immune himself with the crowd control. Carbon goes in, and Lozi tries to secure someone close to the wall. It looks like Lozi is able to survive this engaged killing spree for Vanix. Vanix gets a kill, and Lozi with the flicker gives a double kill onto Vanix, and now Adamir! Ooh, clutch flicker.
Ask and you shall receive.
Lozi
with the flicker first.
I can't. Adamir, he's really smurfing right now. Look at him! The man is really showing the depths of his mechanics. He's dodged everything. He's making sure that Stitch doesn't get in on these fights. He is doing it single-handedly, while the rest of Team Flash are just cutting down his teammates.
Do you think that he made it up for that first game frustration?
Oh yeah, I feel like he accumulated all of his emotions into Game 2 and Game 3. He's the kind of guy that takes it all. It's like, you know how you don't challenge nice guys? Nice guys has a limit on their patience. You don't push them far enough, all right? You push them enough, they're like, okay, I'm upset, but it's okay. They push Adamir too far.
He's just petty like that.
No,
but now with the Lord pushing in, right, this is starting to look like a really good checkmate position for the side of Team Flash, right? 8k lead, 36 to 27. No item, third item power spike for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Lolzy now charging the Tyrant's
Nico.
Revenge, and Blink X coming from behind finds Hades, but no follow-up just yet. Blink X is almost getting taken down, but Lina was able to protect him, but at this point, I feel like the NetherRealm not being up is more of a big deal.
I actually like Carbon's way to move in the map. He wants to cut the lanes really smooth.
And now Wolsey almost making a mistake.
Yeah.
Carb,
Yeah. It's so clever.
So
you can't
smart.
push with no minions.
Yep, can't push with no minions, but they still be able to get one more inhibitor. It's a small save, but let's see how much of an impact. Oh, it's going to have. Oh, Nico.
Yep, they find Nico, but Nico is still, nope, never mind. Unstoppable for Vanix. Vanix is on fire for this guy. No way! No! Okay, he died. Thank goodness. He survived. Carbon now comes from behind. He's gonna get taken down. Killing spree by Jay.
Is it done?
That needs an instant replay.
I can't. I'm so lost for words. He's smurfing so hard right now as they're looking to close this out, and they try backdoor protection of minions, and that's Team Flash taking the win. 2-1 against the Burmese Ghouls. What was that?
The story is between Singapore and Myanmar. Myanmar has been taking them down over and over again in internationals, and this time new representatives from Singapore is like, we got your number.
We got your number indeed. Lolzy is happy. Adamir has a slight smile, and you know what that means. He's like, I smurfed this game, boys.
Yeah.
He played out of his mind.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, having that second deserved victory. Team Flash do deserve that victory, coming all the way from Singapore just to take the Premier Schools on their first challenge down. Team Premier Schools odds are bad at this moment.
Yeah, it's not looking good, right? They need every single one of these wins in the upcoming matches if they want to at least try and qualify or force a tiebreaker against another team in the same group. It's good stuff coming in from Team Flash.
Fountain.
He's still, and he nearly survived.
He was pulled back into the fountain. What?
I mean, I can't wait to see the highlights coming up in a little bit, but man, considering how game 1 and game 2, how long they dragged out, the fact that Team Flash was able to snowball that out of control, it's good to see that they're able to play every aspect of the game.
Let me just say, he did die, but that's a cool way to die.
That is a cool way to die.
Yeah, it is. It's almost as the Kyrie escape yesterday if he managed to pull that off.
Oh, that would have been close. That would have been very, very close. With that being said, I think it's time. We got to have a look at our MVP. Brought to you by Republic of Gamers.
Right?
I mean, come on. Let's give it over to Jay. Big time Valentina, making sure that no matter what mistake you make, he's got you covered.
Oh, wait, it's not Adamir?
Nah. Jay has a perfect score. Adamir died,
If he did not die, yeah. If he did not die, yeah.
I'm talking about the person who's been consistent throughout all 3 of these games. I'm talking about the man who plays in the mid lane and is dangerous. Look at that jawline. He's going to be cutting diamonds with that. 3-0-6. It's Jay on this Valentina.
Yeah, KDA speaks. And speaking of KDA, he had a lot of damage applied. We want to see that in the upcoming statistics, but let's look at the highlights. The highlights shows us that Team Flash, since the first second were in control with that double kill, also every team fight and every turret, every objective, they were nailing it one by one. Nico was just trying to prevent the inevitable, and at some point Carbon as well wanted to do some clever moves, but look at the execution here from Lolzy. He managed one time after another to do really good ultimates, and not just that. We'll look at this. Yeah, I was just about to mention it. A first flicker over and over again, dealing really, I would say not dealing, but making. Yeah, that was the. I will leave it to you, Lafel. I will leave it to you.
I don't know. Throughout this highlight, all I can say is Jay is dangerous.
Yes. He truly is. The disruption that he brings with these terrifies at the same time. In Jairus, we trust. It's just a dangerous game coming in from Team Flash.
Then Jairus.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Jairus.
I actually, I want to look at someday and find the one that fits so much. Like when you put a name that's for someone and also like let's leave it let's leave it that way.
Sure.
Dangerous, right? Let's make it like that.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
5-11 is the final score of game number 3. 12 minutes 28. So drastically different for game 1 as well as game 2. And if you're looking at the items, like Vanix had the time of his life. Not only did he win out his lane, broke that turret, he was able to snowball that lead out of control with the coverage of the rest of his team.
What actually is quite devastating for Nico is that he was almost doubled by in terms of the form on the other side on Team Flash, because if you look at Vanix 11k, if you look also at Hades, he was far ahead from Nico, so he didn't have the best time at jungling. He didn't have the best time for sure at the early game itself. Rich guy, also the carry. Vanix, he should be look, actually the gold per minute, I think this is one of the highest, if not the highest by far. 931 gold per minute, taking turrets down, taking their gold before they even leave, before the 5th minute. Yeah, Vanix was all around and was all about the objectives.
Absolutely. He was taking jungle camps just for fun at that point, you know, as he's moving across the map. And yes, I would say that the rotations from Team Flash, I would have expected him to instantly move to the top side as soon as they broke bot tier 1. But no, he decided to put a bigger brass tax on the Burmese ghouls, taking away beetles, taking away river crabs, taking away lethal wanderers, even absorbing mid waves before he got to that top side.
Honestly, in this game, all the Singaporeans that didn't believe in Team Flash, in your face.
Your face! I mean, most people would have believed that the Burmese ghouls were going to take it away.
I got it wrong again?
Oh, how convenient.
What? I voted for Burmese ghouls and they lost? Oh, no.
You'd rather to be what than what? Right, but
I'd rather be lucky than
right.
No, I'd rather be lucky than good.
Than good.
It makes me so mad that he gets away with it every single time.
Fun fact, my name means lucky.
Yeah, that I know at the very least. But man, it has been quite a battle between these two times. Once again, M5 is powered by Munton, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to all of our sponsors for making this happen, because guys, the next best of 3 is going to be just as exciting, if not even better, because we are seeing teams try and scrape up as many points as possible to qualify.
I just thought of something.
What you think?
My name is Lucky, but it didn't specify good luck. Look,
why haven't we seen this all this time?
Don't ask me to predict. The proof is out there. It's been 4 years.
It's been 4 years and we've never noticed it this entire time. But that being said, coming up next is the champions of MPL Cambodia. See you soon, going up against the runner-ups, Liga Latam, Bigatron Sun. So don't go anywhere. M5 World Championship group stage. We'll be right back.
number one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. M World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244
kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, sakit din para sa'yo kapag natatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para samahan ng mga players mo. Mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Monina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh, 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 oh,
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana. Nana.
Nana, go! Best dressed team, Marco. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
N5.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desistiu.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampiyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon. Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
opposite ends of the earth, there's unfinished business between these two teams as they face off in the pursuit of becoming better than great. Welcome back to the MLBBM 5 World Championships. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu and LaFell as we bring you, unbelievably, today's third best of 3. What time is it? It's time to see you soon go up against Bigatron Suns.
Man, and before that, we also have to just give a quick shout out, of course, to our sponsors, because without them, this would not be possible. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton. It's presented by Kadea and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Yeah.
Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 wouldn't be possible without your support.
And a special shout out to our global presenting partner, Kadea. Kadea is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It's the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Kadea, they aim to change the world of gaming and esports. Don't forget to give them a follow on all social media, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, at Kadea Gaming. Stay tuned for their social media. They have a ton of giveaways for you guys at home.
That's right. Also, we don't stop at providing the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of the competition and reach Mythic, Mythic Honor, Mythic Glory, Immortal, via the help of our Secret Lab Titan Evo gaming chairs, outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop, match, win in comfort, and keep yourself at the top of your game now. Let's talk about this matchup, gentlemen. It's Cambodia's champion, See You Soon, going up against a representative from Brazil, reppin' Latam. It's Bigatron Suns. For those of you who don't know, the unfinished business I was referring to was an M3 matchup that's shared amongst 4 players from both sides.
Yeah, not only that, but we're trying to recall it. I think it was a clean sweep, right? It was 2-0 that they had. Yeah, and so that's one thing that's great so far about this. There's so many narratives happening here, right? And this is one of them. It's a grudge match in a way. Now, this time around, it's been a while, you know, since M3 and everything. So really, where did things fall into place? Obviously, you have some changes with the rosters, the teams in general, but, you know, obviously that rivalry's still there.
Yeah, the rivalry is still there, but again, like you said, there's been some swaps because some of the players here, it is going to be their first time on the world stage. So we do have to see how do they adapt, how do they step up?
Yeah, but the players that were around when they first met in Singapore in late 2021 for the M3 World Championships was Boxy and Felix, the Kamai, and of course the Brazilians, Upa and Luna. Here they are once more repping, respectively, See You Soon, and now this time around, Bigatron Suns. They were formerly with the Red Canids, and here's what their stats look like.
I gotta say, looking at his stats as well, the only thing that really popped up for me is the heroes for Upa, because Clint and Farsa isn't really, I would say, the meta right now, especially the Farsa. The Clint, perhaps, in certain matchups, but other than that, Boxy, Matilda, still relevant now. Felix with the Lapu-Lapu as well as Exborg. Exborg maybe a little bit dependent on the draft if you're going up against a Terizla, against like a Fedrin, sure. And Luna as well, we saw yesterday, just because there's an Akai pick, it doesn't have to go to the jungle.
That's right, he's known to have that hero as a favorite, which he pays homage to one of his best friends, if you know what I'm saying. So with that said, we also have to give a highlight to the players not in the picture right now, those who are attending their very first World Championships. I'm talking about Ra from See You Soon. I'm talking about Syndra. I almost said Syndra, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
it works.
They're both star players in mid.
Yeah, and not only that, but you know, just even seeing some of these members from See You Soon over the course of the last year, now even before we're talking about the M Series and everything else, their performance has been great, right? And they just kind of refined it now over these months, over even the year, if you will. Now, that match alone, there's so much to compare here, right? The roam, the mid lane, even the gold lane, and I think now that we're, I guess the current meta is currently, I like how much flexibility there is. You guys already mentioned the roams, right? Even for Luna, the fact that you see the Lolita there, the Ruby, those could technically still work currently in M5. It's just, yeah, a lot of the times there are some teams that like to opt for, you know, the healing kind of options there. We even see a lot of the Matilda. You see, I heard you guys ask this earlier, where's D'Angelo been? You know, this is
Yeah.
another hero that pops up time and time again. So really, when you match both these teams up, regardless of what happened even in M3, there's so much here that they've obviously adjusted from. And then the question is, again, how do they apply it here starting on day number 2 of M5?
I definitely want to see some adaptations because yesterday, Bigatron Suns going up against Onyx, it was a very tough matchup. So going up against See You Soon, I'm hoping whatever happened yesterday, dude, can apply going up against See You Soon because that's not an easy opponent.
That's right. No, you went into the deep end. Why not? That's the tournament favorite. Looking at the internal rankings, looking at the grapevine, looking at just the timeline, what the media's saying. Onyx is set up for success, and that's Bigatron Suns' first opponents last night. But here, now, they're facing off against See You Soon, and let's get the action afoot. Introducing our marshals to officiate the M5 World Championships. We have them here, making sure that there is fairness and integrity in all of our games. Let's acknowledge them here. 4 gentlemen working behind the scenes and with our players on stage to help them have the best battles, the best matches that they could. Now, let's welcome the Kamai making their way into the stage. It's the pride of Cambodia. After missing last year's culmination, they managed to return the soonest that they can. Don't let their names fool you because they're here and they're now. They are See You Soon.
Again, a team that has a lot to prove once again, and they have done so much already leading up to this. Can't wait to see what they bring to the table this time, finally, and against a team like this.
Going up against them are the Brazilian Bots. With a tough challenge out of the way, they return with a rebooted mindset, and they are programmed to win. Give it up for Bigatron Suns!
I have to say they have a lot to prove in this match series because, again, yesterday's performance, I would say, should build a fire underneath them.
And now making their way on stage, their leaders, their brains, their coaches. It's Coach CatGod and Jin, and Coach Darkness, and their analyst, Valeria. Interesting to see. I'm wondering if we're going to see some spicy picks. Now a show of showmanship between the Cambodians and the Brazilians.
Yeah, not only that, but I know we'll talk more in depth about this later on, but the play styles here, right? The play styles of both these regions kind of clashing out. That's what's so great about the End series, right? And that's what we've been comparing even so. So with this, let's take a look at the roster here. For See You Soon, we've got Kusei, MP the King, Siren Felix, or Felix Ra, and also Boxy the King, or
All right.
Boxy.
Where are my manners? It's not just the Cambodians. We have some Filipinos here repping the Kingdom of Cambodia, repping the Kamai. We also have Kusei and MP.
Yeah, honestly, MP the King, a lot of pressure will be on him because so far we've seen the entire world stage. It's all about those junglers.
And he's owning the map. Again, they're very aggressive and they're leaning hard, and that's going to be key to them defeating Bigatron Suns. They reset, and it's looking like Super Upa, Uzizio, Black, Syndra, and Luna are ready to go. What do you think, LaFell?
Honestly, what I think right now is they have to find a decisive playstyle because yesterday it does seem like they're trying out a little bit too much. I feel like in this game, figure out what target do you want. Do you want to control the side lanes? Do you want to control the river? Do you want to make sure that all the neutral objectives is on your side? And then just go for it.
Well, we're mere minutes away from the draft starting up, and let's go down a trip onto memory lane. Joseph, you'll remember you were watching very, very closely.
Yep.
LaFell, you and I were on the ground right then and there in lovely Singapore City. Suntech, you know what happened between the Red Canids and everyone they faced. Luna, Upa, the rest of that lineup. You said just now they have to be decisive. They have to have conviction, confidence. If you remember their performance then, they did not know how to attack certain things. They were very hesitant. And here tonight, is this deja vu? Are they going to not reset as well as we thought they would from last night? Maybe even have ghosts of the performances in late 2021 because we're all for the Kamai.
What's wrong with your predictions, man? I've been following you and I've been incorrect.
Muhammad Amirul Ayman, don't do this to me.
Hey, Mr. Daniel, please. Joseph, help me out here because right now I feel like I'm a Malaysian side dish. You guys are too masarap.
We're too masarap. Hey, that's fine.
Sit up in your language.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Even as taking a look at the audience predictions here, I feel like everybody has had their own predictions even today. And surprisingly, we've gone the distance so far. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually go the 3 games here and we're all wrong on the desk. It's not going to be a sweep.
To have 3 games.
You want it.
Why are you saying this out loud?
I want it.
It's at least
Saya mahukan.
it's at least something to see that those from the West actually support Bigatron Suns, all right? Looking at NA, USA to be specific, are a majority for Bigatron Suns, so they know, they see something. I'm wondering if Mr. Herbert Wagner, Mr. Trex himself, watching, about to get on his flight very soon.
Oh, what's that?
Coming over to the M5 World Championships, all right. I'm guessing that's a tattoo. It's not very clear, not as intelligible.
I'm
but
dyslexic. I could read.
I'm assuming, we can confirm later, that this match is dedicated to his daughter, Luna's family.
Oh, yeah.
Driving force for this young man, this former footballer from Brazil, now leading his team once more in the World Championships.
And I think that's something to point out here as we wait for the draft, right, is what lanes or roles do we really want to focus on for both of these teams? I feel like even when you look at See You Soon, and if you've been watching them, you know, throughout their time, and especially this year, there isn't actually a single lane you could really focus on for See You Soon, for the most part, right? Because it's one of those teams where every single one of their games, they usually have someone shining in a different way, right? Now, for BTR, on the other hand, I feel like a lot of eyes are on Luna.
Well, number one, he's a huge guy. Number two, he's the roamer. He's the shot caller. So that's how it should be.
I would say, based on what happened yesterday, he was good at protecting his teammates. But at one point, you got to engage. You got to start something. You got to make sure that you catch someone and go in for the kill. In the second game of the series, Luna was able to do that. In the first one, it looked like he needed a little bit more time.
Well, he had about 24 hours to get things set straight, as now we go into the draft. It's game one. See You Soon on the play. BTR answering back. Cat God and Darkness playing a chess game of their own. 1-1 banned out. The swing back from the Brazilians is the Angela. We were looking for the Angela. There it is.
Well, here's the thing. So far, Nolan, Brody, Faramis, as well as Guinevere has been the face of M5 so far.
Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno.
Did you say Bruno? You maybe did. You said Brody.
He didn't say Bruno.
Oh, he did?
We don't talk about Bruno.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you know what? I feel like you guys are bullying me here.
That's from Frozen, right?
Excuse me, Joseph. I've been doing 3 games.
That's true.
Right?
But you want 3 games.
I'm older than you.
And you asked for 3 more.
Yes. Listen, man. Moonton, if you're listening, I love Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
They are always listening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. More diamonds, please. Thank you.
Back to what you were saying.
What was I saying?
You were talking about the faces of M5.
Yeah. So I was talking about Nolan, Guinevere, Bruno.
Yeah, there you go.
Bruno. All right. What was the other hero?
Brody.
No.
I thought you mentioned
Faramis.
Faramis.
There you go.
Already.
He's
Faramis is out. Joy as well has been dancing here and there, but definitely all these 4 heroes. Bruno just dropped his 100% win rate, but it's still a very strong hero.
With the sample size, yeah, no, that's still impressive.
Can I just say, I want to see it take real again. After seeing it yesterday,
debuted by Keyboy.
Yeah.
But we have to think about the situation, right? You're trying to bait out a Hilda, trying to stop your jungler, your assassin jungler from doing something, then the Tigreal looks amazing.
Remember how many times we saw it in the wild card?
Yeah.
Right? And it had an abysmal win rate. And then it just comes out tomorrow, day 1. Boom, win.
It's like the win rate isn't great, but the plays are good.
Yeah.
The implosions was impressive.
On point.
To be fair, it's a hero with a kit that's very specific. It's been a while since we've seen Tigreal in circulation. So, again, negative synergy, anti-positioning. We'll see if it comes into play this time around because, again, BTR have very fresh memories from last night. There goes the Bruno.
Nolan and Guinevere are open.
Could be in the play, as well as a Valentina. You want to play like that?
I would say this is a very good thing coming in from BTR. They understand that both heroes are heavily contested, so just we'll see which one See You Soon prefers.
That's right. Big trades coming up. Also, be on the lookout for Upa, the Destroyer. He's known to just wreck turrets. So check out what he might pick here, but it's going to be hard to be a gold laner under Bigatron Suns because there's always a Nolan afoot.
I'm wondering, you know, maybe you have a way to break this down, LaFell, because
maybe
I like to ask this. I'm assuming you do. Nolan's in the play?
Yes.
How do you play against this pick alone?
Phoveus.
There it is.
Phoveus is going to be a big impact play. It's going to shut down quite a lot, especially if the opposing side has too many dashes going around, because we've seen Phoveus getting banned time and time again just because not only do you just follow wherever the Nolan is going, if the Nolan wants to run away, he has to dash. He doesn't really have much of a choice.
All right. Still no Phoveus afoot. I think they're just waiting for more dashes. Maybe an Arlot, because again, you can pick the Arlot, you can let the Arlot through to the other side and then get the Phoveus, because BTR Suns picking up the Guinevere and the Valentina. Again, very high contest picks already aforementioned in this draft. Looking to close up their first phase. See you soon. I'd say invest in the gold laner right here, right now.
The question is what? Brody is good as well. I said it before. I meant it. I didn't misspoke. The Claude as well might be pretty good just because the Bruno isn't there.
Yeah. Also, Claude is
there it
right
is.
there. Wow. It's as if we understand what's going on.
Oh my
And the
lord.
Arlot. All right. So here now, do we Phoveus?
Phoveus or Terizla. Both is actually quite good against this kind of matchup because the Terizla can win the lane, the Phoveus can win the team fight.
Man, Terizla's been, for a while now, has been just a constant pickup.
Almost 6 months now.
Yeah, and I like that we've actually seen it flex as well. It has
In
gone
the mid.
It has gone in the mid.
100% in the mid.
100% in the mid.
Thanks,
we have
Rosa.
seen it. We've also seen it in the Rome, right? I mean, I think
Yes.
the wild cards even.
Yeah.
We saw it in the Rome. So if they decide to go that now, the one
Do you
thing
want it
we
in the
did-
jungle?
I personally do not.
See,
I don't
want that as well.
I don't know what that speed
We're
is.
local, but we're not that local.
Don't try this at home, man. Of course, there it is.
It's like we know the game.
Sort of.
It's like we do. Folks, don't try this at home. Do not send Terizla to the jungle, but yes, do pick up the Phoveus where it matters. And look at this, Coach Darkness. They're Analyst Valeria, just covering their bases. We got a lot of shields right now going, so protect them. Respect it, yes, even if Esmeralda is not in the meta.
I think do you ban out the Diggy eventually as well? Like, we saw this earlier today and how much damage, how much damage that can do, but
That
also
was so much damage.
I love it.
So much damage.
So damage. So much.
So much
So
damage.
much damage.
Oh, it's funny because it sounds like so much damage.
Yes.
Wow.
You're catching on.
I love it. Going into the second phase, Darkness here on the last ban. Cat God gonna be responding soon. Something to note, marksmen are what the Khmer are attacking. Do note, Upa has a 100% win rate over 5 games with the Iksha. We haven't really seen much Iksha.
I would say the Iksha is really picked to go up against the Brody just because it has a winning matchup and we don't see a lot of Yuzongs. It's kind of not great going up against Yuzong, against the Khalid. As long as those aren't in the picture, then you can go for the Ixia.
So is this safe to say that this Arlot is going to the XP lane? If it does, then you're fine. Then most likely the Ixia can show through. Maybe save it for the last pick.
Yeah. Honestly, Arlot can go on to Ixia, but just because you have the Phoveus, it's not that big of a problem.
Not only that, but we've seen so many times where even if Ixia is, because like the downside of Ixia, right, is the fact that really defensively you have Flicker. That's mostly about it, So you're a glass cannon for a reason. If the Arlot chases you, Nolan as well, that's also a concern. But if you can peel enough for your Ixia, then it works. Now, do they take it this pick? Not sure. Maybe it's better to save it for that last pick because you could still flex into something else. We have even seen, other gold laners. We saw the Clint, on the
I was gonna
stats
talk
earlier,
about it,
right?
yeah. Yeah, Super Upa can use the Clint, and in this kind of matchup is honestly pretty good, having a lot of burst damage. If the Nolan finds you, you just use your first skill, and then you can just reveal him and then just shoot him down.
Yeah. Now, in hindsight, there is a Nolan, so any non-mobile marksman is dangerous. Here we see a Baksha roam Guinevere, I'm saying.
Yeah, Luna on the Guinevere.
All right.
I'm all for it.
Lunavere.
Luna on Bota has hair with the Guinevere. Bota means ball, by the way.
Om is uncle.
Om is uncle. Luna is just Luna.
Luna in some languages, mainly those of Spanish influences.
Lunar is moon. Yeah.
So are we
Spanish,
like,
or
is it a cryptic message?
Listen, I understand all languages, but I wonder what hero they're gonna pick up. Huh? See you soon.
Yeah.
Right?
They still need a roamer unless the Arlot's going into the
Novaria?
Roman jungle.
Novaria or
mid.
Emilia?
He needs a solid mid too.
Ooh,
Kadita.
There's the aforementioned Kadita. Ra has a solid, respectful run with this.
Okay, XP lane Arlot. We've got the Kaja now in the Rome. And, you know,
So
left
fast.
up, yeah. They're left up to this, no matter what is thrown in the gold lane,
Matrix.
you're going to have to protect this gold laner, man. There's so
Definitely.
much burst potential. And it looked like, okay, it's Irithil.
This is
All right, I was
risky.
about to get real loco and just say, send the Phobias to the gold. Go fight her sides. Go fight her sides.
Hey, if you want to go that route, might as well just put in a Leomord.
No. In your world.
I'm not against it. But that's not the reality we live in. We have this draft right here, right now. We'll get one more look at it before we head into the Land of Dawn. LaFell, your thoughts? We're going to see the counter index as well. We're going to see what the lineup rating is like. Slightly favoring BTR, the numbers.
I would say in terms of timing, BTR can go there a little bit faster because Super Upa needs 2 items and then you can go in. For See You Soon, you're looking at the Nolan because if you're hoping for the Claude, it's going to take a while.
Claude always takes a while, I feel like. But Irithil, in a way, too.
Not
2
as
items.
slow, but here's the thing. Everyone else from See You Soon goes as fast, right? So it's an extreme complemented by another. As we go into the game, we'll see how fast these two teams want to go, how they plan to expedite their core's power spikes. This is game 1 between See You Soon and Bigatron Suns. Let's check out these early rotations.
Yeah, right now, looking at how the teams are playing, I feel like going in for jungle invades is going to be very risky, but it's something that both junglers have the capability of doing because the ability of Abaxia is that you can bully people out of their jungle, but Nolan just clears the jungle so fast, so you can steal it before they even notice he's gone.
Yeah, clearing the jungle, I mean, speed-wise early on is, you know, important, especially leading that first turtle. And even exchanges like this, right? Early skirmishes can sometimes already get that snowball, that momentum going for what a lot of these teams look for.
Yep, and uncharacteristically, it looks like See You Soon is actually just waiting to get their kit. And the Bigatron Suns, they making the most of this time that they're actually winning. Looking at the emblem set, See You Soon, wow, a relative lack of Wilderness Blessing.
Yeah, honestly, See You Soon having 2 Rupture Shears, meaning that they want to find ways to get kills very early, but Bigatron Suns here having a lot of vitality, making sure that they understand that they are prone to getting killed in the early game, so don't. Just have more HP.
They respect the fundamentals.
Yeah.
All right, here in mid, that'd be the King already at 4. Boxy and Luna playing footsies. Up top, what's this matchup like? The Phobias and the Arlet.
I would say Black can have a very good laning phase going up against the Arlet, especially post level 4.
Uh-oh.
Now Boxy the King there is just trying to give a bad time to Black because again, I kind of feel like Phobias has a pretty good laning phase against the Arlet.
Oh, this could go in the favor of MP the King, but good thing Buzizio was there. Super Upa really low, he's gonna have to back off, but Turtle now spawns.
The Enforcer protecting their gold laner. That could have been close. That could have been a clear win for Kosei when you're talking about that gold lane race. Oh, Felix almost stopped the recall on to Luna. It's See You Soon first to the scene. Syndra.
Actually gonna use that final slash already. Syndra backs off there. Turtle once again is the priority for both of these teams. So we'll see Syndra go back, heal up. Will he be here for this fight? Maybe so if they can stall it out. It is gonna be that turtle dance that goes through, but also Boxy having his Divine Judgment available. They can actually win this fight if they decide to pick the right target. Luna waiting as well for that level 4. Bazizio going to jump in. There's the response. MP the King's going to be able to grab the turtle. Now going to battle it out. Black could be in trouble. He's quite low. Demonic Force has the shields. He's got his target, but can't get the kill here. Now Bazizio has to pop the ultimate as well. Now MP the King with a response. Gets the first blood. Goes in the hands of See You Soon for Felix. And they're going to be happy about that because they got the turtle as well.
That's a trademark double lane Claude. Already I can say, despite the win coming in from the turtle lane into mid, See You Soon way ahead. Kusei way ahead of even Super Upa, now 5-4.
I would say the last trade just now, Bigatron Sans, they kind of understand that going up against the draft coming in from See You Soon, if they engage, they're going to get punished. But I like how Black handled that entire situation. He understands that if they want to engage, a lot of dashes are coming in. So the Demonic Force gave them a lot of time, gave them a lot of space, making sure that no one really went down. So it looks like Bigatron Suns, they know it's a disadvantage, but they just bite the bullet.
Well, I guess there is the bottom lane as their alternative. If you lose the first turtle, that's fine. We already accepted the fact that See You Soon should be going faster. The rest of the lineup has that going for them. Item game, check it out. Oh, 600 gold between Kusei and Upa. How's he gonna start destroying things?
Right now, it looks like Super Upa is not taking the boots first because, like I said, for an Inortel, once you have the House Claw as well as the Berserker Fury, you're all good.
Doing a good jump in with that spatial migration. Boxy getting taken out right away. Now MP the King with a response. Luna could be in trouble, has to flicker around. Still on the hunt though. MP the King with a fracture. Won't be able to clean up the kill. Still want to go for Syndra. Blazing duet from Kusei, but nothing more they can get. See you soon, trying to bite back.
All right, that was a close call. Obviously, See You Soon had the XP, had the gold advantage, but the fact that Bigatron's Sons were able to play themselves out of that losing situation.
Yeah, I would say based on the draft that they have, I kind of feel like for both teams, they always have options. So which option you want to go for? They can always have the option to fight, but they also have a very good situation where they can kite it out. It looks like See You Soon, they want to kite it out. Bigatron Sons, they want to go in.
Oh, flicker used. Luna gonna jump in, but Turtle already gonna be secured by MP the King. Now the fight gonna break out. Final slash gonna be used. Luna's gonna fall. There's another body as well. Still going. Syndra though falls. It's the response. Now the 1 for 2, still looking for more. See You Soon on the hunt, but they're quite tanky here. They won't be able to continue, but they got themselves the second turtle. Still in the mid lane. They're gonna back off.
100% total take rate for See You Soon. This time around, 2,000 gold ahead, just above 5 minutes. Of course, the Destroyer doing his thing. Well, I got a question for you. What's going on with Bigatron Sons? When you're down this much in the early game, don't you just decide to not fight? Why are they still forcing? Why are they still contesting?
I would say it's because their draft allows it for you to happen that night, but the damage is just not there. That's the problem.
Oh, is that okay? The damage looks like it's there for See You Soon as they continue on. Black gonna be in trouble this time, going in with a demonic force, but will fall. Boxy gets the kill. And as you were saying, LaFell, you know, it looks like they want to just kind of fight here.
Yeah, the damage isn't there just yet. Syndra alone is not gonna be enough unless See You Soon makes a critical mistake.
Whoa! Oh, Kosei trying to get out, has to use that Purify, but Buzizio wants this kill. Should be able to get it unless he's stopped. He's stopped! Can't get the kill that he was looking for. See You Soon again, coming out with a minor win there.
All right, a majority of See You Soon's lineup doesn't look like it's gonna stop anytime soon. If anything, it's just gonna get better and better, right? Bigatron Sons, when can they get their power spike? Because I'm looking at Syndra, right? I'm already thinking, what ult do I take? What's the best decision here over the past 2 or 3 team fights? Especially since See You Soon are now starting to live in my jungle. Look at this, concealed play from Boxy.
He is going to pull him Divine Judgment and everything being thrown at Buzizio. He's supposed to be tanky.
That was clean and dirty at the same time.
Yeah.
Because, okay, again, the reason why See You Soon they can start whatever they want is a good engage. Luna on Bota for now has not been fighting those good engages. If he can, that's going to be the difference maker.
All right, you know what? I think the best thing that Bigatron Sons can do right now is plan for a turn. That's it. Their lineup is so good on the turn, but wait, down bottom!
Black. Bonk. Is he gonna get just taken out here? He's trying to buy time, but it's MP the King, and he's on a killing spree now. Meanwhile, on the top side, Felix could be in trouble here, Luna and Upa, but Ra now here as well. Unless Syndra, once again, the question of what ultimate do you take? There's so many options here for him.
Okay, Super Upa, do you have your second item? If you do, everyone play for him.
Bigatron Sons, they're looking for the window. They're looking to counter punch. At what minute can we expect that? It's 8 minutes in now.
I would say 9 because at any point, Super Upa will have the Berserker Fury. If Syndra can get the Divine Judgment, that's their goal, but just get 1, 1, 1. You don't need to get
this is, I don't know if they're gonna have time. Again, they're trying to save him, but he's gonna go ahead and get bonked like that. Black gonna be able to fall. Still, Super Upa making his way. He just got the Berserker's Fury, trying to turn the tide of the fight. He fires down, but they can't get a kill. Boxy did fall, but it's 2 down for Bigatron Suns and this mid turret. All falling before that first Lord. MP the King will find Luna on top of it. Now still looking for more. Final Slash could be used. But the sights might be set on these buffs. MP the King wants another kill. He'll go in and find Syndra. Now Super Hoopa in trouble. Raw gonna go in. They want more and they get another kill against Bigatron Suns.
The Sooners are relentless.
Nolan is the face of M5, man. 6-0 and 3. He went in, and he's like a magician. He makes you disappear.
Prestige. Excuse me?
That's the sound that he makes?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta check on that. I really haven't really been playing much Nolan, but look at this. In our episode of Shenanigans, Soons just went up and took the Lord right before our eyes, folks. They melted that major objective, now spawning in mid as they turn the map blue.
MP the King has more gold than Kusei. He's talking to Kusei. He's like, dude, you gotta farm. Don't you know, minions give you gold?
Come on, Clarence, you gotta catch up.
Felix,
I know, Michael, I'm catching up.
Felix as well, though. Like, looking on the charts there, he's number 3 on the.
He's talking to Kusei. He's like, dude, you gotta farm. Don't you know, minions give you gold?
Come on, Clarence, you gotta catch up.
Felix,
I know, Michael, I'm catching up.
Felix as well, though. Like, looking on the charts there, he's number 3 on this
Kusei,
R-Lock.
come on. It's not that people just use your alt clear the minions and now conceal.
What are they looking for?
Gonna use that conceal, but again, assault on the base here. MP the King going in towards the base. Gonna be just fine though. Can work around it again. They should be able to make quick work of the Lord with the final slash. The flicker in with the blazing duet. Super Hoopa gonna go down. Kusei finally goes back with the BMI. Now Felix there as well. Luna's gonna fall. That's 3 bodies down for Bigatron Suns. And this could already be the game. Game number 1. As much as they try, Bigatron Suns will fall to see you soon in game 1.
Textbook aggression, conviction, and a vision of how the game could end. Wow. See you soon. What a dominant start.
See you soon. The moment they have all the cooldowns, they went for it. Is the Divine Judgment up? It is. Where Bigatron Suns is going down.
This was a very pick-off-eccentric lineup that is meant for pure momentum. You know, they started off early on, and that was a very quick game because you saw it. Even Buzizio, who's on a Baksha, if everything is thrown at him and he gets picked off, he's gone in an instant. So you can't even contest these early turtles. We didn't get to see that. And just the power that you have in, let's get this target, take him out, that has such a, basically a powerful impact throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, no. Constantly, as soon as we saw See You Soon, all puns intended, get a stranglehold onto the early game, they never really let go. As soon as a conceal was off of cooldown, let's go. As soon as a key ult was up, let's go. Let's not wait for Syndra to pick off a good ultimate off of us, which again was a question a majority of us were asking for the better half of that match. And speaking of the duration, is this the fastest game in M5 so far?
I don't know, but that was so one-sided. Bigatron Suns, they're the Suns. See You Soon looks like the daddy.
Yeah.
They were disciplining them.
Proud of you.
Thank you very much, Daddy.
No, it's true though. Like, this was
He's
a one-sided game. He is.
Yeah.
It works. But again, this is, you said it well. You know, the fact that you're able to just kind of give it a go, and it gets very one-sided early on. But we're going to have to take a look at the game MVP here.
Hey, of course, it's the homecoming of Michael Indino. MP the King with his 705 Nolan. This young man never stopped. As soon as he got hold of his buffs, he was looking at either heroes or Buzizio's buffs.
And again, he was already stating this is going to be a 2-0. But we got to talk about how he played the game. Because Nolan clears the jungle very fast. And like you said, the jungle is gone. It's like, I have 2 jobs.
Yeah.
Clear jungle, get kills. And my jungle is empty.
And that looks like a lot of kills.
And that was a lot of kills. And again, looking at how they played their draft, just like you said, it is pick-up-centric. It's like, the moment you see anyone, even Buzizio, you're a Boxia. In the game, you're categorized as a tank. Not in our eyes. He gets bursted down.
And what's scary is now in hindsight, we really didn't see much of this while it was happening, because again, it happened in the blink of an eye. they were pulling their own version of a Cambodian ube. You see
Oh,
that?
yeah. Oh,
They
yeah.
were always together. They were so aggressive. The only times that they were ever really split up was they were trying to find the flanks like this. But it's just sheer dominance. It's just we know how strong we are. We know how ahead we are. And oh, Lord, 4-man final slash.
You know, I'm trying to think of a better ultimate that looks so flashy than Final Slash, or is it probably one of the flashiest, coolest looking ultimates?
Final Flash.
No. Is that an ability?
Anime lovers will know the reference there, the Final Flash. But either way, looking at this game, it really does seem like See You Soon in terms of their plan. What do we need? Do we need level 4? Do we need our first item? Because whatever the go button was, whatever the go sign was, once they achieved it, it really does seem like farm is an afterthought. I mean, even Kusei wasn't the highest farm. He's just like, wait, do we have enough damage? Then what are we doing? Let's end the game. It's 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Yeah. It really might be the fastest game.
There you go. Again, I don't have the exact numbers because, again, yesterday...
We can lie, it's fine.
All the well then. Yesterday went by so fast. Today is going at a snail's pace. Every single series has been 3 games straight. So this being a breath of fresh air today shows that the metagame is still yet to evolve. But it did not evolve to BTR's direction, not to their identity. It's been tough being BTR from yesterday to today.
And what happened here, LaFell? Because again, you mentioned the Phoveus pick against the Nolan because that was priority. That wasn't enough here. Was it also because the Irithel takes too much time and there was too many pick-off potential?
He takes time. To be honest, the Phoveus actually takes time.
Yeah. Phoveus does take time, but I will have to say, one person can't do it all. Everyone has to do well.
Yep.
But the thing is, it's not Bigatron Sun's fault. It's like, what can you do in the face of a divine judgment, a fracture coming in from the Nolan? So this is one of those situations where See You Soon, they just understand, you guys need time. We're not going to give you guys time. We're going to pick you guys off one by one.
Yep.
And the problem with having a lineup that has a good front line, if the front line can't do his job, no one can do their job.
That's the most analytical I've heard LaFell.
Oh, sorry.
It just comes out.
I'm sorry.
There are episodes, there are bouts of it.
Yeah.
Bouts of brilliance.
Yeah, we can expect it again in a couple of days. But here we are, looking at the damage, looking at the team fights, which is again a stickling point for me. I'd say if you're going up against a team like See You Soon, history would show, try your best to hide. That's why early on, about 4 or 5 minutes in, was it not better for BTR to just say, you know what, we're not fighting, we're gonna hide. We're gonna plant ourselves behind our turrets, you come get us. Could they not have done that?
They couldn't, because 60% of the map was controlled by See You Soon. And at that point, there's no way for you to hide, because we saw Buzizio trying to run away from the Kaja. But again, it was not enough. There was not enough ground for him to run away to.
I'd say you're right, because starting the 7-8 minute mark, they were going way behind tier 2.
Yes.
They were going in flickering under turrets still standing. They were concealing, and yeah, no, Bigger Chances were just put in a position wherein any response was suboptimal, because See You Soon was willing to go the extra mile.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like there was an option for them, you know, at one point, because, and that's where you kind of have to really look on the early game here, because once things got scaled out of control, it was much harder, because when you have so many ultimates like that, Divine Judgment, Rough Waves, anything like that, even the Nolan, right, with the Fracture, if you try to just hug the turret, even with, you know, the reduction of damage and everything, you can't. You
Listen,
know?
right?
It's
You're
too
in the
much.
turret. If the Divine Judgment is on cooldown, final slash out of the turret.
Yeah.
There's so many ways for them to start the fight. It's kind of unfair. And I kind of do feel like the Kadita was a nice cherry on top of this very nice cake, because the Kadita can go in alone and just kill anyone.
You know what the cherry on top was for me personally?
What?
The Claude.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Again, it could have been any other gold laner in Super Upa's lane, and it wouldn't have made a difference.
I agree.
See You Soon would have still ended up with this same
Could have been in Harit.
direction. Could have been a Beatrix.
Could have
Could have been a Gord.
You say Gord?
Yes, I say the Gord.
I was going to say the Phoveus.
He'll allow it.
Earlier,
Yeah,
He'll
no,
allow it.
what if it was a 1-3-1? What if it was a fighter setup? But that's neither here nor there. Hindsight is 2020, and now all we can do is wish that BTR the best. Hope that they have something in their back pocket, a reset protocol, if you will, because now they are at the threat of losing their second series once more. See you soon at match point. Gentlemen, what do we suggest the Brazilian
I have a
robots
suggestion.
do? Yes.
A simple draft. Because I feel like in that draft, you need a lot of things to go right. And if you look at the draft coming from See You Soon, it's almost like a one-button team.
It's just tunnel vision, kill, convert, kill, convert.
Just
Exactly.
find one. That's
You
all
could-
they have to do.
You could autopilot to be fine.
Yeah.
Right? So I kind of feel like they have... This is the first time I'm on the analyst side. Maybe that's why this time I'm smarter.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, you were doing the play-by-play.
I feel weird saying smart things.
We should get that checked. But I agree. I concur 100%. I reckon that maybe what BTR should do is play more proactive. Because again, we saw that Luna Ombotak is capable of leading his team to great heights. But when he's down to protecting them, or again, playing a lineup or a team comp that is based on the turn, especially against a team that's so aggressive like See You Soon, might be a losing strategy altogether.
Yeah, it's not only that, but also the fact that you had, well, I'm assuming they're going to be on the blue side, right? Let's say they get the priority this time. You can start with the draft there. You kind of have things fall into place that way. But even if you put the Guinevere in the hands of Luna there to, you know, find those pickoffs, that's a downside of a roam Guinevere, because a lot of these teams kind of, we even highlighted Luna going into the game, you know, finding these picks for the team, finding the setups. If you don't land the spatial migrations, you know, on the targets that you want to or anything like that, and then you're kind of just a sitting duck. You know, you can't really follow up if you miss it out, and your team is kind of left in the whims as well. Unlike, again, when you're up against just a stacked team of buttons, if you will, ultimates that can turn the tides or initiate and even peel. Like, for example, the fact that you have Divine Judgment to usually start fights, you can actually use it to peel as well, but then you have all these other options. Whereas again, I feel like, you know, for Bigatron Suns, they relied so much on that Guinevere to set those things up.
Well, this is something else that See You Soon has in their back pocket, hidden, is Boxy's 100% win rate as a Kufra. 6 games across MPL, KH's autumn 2023 season. He had options, man. He had so much left in the tank. And this is what Bigatron Suns are looking at. They're looking at the barrel of a very loaded gun, cocked and loaded, and
Boxy looks proud.
on? Of course, no, he knows. He knows he did a good job as that Kaja. He set up Michael Andino, MP the King, for an MVP performance. So now my question, what's going on in Coach Darkness and their analyst Valeria's minds? Because they actually took maybe a minute longer to discuss. There were some last-minute discussions before they went into their seats just now.
If they're going to get the Guinevere again, Hades just convinced me that you need a Genius Wand on this Guinevere.
Whoa. Are we talking about the magic damage Gwyn?
Exactly, because looking at the potential of the Guinevere is that you can get a good catch, but at some point you're going to be alone.
Yeah.
You want to be able to get someone down by yourself. And I feel like even just a Genius Wand is going to be enough. So having a Guinevere in the roam position, I completely understand the logic behind it, but at the same time, it feels limiting.
We've seen it debuted in the MPLI just recently, about a couple of weeks ago. It worked in the hands of other teams, but here, you're right, I have to agree, the knockups and the CCs really did not
Damage is king.
Convert to much. Hey, let's not jump the gun.
I will jump the gun. Don't tell me what to do.
Ayman.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Sorry,
the first name basis.
damage Guinevere, especially in the jungle, is maybe a Hades specific thing. We cannot confirm that this is what people should do. People watching at home.
No, do it. For all of you watching, you're playing rank, do it. Just go straight for their marksmen, for their mages. Don't trust your team. What can they do?
It's so simple, right?
It's all about you. You want those points? You want the star? You gotta carry your team, man.
All right.
Now I know what kind of player Lefel is.
Hey, I play Grok Execute.
It's been a while since I played with Lefel, and we won our own fair share of MCLs. But tonight, it's all about See You Soon. It's all about Bigatron Suns. They're looking to make a comeback as we go into the draft. It's game 2. And here we see See You Soon still on the play.
Interesting.
They ban out the 1-1 and the Faramis, while the Brazilian bots go up, taking out the Joy and the Nolan. Those are MP the King specials.
Good that they, okay, I like the fact that
I like you.
Thank you. I was kind of expecting BTR to be on the blue, right? But
Yeah.
it's nice the fact that you take out the Nolan. At least you take that out of the picture. Maybe they want to go ahead and, for example, pick one of those heroes that Seosun used the previous one. If it's the Kaja, if it's, the Arlon, something that gives them that initiation, that peel where, again, you don't have to completely rely on a Guinevere, for example.
I would say this kind of shows a little bit of the character of the teams because Seosun, they're the aggressors.
Yeah.
They're the predators. They're the ones that want to start things off. While Victor and Sons, they want to see what's going to happen and they're going to respond. Again, it's going to be a very interesting tactic here, trying to respond to what Seosun is doing, but I don't know, man.
Essentially, the proactive versus the reactive types of competitors. Now closing it up, we have the Matilda and the Angela taken out as last picks. What's left open for Seosun?
Bruno, even a Guinevere if you want. And they do want it. So, but this means that Victor and Sons, they can have the Bruno.
We can win the race
Yep.
against time.
There it is.
Probably the best option, at least.
At this
for now.
point,
Yeah.
I wanted Dinky. But no, they're picking out DeMartis. And we've seen this matchup quite a few times.
Yeah.
Like, people prefer DeMartis to go up against the Guinevere.
Yeah, it's a solid pickup because, again, the Marquise has a lot of mobility, has iframes, can snowball. So, yeah, I'm guessing once the Suns find that one window where they counterpunch hard enough, they can go just as fast.
Kaja?
Oh. See, this is where I was worrying, man, because it's going back to everything we talked about, which went in favor for Seosun, but this time they have the Guinevere, which just kind of adds
to Rizla.
To this, the Kaja and the Kadita.
Honestly, now, even a Terizla mid, I wouldn't be upset because what's not great about using a Kaja, if any option you pick up is bad. Because imagine me, Kaja. Imagine you, a Gourd. I pull you, the Gourd. But then the Terizla comes in with the penalty zone. I, as the Kaja, inside the penalty zone, I'd be like, ooh, I'm sad.
Yeah, but I'm probably dead.
No, you're not if you have friends. If you have friends, you will survive. And they pick up the Arlen, which, same, different, but still same.
So that's like a Terizla.
Yeah, no, okay, so I'm a Kaja, right? And you are the Bruno. And I pull you. And then the Arla is like, you're not pulling him, I'm pulling you. So now he's pulling the Bruno towards his own team. Do you see what's going on?
All right, technically speaking, Arlet does not have a pull. Arlet has a displacement effect, but I do understand what you're trying to say. I understand
posh,
that
potato, tomato,
same,
bread.
same.
Yeah, same,
but different.
Yeah, but still same.
What's going on is the fact that at least now, the fact that we have this argument means BTR Suns are actually drafting much better. This is a better set lineup for them to actually maybe fight for Game 3.
Yeah, this is already better than, I feel like the previous game, like you mentioned, Leo, but also I still want to see how they're going to deal with the Conjure the Kadita burst damage because, like we saw, regardless of, this whole thing that LaFell walked us through, they're still going to have trouble if they're picked off. Again, just these three heroes alone from Seosun are going to be troublesome.
I'm not going to lie, I already forgot this scenario I put up.
Exactly.
Okay. It's all right.
You just know you were sad.
Yeah.
Wait. Tigro might be okay.
Wait. Which side? BTR Suns?
Yeah.
You think they can afford to mess around with a Tigreal right now?
Okay. Fair point.
Because I have to be
Ruby!
honest with you.
Ruby?
Okay, maybe Ruby's okay. Maybe
right,
Ruby's okay, yes.
right.
Because, folks, for all of those watching right now, especially if you're from Latam or if you're Brazilian, this is for you. It's not a good look for BTR right now.
Yeah.
If you go two of your matches in the groups, that's a very high chance you're not making it to knockouts. So they need to play their best right here, right now. Coach Darkness is making sure that that is what happens, that they at least score one now so they can worry about Game 3 later.
I do feel Ruby's probably the best because you can cancel out the rough waves and just like the Arlet. Okay, imagine this. The Kaja goes in.
Another imagination.
Using the Divine Judgment.
Yeah.
And then the Ruby gets offended.
Why do you
pulls the Kaja back?
So now I agree. There's a pull for the pull. All right.
Right?
Okay. It looks like displacement is the key, though, because Coach CatGod bans out the Akai this time around, respecting Luna Ombotak's potential. He knows that he's an Akai specialist. Now, what's BTR Suns to pick up? Again, they still do not have a set roamer. No mid laner. Wow. Something tells me CU soon knows that they have the attack Syndra. They've watched a lot of MPL Brazil. They've watched a lot of Liga Latam.
Could he go the Novaria, maybe? I mean,
The falling stars.
maybe the one. There it is, right? Go that way.
That's safe.
Gives you vision.
LaFella, are they likely to find the Novaria to burst her down?
Can I imagine it? Can you?
Yeah, paint that picture for us.
Oh yeah, they can.
Okay.
Simple. Yes.
I mean, you guys are smart. Analyst Naisu, predicting the draft, the Novaria.
Oh, that's all I said, Novaria.
I kind of feel like all my IQ is going towards you.
It's not.
What's going on?
Yeah. Ever since Wildcard, this is the second time we work.
Yeah.
And I just feel like by proxy, you're smarter than me. You're the play-by-play.
I'm sorry to make you feel that way, man.
I'm insecure.
Try to make up for it, LaFell. There's still a couple of picks left.
Oh, right. Clean, why not? I don't know.
Yeah, no, solid
Quad is still fine.
gold laner.
Now carry.
Whoa. Is it looking good for Upa to destroy it? Because it looks like he's the one who's about to get destroyed by this Yu Zhong.
I was thinking of this carry. It's very risky going up against Bruno.
Yeah.
But carry Kaja is terrifying. This is the kind of heroes you use during Halloween.
It's true damage, it's true danger.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. You know what?
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
For all those who
I have things in my head I know I should not say.
For all those who understand, that's between you and LaFell. Now, going to the last pick. What is gonna be for BTR?
I still think Ruby.
Floor it.
They lean hard on their inspirations. They're pulling one out deep. They're going back to the support utility meta.
I'm just gonna say if someone snaps, I'm not feeling good. Nice.
I feel like I like the Florian pick here.
I don't.
You don't?
0% win rate, man. Hips don't lie, numbers don't lie.
These boots are made for walking.
Yep.
And they'll walk all over you. Probably you're tall, not really. Do you guys know that Naisu is 7 foot tall?
7'4" to be
7'4".
That's right. Last I checked, and that was yesterday. Looking at the team comps this time around. CU soon again, still down on the numbers, but for them it's all about execution. It's all about speed. They don't want no water. They don't want no bread. Just meat.
And again, not a lot of protection against this Kaja.
Or this Yu Zhong.
Or the Yu Zhong. I feel like they're gonna go brr.
Well, it's on like a bowl of neck bones as we go into game 2. It's match point for CU soon. And we see some early rotations. Look at this, man. Oh, Lord. Boxy just living in Boozy's jungle. What's going on?
Again, I want to see MP the King with a Genius 1. I feel like he can pull it off. And now, looking at the situation, they're just going in.
Yeah, this is very early aggression. Black gonna be in trouble.
Whoa.
Flickers out, has the regen. Now Boxy gonna flicker in himself. He wants the kill, and he'll get it. The first blood. But now he's gonna bob and weave. Try to live the longest he can. But Luna gets the payback, the 1-for-1.
I'm gonna see that's worth it. I'll do that 10 times over.
I'll agree.
Right?
It's an explanator for a roamer.
And the thing is, that's one cannon off. This is going to be a very big difference when it comes to the EXP.
Got delayed. And already Big Sounds are off tempo.
Oh no.
But the good news is CU still need to capitalize. Super Upa!
Okay, he's already gonna flicker, but the rest of the members coming up on the top side. Buzizio there, trying to help him out. Does have the decimate, will get the kill. Kusei gonna fall. Still, again, a lot better here this time around for Bigatron Suns.
All right, so
maybe I should doubt them.
That trade got neutralized. Now it's more equal because Kusei dying this early on, not a good look.
One of the things that I do want to say, I hope Super Upa doesn't build a lot of armor because Kusei deals true damage. MP the King does magic damage. Ra does magic damage. So I hope he doesn't continue building armor, I mean.
That's right. He has to be very careful. Has to make the right calls. Hopefully one of his teammates remind him. Looking at the damage being dealt, this is odd because now Bigatron Suns, compared to game 1, they can actually clap back. This is actually a lineup that should be fighting early to mid.
Yeah, and with this, Boxy trying to get that level 4 for this fight.
Whoa!
They're still going to go. So Dragon Form going to be used, keeping Buzizio at bay. There's the Divine Judgment as well. The knockoff from that setup will get him. Buzizio going to fall Now Felix still keeping it at bay. Turtle going to be secured up by MP the King. So see you soon. Finding their own wins here. Again, the strength for them.
Right now, see you soon is winning the lanes. EXP, mid, jungle, gold. They're denying cannons from the laners of Bigatron Suns. And it makes a very big impact transitioning into the mid game.
And because of that, all 3 lanes, well 4 technically with the jungle, they're on the fast lane now. It's as if we're back into game 1. It's like they just looped us back in. Like it's Groundhog Day. And as a BTR fan, as a Brazilian, as a fan of Latam, from Latam, how must we feel? Because especially early on, especially when they clap back on Crusade, how does BTR Suns reset? Where do they find it?
Let me just say, that should be, based on the range, Bruno favored. But I feel like Crusade was able to use the bushes to his own advantage to kind of like reset the auto attack targeting so that he doesn't get attacked that much, and then dashing forward and getting all of those true damage procs. That's how he's been winning the trade. So a very good usage of the resources you have in the lane. Using all the bushes to your advantage.
And with that, again,
I don't feel good, Smart. Oh.
It's
I need an idiot sandwich.
It's uncanny. I honestly also am uncomfortable. Haven't worked with LaFell for years now.
Yeah.
These bouts of unanticipated intelligence is
I have different personalities.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on, especially since I'm also trying to figure out what BTR Suns can do to equalize here.
Well, I think again this time around you're going to see.
I should stop asking LaFell.
I'll try to answer.
Please do,
All
Joseph.
right, Alice. Yeah, nice. Since some of that IQ rubbed off, but you know, like I think a big question mark here is how well is the Florin going to work throughout the course of the game as we jump back in? You know, because so far there was a point in time when the healer meta and the healer, options for these heroes proved to be a force to be reckoned with for a lot of these teams. So now that you see Florin pop up, yeah, she doesn't have that great of a win rate or anything, but it could end up working here once we get to that mid to late game.
The good and the bad. Flask of the Oasis. Yep. It's going to help out quite a lot. The bad, it has been nerfed in the early to mid. Eventually, you will still get, as strong as it was before, but getting to that point, if the game ends before 15 minutes, the Flask of the Oasis isn't going to look good.
Already with Divine Judgment, Luna trying to heal through it, won't be able to stay alive as he is going to fall. Now the rest of the team going to back off. See you soon. Do they still want more? Upa now on the bottom side. Black and Felix just going to go duke it out. 1 versus 1. It's just going to be them going back and forth. Meanwhile, on the top side, Super Upa left to his own. 1 hit away. Bang! The flicker goes in. Kusei gets the kill top side.
The Cambodians' aggression, no end. They are relentless, and they continue their assault. Just under 2.5 minutes in. They continue down bottom, though. Felix!
Man, that dragon form wasn't even enough to get away. Good response, though, from BTR to find something.
Uzi is still on.
The fact that they're trading is good. Because there is a cooldown between every single Divine Judgment. Every single time it's used, I'm glad that they're taking the proactive plays like, it's down. It's going to be down for, say, 40 to 50 seconds. You have that time frame to do whatever you want.
It's your window of opportunity. And now, in the turtle.
Again with the final slash. Let's see if they can win this fight out. Still going to be going. Felix going to hold him up. Zizio gets taken down. A great spatial migration. Still going to be working for the turtle here. And it's See You Soon's once again. 2 on the board for the turtles.
100% turtle take rate for See You Soon. And now MP the King all alone. Going ahead, committing Grand Theft Purple.
He saved his retribution for that purple. And okay, even though Buzizio doesn't really need a purple, but it's still gonna hurt.
It's salt in the wound.
Black. Now, look at this. Black. 4 members here. Foxy gonna keep them at bay. Not gonna use the Divine Judgment though. They just want to go ahead and focus down on what they can find. And notice how they're just rolling around, like you guys mentioned earlier. See You Soon in their own version of this ultimate bonding experience.
Kill squad. It's a death ball.
Yeah, this is a situation where, again, they have a timer, whatever the timer is, where you say, the minions can wait, let's move forward.
We're looking at the items.
Oh,
Let's see.
they're going to commit. Super Upo going to be in trouble here. Has the heal from Luna, but the rest of the team going to crash down. He's all left to his own. Can't get away. Divine Judgment going to be able to find another one. It's Buzizio to fall again. One after another. See you soon. Finding the targets.
Already, Kusei picked up his golden staff. As I was saying, I think, you know what? Maybe the Genius one has its place, but only if you're winning. MP the King now just built his Thunder Belt. Oh!
Again. Is that winning? I think
that looks winning.
There it is. There's a TP. There's a TP.
There it is.
That looks winning squared.
Winning cubed.
Cubed, yeah.
It's difficult to be BTR Suns right now. 6 minutes in, 5K down. See you soon. They're just calling fights everywhere. Black misses.
Yeah, it did. Luckily,
I would say they dodged. Like, they moved forward and then moved slightly to the side.
Or they stopped. Yeah. They saw the prompt of the skill and just stopped.
They have hockey. They saw the future.
That's right. They were doing a mannequin challenge from about 2015.
Yeah.
Was that 2015?
It's been a while. I feel like yours are a myth.
Time is relative.
Yes, exactly. It's subjective.
That's right. Last hurdle up already, just under 7 minutes. See you soon. No contest in sight. Bigatron Suns, they are cordoned off down bottom. That's the only thing they can do now. Much like in Game 2, they're trapped. This is a huge lead that See You Soon has. Now they have to play defensive.
Boxy the King has his ult. He has the Divine Judgment. So I feel like now he's just waiting for the conceal. Once the conceal is there, one of the members of Bigatron Suns is going down.
This is tough because
you're tough.
Again, this lineup here, tough picks in the beginning, dealing with it again. Bigatron Suns, they let this happen. So I feel like this is very reminiscent of Game 1.
I agree with you, Joseph Charles. It takes two to tango. This is a 5v5. Decisions were made prior to the game, and when you go to execute, they are affected by the draft that you start with. And looking at the items this time around, of course, a clear lead across the board. The largest lead, of course, you'll see is between the gold laners. It's hard. Where does Super Upo go from here? Does he try to bomb rush the Windtalker?
Luna looks like he wants to get that Flash of the Oasis, but it's going to take too long. I kind of doubt that he can finish it.
Yeah, no, this game is bound to end again, especially after this first Lord. Oh, no.
Okay, still. They're just trying to keep them at bay. You saw Boxy even flicker in. Not going to commit just yet, though. Still might look for more. Luna going to have to flicker himself. Here's the fight out, though. Trying to keep them at bay. They might have a response. They get the rough waves out. Still, MP the King and Felix will be able to find the kill on Buzizio. So Bigatron Suns continuing to lose space on the map.
Hold up, that's interesting. You see that? They saved the conceal for the disengage.
Honestly, at this point, See You Soon could kind of do anything that they want, and they can get away with it because remember the scenario I was talking about with the Arlet? It hasn't come true just yet. For now, it stays in my imagination. I want the viewers at home to see how my mind works, but the opportunity isn't there. No, Joseph.
It's only going to stay in your mind.
Yeah.
Stop. Joseph.
Gentlemen, it's only going to stay in your mind. But yeah, so far it's safe to say Boxy is not sad uwu.
He's not sad uwu.
He's so happy. Oh yeah, he's so happy.
He's so happy woo.
All right, look at this.
I want to take off my headset.
See You Soon just straight up ruining this Lord, melting it into the ground. And it's Kusei who scores it. Everywhere, anywhere, anytime. They can make the call. 10K ahead, under 10 minutes.
Well, pause comes in. Flask of the Oasis completed. Finally.
Okay, it's completed.
It is completed. So that's like one part of the puzzle. Where am I going with this?
I was here. Let me help you. The biggest part of this puzzle is that they're down nearly 10K again.
Okay, numbers is relative.
Is the flask
no,
of the Oasis?
Numbers are actually absolute.
I mean,
what are you talking about?
Come on, you're the analyst.
Look, like my dad told me.
Yes.
Being 10,000 gold down isn't as bad as 11,000. And I hold that in my heart. But by the time it gets 11,000, then it gets very bad.
But we'll talk then when that happens.
Yeah. At that point, my confidence goes back to Malaysia. It's no longer in the Philippines.
Malaysia is neither
Look,
here
it's been
nor
a
there.
long
Where
day.
are we connecting your confidence with here?
It's a long day for me, Joseph. I haven't eaten.
Yeah.
There's not a single Malaysian player, nor coach, nor team staff
Hey,
present. You're here.
Hey, shut up. I'm representing, okay? I'm the Malaysian side dish.
I'll allow it.
Because you asked me what are they gonna do.
Yes.
If I don't know what they're gonna do, what are they gonna do? I have limits, Leo. Dino.
Lineups have limits.
Lineups have limits. The only thing in my imagination is for the Arlet to just sweep everyone under the rug.
Your imagination has peaked.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's peaked now, and all he can see that happens is Yarlock gets an amazing final.
So it's
slash.
all on black. Safe to say it's all on
It's
black.
all on black. My imagination has 30-30 vision.
It's not so bad, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Joseph has a way worse vision.
Oh, really? No, I got my eyes corrected.
Before.
40-40?
Now I have 2020.
Oh, really? Yeah. 2020 is in the past, Joseph. Don't live in the past. Live in the present. It's 2024.
We're in better times now.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have
M5 is the biggest it's ever been.
It's humongous.
Colossal.
Astronomical.
Gigantic.
Gigantic +1.
Yeah.
You're
back
waiting
to
for
it.
it, right? You're waiting for that, right? Yeah.
I was just gonna say you don't want to go into a word bank battle against Leo.
It's not fair. Numbers don't count here. This is not algebra, son.
Marsicle. It's the size of Mars. Is Mars the big one?
No.
Oh, it's not?
Mars is far from the largest
Oh, really?
planet.
I was so proud of you until this moment.
Look. I'm not good in space. Even though my head's in
I
space.
think it's called astronomy.
Astronomy. Thank you very much. Hey, listen, right?
Everybody's listening right now.
Look, I don't need
We're
good
all
English to do my job. Oh, wait. Look.
You need at least okay.
Hey, I memorize 10 pages of the vocabulary.
You mean the dictionary?
The dictionary.
Oh, wait. Isn't it the same? Isn't it the
No.
same? Oh, wait, no. Vocabulary is...
All right, folks, we got about 45 seconds until the
Vocabulary is not a
game
book.
resumes.
It's a noun.
And I'd like to circle this back to the fact that maybe this is a sign of hope. Maybe there is a silver lining to BTR Sun's performance here in Game 2. The fact that the photo has been developed and built up by Luna Ombotak. Yes, you're right. It's one piece of this huge puzzle that they have to build. But there is this gaping hole right in the center of this 5,000-piece puzzle.
It's a donut.
One could say yes. What do they do if they can only really heal Hop and not deal enough damage back that end and stops See You Soon's relentless assault?
Man, while you were...
Where do you go? Again, I'll go back to the analogy of having great cardio and no punching power.
Again, you can only heal so much.
Exactly.
Right? Even with, what do you call it, the photo? I was thinking about that, the acronym.
The Flask of the
Oasis.
Yeah. Honestly,
the photo.
even if everyone on the team has Oracle, it might not be enough.
Exactly.
To maximize the heal, yeah, not enough.
You're just going to make the team fight last 5-6 minutes long, still no kills.
At this point, they're hoping for See You Soon to make a mistake.
That's one way to look at it.
But that's not a good place to be in, is it?
Exactly, no. In Game 1, it was the equivalent of a jiu-jitsu guy just going straight to the ground, 5 seconds into the fight, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
At a very reasonable pace. That's Game 1, right? Game 2, they're coming in, I've been practicing for a marathon, oh wait, it's an MMA fight.
Right now, See You Soon, their draft is like a monster truck.
That's true. Huge rims.
Big wheels.
Not gonna lie, I didn't have a thought to finish that line.
Have you ever been to a monster truck show?
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you ever seen a monster truck?
No.
In person?
No.
You just know it's very big.
I assume it's very big. It's a monster and a truck. I've never seen a small one.
There's actually
truck,
mini,
I mean.
There's actually mini monster trucks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bet even that's huge.
Relatively.
I bet it's 7 feet tall. Are you a monster truck?
I am.
He's 7
I'm a monster building.
Or
7'6" the last time I checked.
what?
He keeps growing every single time a buff has been taken. That's the lore. Naisu grows with every buff taken.
It's not a buffs. Folks, we would like to call your attention to the troubleshooting timer. We have extended just a wee bit more just to make sure that See You Soon actually gets the best competitive experience. I'd like to think BTR Suns are ready to go. So do stay with us. Just about a minute left before we go back into the land of dawn. To be fair, the ball is in BTR's court. It's up to them to actually figure the situation out because See You Soon, they have no business switching up their tempo. They can just keep going.
And the part of it too, if you're really going to kind of theorize how BTR can turn this game around and get to a game 3, right? Right now, with the current state of things, it kind of has to be a miracle. It has to be a big mistake as well from See You Soon.
It's a twofold situation, yes.
And that's kind of the reality here,
A mistake and a miracle.
Yes, both combined.
By JC Rezabek.
And
That's
Black
a great tile.
has to do what he needs to do.
He has to do what's in your imagination.
Get 5 men.
Whoa,
Final slash.
Okay, that's a little too
Listen,
much.
5 men final slash into a worldie and 5 men decimate. That's
and then just to be safe, you heal.
Exactly. No. They're about to die.
And then you heal.
And then you heal.
The decimates.
And then decimate.
Okay, so
we have a couple more minutes, by the way.
After this grocery list.
Why do you guys not trust me? That can happen.
After this grocery list of actual things happening in game, that's the only time BTR has to go pop, 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 we win, let's go to game 3.
It's not that hard.
It's 4 or 5 things happening in consecutive
unison.
order, yes.
If you put your mind to it, you can start the game.
All right, here we go. Our Marshal JC Sumandal has put his hand down and said, you know what? Let's get back into the game. See You Soon once more. Real quick recap. Owning the map. It's all blue, folks. Top and mid are crashing in. Lord has spawned. They popped the Holy Shield in mid. And Bigatron Suns, we left them. We saw them. And this is the same spot they've been trapped inside their base.
When I said 5-man final slash, I forgot there was a use on. That makes it a bit more difficult.
It could still happen before he turns into the dragon.
One more item, yes. He has to have used the ult already.
Yeah. We'll see if they can pull it off. They got to defend here. Again, it is only that first Lord of the game, so we'll see if they can make it happen. But Felix is already going to go in with the dragon form, keeping them at bay. They want to be able to get this turret top side as they do. Now Syed's on this mid. BTR, though, they're finally going to work through this Lord and hold it down. They got to wait, though, and expect an initiation from See You Soon if they want to with Boxy.
Black, 5-man. You know what? 3. I'll take 3.
Okay.
3. Okay, now we're just negotiating. 2, everybody.
There it is. Boxy goes in, gets the Divine Judgment. Black taken out of the picture. Now MP the King keeping him at bay. Still, the double kill going to the hands of Kusei. Picks up the Malefic Roar, looking to cap out the game here in a sweep. They have a massive lead. Bigatron Suns down 2 members. Can they extend it further? Crystal going to be worked on. It looks like they can't even contest it. And that's going to be See You Soon to push it in.
Oh,
they still wait for minions. MP will finally go down. But it's another kill in Kusei, and they're confident to end it. He takes the hit. They take the sweep against Bigatron Suns.
Congratulations to See You Soon, because again, they have a plan and they don't stop. You got the Kaja, you got the Divine Judgment, you got the W.
It's the same pace, the same sheer execution from game 1, and that's just the consistency that the Cambodian champions present here at the world stage. Our hearts go out to BTR Suns, who after last night's defeat at the hands of Onyx Indonesia, face once more an MPL champion's wrath. Show sportsmanship between these two teams, and it's up in the air what's going to be happening to the Brazilians. But here we're celebrating the Cambodians' success, an amazing performance, a collective 25 minutes underneath that between game 1 and 2 for See You Soon.
It's very scary to kind of see what See You Soon brought to the table here today, you know? And I think there was a lot of people that currently already had an idea of how strong and how competitive they would be. And this speaks volumes, right? Exactly what they were able to pull off. Again, very quick games here, very decisive in their strategy and how they wanted to play around that. So, again, against a team like BTR, they honestly, they didn't have a chance to breathe against the lineup. And I think, you know, teams will take note of, especially the fact that the Kaja and the Kadira, you know, something that See You Soon wants to go with.
Let me just say, they see the losing condition on Black. So they're like, take him out first.
Yeah. As soon as you were saying that's what they needed to do, they took him out in an instant.
They know a 5-man final slash could happen.
3-man.
Well, we start negotiating lower, right?
Yeah. And again, that's just one step to have BTR come back, but it was quelled by See You Soon with this player at the lead. Our MVP for game number 2, the key to victory. Run
the king. Forever sub 0% win rate.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it. This young man, he believed in the 2-0, and here he's looking at the victory. The Kaja, Boxy, the king, 1-1-9. Oh, you want to see how he puts on a showcase, a seminar, a workshop on playing a very aggressive Kaja? Watch game 2.
Dude, he is the king, because we're going to look at the highlights, and it's all going to be on him because he starts the fight.
Yep.
And everyone else just ends it. And again, it's not that much different from game number 1. Find an opportunity, and again, that was a very good trade. Trading a roamer for an EXP, take that all day. And that draft here, you said it, all the teams should take note. It moves very fast. You don't need time to ramp up. You need level 4, and that's all you need.
Yeah, again, even just looking at the highlights here, you can see the way that CSU likes to move around the map, even with the picks they have, right? They like to sandwich their opponents in these situations where then, again, they're getting pick after pick after pick, and eventually it just turns into a one big snowball effect so far for CSU. And so, you know, teams have to take note of this because they execute this game plan so well. It's so, like, all the timings that they have on the ultimates, the overlaying of their even just the skills alone, aside from the ultimates, is what makes it so deadly, right? So the execution there, obviously, in favor of CSU in this time around. And again, look at the game time, right? Just a minute, what, 2 minutes? Actually, a minute more. It was 10:40 the first game.
I would say the playstyle, they're sharpshooters.
Yeah.
Because, okay, here's the thing. Catching with a Divine Judgment, pulling them back, and then every single member hitting their skill shots. They don't miss. They're sharpshooters.
Full auto sharpshooters.
Yeah.
Straight up tactical. With conviction.
I see that.
And they acquire targets, and they know that their mission has a time limit. Wow, they're playing underneath 12 minutes here. Looking at the gold lead, they ended at 12K up.
I mean, honestly, it almost looked unfair. Like, this is one of those drafts that I feel like we would have seen in a few patches ago. But then everyone shifted to a different playstyle, but they're like, now we're keeping this.
All right, something to note, folks. MP the King built Guinevere right. In my opinion, in my very limited and humble opinion, you still build Guinevere tank.
My cocky opinion, build damage.
I don't have an opinion.
If you're Hades.
I'll let you guys have that one.
I mean,
tank, damage.
I'll use Guinevere roam damage. First item DOD, why not? Okay, don't do that. I mean, like, I give very, very bad suggestions.
You're gonna get reported.
That's one of those things that you do not do. All right? Obviously, you build the lightning truncheon first.
I don't know if we're talking about the same hero, but looking at the damage dealt, of course, teamfight participation. Early on, it looked like Bigatron's sons could actually trade. Early on, it looked like Boozy was getting on a straight-up streak because he was killing here and there, especially when Siusun was actually crossing the river a little too aggressive. But it was quelled almost immediately, especially with Boxy at the forefront. The Vanguard, 83% kill participation. Very few kills happen without him being a part of it.
It makes me wonder, too, again, you know, Florin now has even worse of a win rate currently. 0%. And, you know, it begs the question, like, where is the meta shifting now, right, for M5 and things falling into place? Again, so far, I feel like maybe Angela has been the most useful in multiple strategies, right, with what teams want to go, and that's why she's typically banned out. This time, again, you're left to question.
Minotaur,
sorry.
Heals
Minotaur as well. He's got great heal.
Gets banned very often,
He gets banned, too. So a lot left up kind of to question. Now we are only on day number 2, the group stages, so things could fall into place from there.
Speaking of which, today's very first sweep has been served up, series number 3. We're about to go into the final series of the day, another best of 3. Before we get to that, any final thoughts, gentlemen?
No.
Understood. LaFell, JC?
For me, that was a very quick series compared to what we had earlier today, so who knows what's left in our last series for the day.
Let's get it. We're about to witness RRQ Akira go up against the hometown heroes of Blacklist International. That's happening in just a bit. Once again, M5 is powered by Mutan, presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. The final best of 3 of tonight's broadcast will be coming up once more. That's Blacklist International going up against the Brazilian champions, RRQ Akira. They're undisputed and on our home court. That's right, the M5 World Championships will be right back. Be better than great.
Adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of it.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 only.
be exciting and different. Iba to sa dati mong naging trabaho. Hindi siya mas madali because you're gonna be dealing with kids and people with different personalities. The workload is going to be overwhelming, kaya please, huwag mong akuin lahat. Madaming challenges, pero mas maraming taong nakapaligid sa'yo na tutulungan ka to overcome those challenges. Learn to delegate, work on your adaptability. Life is not a straight line. May magiging ups and downs talaga along the way. Don't be afraid to try and to speak up. Kung may mga ayaw makinig sa'yo, lakasan mo pa yung boses mo. As long as alam mong may sense yung sasabihin mo, go for it. More than a manager, be an ate. These kids would be going through a lot of emotional stress and disappointments. Do your best to be there for them and to comfort them kapag kailangan. Alam ko, sakit din para sa iyo kapag tatalo. Pero ang importante, nandyan ka para sa mga players mo. Mga batang kapatid mo. You will sacrifice a lot. Resources, time with family, and even relationships. It would be stressful, but every minute will be worth it. Especially when you see the joy in your players' eyes na makakasali pala kayo in the World Championships. I promise you, Molina, you will not regret leaving your corporate career because time will come that you will manage a world-class esports team.
Michael, alam ko tuwing tinatanong ka nila kung anong gusto mo maging, wala ka pang masabi kasi hindi mo pa naiisip yung mga ganun. Hindi mo pa alam kung anong pangarap mo. Pero huwag kang mag-alala kasi darating din yung laro na magbabago ng buhay mo. Matututo kang mag-Mobile Legends, gagaling kang mag-ML at magiging passion mo to. Darating yung time na tatakas ka sa Tarlac pa Manila para lang masunod ang gusto mo. Magsasorry ka na lang pag nasa bootcamp ka na. Galingan mo lang dun kasi magpo-pro ka. Nakakahanap ka ng team na alagaan ka. O, baka akala mo puro saya lang yun ha. Magkakamali ka, may issue ka, pero okay lang yan kasi dun ka matututo. Huwag ka matakot magkamali kasi kasama yung pagiging makulit mo sa journey mo towards World Championships. Lahat ng puyat, pagod at pag-argue mo hanggang makatulog, magiging sulit yan. Magiging champion ka sa M3 at sobrang saya nun. Damin mo lang kasi bilog ang mundo. Pwedeng panalo ka ngayon, tapos talo ka na bukas. Pag dumating pala yung oras na parang nawawalan ka ng gana sa ML o sa buhay, huwag kang titigil. Pwede kang magpahinga, pero ipagpatuloy mo pa rin ang pagpitik. Huwag mo hayaan na may dumaang araw na hindi ka pipindot. Kasi malaking bagay yun. Hanggat kaya mo pa, huwag mo sayangin yung panahon. Isa pa, huwag mong kalimutan maging mabuting teammate. Kasi hindi lang talent ang puhunan sa esports, kundi teamwork at respeto sa isa't isa. Maniwala ka man o hindi, yung ikaw na walang pangarap noon, ginagawa ang lahat ngayon para matupad ang pangarap ng iba. Ng mga teammates mo na sabik at deserving na makapag-world champion.
Jay, kamusta ka? Kamusta ang pagbibenta mo sa palengke ng prutas tsaka pagkatrabaho mo sa babuyan? Para makapagpaload ka at makalaro mo ng ML. Kahit pa 2 oras yung biyahe papuntang Pagak para magkatid ng baboy sa palengke, hanga ako sa'yo kasi kaya mo tsaka. Huwag kang mag-alala. Lahat ng sinakripisyo mo, magiging worth it. Dahil sa Mobile Legends, magbabago ang takbo ng buhay mo tsaka ng pamilya mo. Oo nga pala, huwag mo kalimutan magpasalamat sa ate mo kasi pinahiram ka niya ng cellphone para makalaro ka. Mag-thank you ka rin sa mga pinsan ng kuya mo kasi sila yung mga unang nakasama mo patak sa ML. Darating din yung panahon na makakabawi ka rin sa kanila. Sa atin lang dahil gigil ka sa kaka-RG, magiging top 1 ka sa stars at diyan ka madidiscover ng dito, marirealize mo na iba pala ang pagiging pro sa pagiging RGB. Na kailangan mo pala mag-isip at kailangan mo matuto sa mga compromise. Diyan ka rin magiging content creator. Enjoy mo lang yung pag-vlog at pag-content mo kasi yan yung makakatulong sa pamilya mo. May purpose lahat na nangyayari kaya huwag kang mawawala ng pag-asa. Darating yung time na kakailanganin mo lumipat ng team para pagbigyan naman ng gusto mo at hindi makapag-focus sa pagiging pro. Don't get me wrong magiging thankful pa rin tayo sa content creator na ENG kasi dahil sa kanya may abilidad ka na para sundin yung puso mo. Since natulungan mo na yung family mo, pwede mo na to pa rin yung sarili mong pangarap. Dahil dito marami kang may sasakripisyo, vlogging, projects, para sa pamilya. Pero huwag kang mag-alala, worth it lahat yan. Kasi mas mabubuhay ang hirap mo at magiging empire representative kayo ng lakas. Ito na yung chance mo para patunayan sa buong mundo na may bubuka ka. Yung respeto na hinahanap mo, makakamit mo yun. Dahil simula pa lang, alam mo na mas matimbang ang bagay na pinaghihirapan.
Carl, alam kong mabigat ang nararamdaman mo dahil nagka-injury ka. Gusto mo pa naman maging professional volleyball player. Pero, gusto ko lang malaman mo na ang mga pangarap ay nagbabago at lumalago. Hindi ka man nakapag-pro sa volleyball, magiging daan naman yan para mapadpad ka sa esports. Dahil sa support ni mama at lola, magiging player ka sa Mobile Legends. Mula rito, huwag kang matakot mag-risk sa mga bagay talagang gusto mo. Kahit na mukhang malabo, subukan mo pa rin. Hindi mo malalaman kung makakaya mong gawin hanggat hindi ka umakpa. Balang araw, mabibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na maging kasama ng Blacklist International sa SEA Games. May intimidate ka sa una, pero okay lang yan. Huwag mong baguhin kung sino ka. Oo, hindi ka man pala imik, madalas kang nabubuli dati dahil dito. Pero isang araw, makikita mo na ang pagiging soft-spoken mo pala ang kakailanganin ng magiging team. Huwag ka basta-basta susuko. Ipagpatuloy mo lang ang ginagawa mo. Kasi kapag gusto mo talaga ang isang bagay, pinaghihirapan mo, makukuha mo yan. Maging positive ka lang. Kailanganin yan ng mga kape mo. Marami kayong pagdadaanan. Kapag mahirap at malabo na, maging liwanag ka. Tignan mo, ang dating injured Carl na hindi pinalat maging pro sa volleyball, handa nang tumungtong sa M5 World Championship ngayon.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB
you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage, the hours of sacrifice.
If we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut sama apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desistiu.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasakan kemenangan. Kini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampeonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
M5 Group Stage Day 1 was a showcase for the cameras, where we are entering a new era. It is finally time for the junglers to shine again. AP Brand, the Filipino champions, are determined to rile up the home fans with a win against their old rival, Movie Schools. The dreadful Nolan is left open by Movie Schools in both games for Kyle Teasy to take advantage.
AP Brand coming in with the Lord, and they are going to take this series in a 2-0 sweep.
The home team achieved the opener that they hoped. Next, Team SMG tapped on family buffs in a quest to take down the Turkish champions. Fireflux rallied on with a great display from TNC in both games.
The base! The base!
from Turkey are off to a great start in the group of death. Led by two veteran rovers,
Managed to take that load down. He's now dancing with Nail.
the match then turned into a back-and-forth contest between Nile and Chidi. Ultimately, it was the Malaysian carry that stood on top. The last match of the day, it was all Onyx from the get-go.
Onyx, they just have that tiger.
Even luck was on their side.
He died! Will he die? No way!
No way!
No way!
The Sky Kings were way too dominant for the Brazilian robots to overcome. We saw plenty of spectacular jungler plays during day one of the M5 stage. For day two, what else would you like to witness that is better than great? Let's find out.
This has got to be fate. This has got to be destiny. Over and over again across different years of the M Series, these teams, royalty in their own right, keep bumping to each other in the group stage, in the knockouts, and we're closing off tonight's broadcast with just that. Welcome back to the M5 World Championships. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu and Gideon, and we're about to witness a best of three between Blacklist International, the hometown heroes, going up against the indomitable champions of Brazil, RRQ Akira.
Now before that, we also have to thank our sponsors, of course. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moontut, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thank you to our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without your support.
It's been a long day here at the M5 World Championships. We are live broadcasting from the EVM Convention Center, and we are in a packed house. Everyone came on through despite the day running a little longer than we expected given the 3-game series that we started with. Yet we're all still here. Thank you so much for making time in your day, in your weekend, to spend with us here to celebrate MLBB Esports at its highest level. Speaking of which, if you don't already know, the ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of the Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading Game Cool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit.
It also comes with a spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 mAh battery, life to power you through your gaming needs.
Dude, check out RRQ Akira doing their ping checks with the ROG Phone 6 in their hands. Silky, smooth gameplay, and of course, I'm pretty sure the RRQ Akira boys are ready to game.
I have sworn by the ROG phone for years now, year after year. Never look back. This is the phone to get, this is the phone to use, and that's what we're on here tonight, all throughout the M5 World Championships.
You know, I'm glad, Leo, that, you know, after watching you use the ROG phone for so long, I finally got my hands on it, and I can say it's a beauty to play on. And, you know, as we take a closer look at this, you have to appreciate the fact that you get to play on a phone like that with a game like this, in a tournament like this. It's just amazing.
It's what the champions use. Folks, let's reel back into the action, the topic at hand. Once again, if you don't know, back to back now, Blacklist International keeps bumping into RRQ Akira. This same, in spirit, 5-man squad, even with their coach, Coach Cabral, seems to never catch a break. They always find a way to match up.
Yep, I mean, these groups have always been tough, but especially this particular matchup, they never seem to leave away from it. Especially now that we are seeing a different iteration of Blacklist International compared to a couple previous years. The Hitman, once again, against Luis, the GOAT, coming in for South America.
Yeah, I love that, because that's where our eyes are going to be on, but really, any lane that you look, there's a story to tell there, right? But of course, even getting a chance to have, you know, Luis on our podcast that we did back with Manjin, if you guys caught that, it was great to kind of hear from, you know, his point of view, how things were going and everything like that, because again, this is a team that has been doing so great and dominating so much, and going against a familiar foe like Blacklist International, despite it being a different iteration here, who knows what's going to be in store for us?
I have to be honest, it's actually bittersweet. I'm Filipino, I'm for Blacklist, but this team, RRQ Akira, Luis specifically, Tekash, very close to my heart. So to help us unravel and understand, digest this matchup, we have on the line a friend of ours from all the way in Brazil, analyst for MPL Brazil and Liga Latam. It's Enrique. Enrique, hello.
Hello.
Mirmao, how are you?
Hello, guys. You're fine? Listening?
You got us.
Ken, by the way, Enrique, Leo here. Yes!
Hey, my bro, what's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Here with Naisu and Gideon. Naisu, you got a question for Enrique?
Yeah, so Enrique, I gotta ask you, man, you know, because I know we don't have too much time here, but specifically these regions, and these teams, they've been going against each other, they have a history. How do you think this time it's different for M5? Is it going to be a different result? How do you think you guys over there in Brazil will fare here with RRQ Akira?
So guys, well, the different M4 to now M5 to Arcura is because now they have more Brazilians with them, so they are not feel so alone. And now they just got good food because that's some interest of them. And I think now they are just okay, just fine, and more, how can I say, chill.
I mean, chill is one way to put it. Yeah. From analyst to analyst, I'm curious, Enrique. Tell me, what's the secret sauce of RRQ Akira? What's their style? What's their identity?
I think it is synergy because they all work together. And so we have about big transons, what you all see. They are more like individuals, so it's different about that.
All right, I guess it's about putting it together. And for years now, RRQ Akira have dominated their region. South America is never going to be the same. How is that like for your scene? Talk to me about what MPL Brazil is looking like, about Liga Latam. Is it always going to be RRQ Akira?
Man, I'm searching for what will be the newest team to beat RRQ because it's something like it's getting tired of because I need to know about other teams to win RRQ because I see a lot of, okay, we will now go to MPL Season 6 in Brazil, but we all know RRQ will win again. This is bad. It's sad for me as an analyst, as a guy who just worked with the game. So I don't know. So I need to more things. I know like the region is going to more and more because of them. I appreciate all the work of these boys, but I need more exciting. Be more excited about them.
I agree. Again, flavor is the spice of life, and we put up a graphic that talks about what Brazilian MLBB is like. And do you agree? In the past year, 2023, you guys have picked up more Indonesian and Filipino gameplay styles. Is that something you've observed?
Yes, because we know a lot about Cabral because he have a line of conversation with Eric. So I know that he just watch about a lot of games and know he chat a lot with have a lot of conversation with other region. So I think you know.
All right. Before we wrap up, do you have a last message for all the fans watching here in EVM Convention Center, live in the studio? What's your message for all the for the fans here at M5?
Really, I like to appreciate it all because I love too much work with all you guys. It's an honor to be here with you. Big fan here for all your castings, okay? Be good, have a good life, that's it.
All right, Enrique, thank you so much. Mirmao, thank you, good night, and enjoy the match, all right? Good luck to both teams, RRQ Akira and Blacklist International. Hope to see you soon. Not the team, but like there, literally.
I would love to go there.
Yeah, hopefully maybe one of these big international tournaments happen somewhere in Brazil or in South America.
Yeah, it would be a good time, honestly. Honestly, the more that I think about it, the more I look at the scene growing over there in South America. At least I know who's going to be taking my seat one day.
Hey, it's still our chair. Henry loves the game so much, he's been working in the league for at least the past couple of years, and he's shared a good amount of insights, which helps us understand where RRQ Akira are coming from. It's no secret, everyone here in the studio, most people around the world, knows about Blacklist. So, is it safe to say this is a David versus Goliath matchup, or a Goliath versus Goliath matchup?
Oh, I think it's Goliath versus Goliath. That's what I'll say, because both powerhouse organizations and teams here.
All right. Gideon silence, I'll take as a yes. To which, it's up to you. Let's welcome our marshals officiating this matchup as we go into this best of three. We have them on stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and integrity of our games. Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and of course everyone else coming through. That guy who also puts his hand down when it's time to fight. You know what it is. Making their way, their third M-Series straight in attendance. after securing their 5th straight Grand Finals appearance. The Code Breakers are locked and recoded. They are truly top-tier Blacklist International!
Man, oh man, you can hear the crowd here in support for them, but across from them is a formidable force against them. We'll see how they turn it out.
With 6 championship titles under their belt, the Brazilian Kings of Kings look to break the code to open their campaign towards being better than great. Vamos, RRQ Akira!
They've been adopted by a huge organization in Indonesia, but more so, they're undisputed champions in South America.
Look at them in their eyes. They've done this matchup multiple times, yet some things never change. Expect to see greatness, a showcase from these athletes and leading them into the battlefield, their coaches and their analysts. For Blacklist, it's Coach Master the Basics and Dexstar, RRQ, Coach Cabral, assisted by Mariana in the back.
Again, these teams here, we know so much about them already, but I feel like this is the stage. This is where we see possibly a different flavor of them.
Exactly. This is one of those few rivalries that we're hoping is not just one-sided, that finally one day the South Americans are going to be able to reply back, and this might just be it, a small taste here in the group stage.
This could be the start, and Blacklist are fielding their starting 5. It's the Filipino sniper Oheb, Sensui, Agent Zero, UN, the Hitman Renegade.
Oh man, I know how you're gonna feel about this matchup here, Leo. You know, just yeah, it's gonna be tough, right? Because again, we have seen this form, this code, if you will, of Blacklist International really develop, you know, just in the recent months. And I gotta say, they've been phenomenal. You know, they had their own struggles, they've recalibrated, and now they have earned their spot here. We'll really see what they bring to the table this time around.
They'll be going up against Gusto Lagusta, King, Astro Thunder, Tekash, Saigon, and the Brazilian GOAT, the Heartbreaker, Luis.
I mean, this team has been growing over a good period of time. They've been maturing like fine wine, and we're hopefully when we crack that bottle open, it's going to be glory, because this team has that chemistry that Henrique's been talking about. The question is, do they have that level of execution and polish that we've been looking for all this time?
I'll tell y'all a story. I saw them at Gala Night, and they were at the steps, at the base of the staircase, and I tried to say hi to one of them, right?
Yeah.
All of them were there, all 5. They stick together even in non-game situations.
That's how they're so well connected, right? That's what you want to see in a team of this caliber, and more importantly so, as we start moving in towards that draft, hopefully, especially, obviously, one of my favorite coaches, Coach Cabral, is going to be able to break that code. Unfortunately, not every team or not every coach can do just that.
Not only that, gentlemen, but we have to talk about the fact, too, that, you know, I feel like this time around, the M Series, as our talent predictions come up here, hey, RQ Akira flew to Indonesia, wait, like a month before M5, I think, you know, and to prep. Now, a lot of teams did that. I feel like this time around, a lot of these teams here on the M5 stage had a ton of time to prepare for this, to prep for this. And, you know, now it's time to see exactly what that preparation was for.
It's that month they spent to prepare that makes me think maybe 2-1 won't do this justice.
Personally, for me,
maybe it's more than that.
That's the thing. That's why I'm leaning in towards it's either 2-0, and unfortunately, I can't have double the predictions, right?
You can't 2-0-2-0.
You can't 2-0-2-0 either ways. That's the thing. If I'm guessing that if RQ Akira are able to take game 1, the sweep is going to happen. If Blacklist take game number 1, the adjustments, there's just not enough time in a best of 3. Maybe in a BO5, but a best of 3, there's just not enough.
All right, to be honest, Joseph here brought up the fact that there have been teams, coaches, to have figured out how to break the code, so to say, right? In recent history, it was Coach Ducky and Coach Bren right here in this very stage, in this very arena, where they beat Blacklist. Earlier this year, it was Tic Tac and Treb, so it's not impossible. So with that said, looking at the stats, I think the world understands that, hey, save for maybe a few parts of the world, it's likely still Blacklist.
There's a lot of, you know, agents around the world, and rightfully so, because just looking at the history, right, of the organization speaks for itself. But even just looking at RRQ Akira, we heard what Enrique had to say about them, and even back, if we look back at the wild card, right, with Imperio representing League of Tem, there's a lot of potential growing in that region there, right? Yes, we've seen RRQ Akira so often, so much. We heard from Enrique himself. He would love to see some of these teams, you know, kind of contest that dominance, and I feel like it is happening. But with RRQ Akira here, I think this could be a big statement if they're able to take the series.
You know who else I know would love to see these teams in action? RRQ Akira and Blacklist. All of the fans near EVM Convention Center. Folks, I'm talking to you, all of you who are nearby. I've gotten word that admission is free right now tonight, so we're trying to fill up the already jam-packed EVM Convention Center. You see just a few seats. So our producers here have given me word that, hey, maybe there's a few more seats in the back. I'm looking at a dozen more. Come on down. Just tell me you want to see tonight's marquee main event as we prep up going into the draft.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see how this is going to be broken down from the side of RRQ Akira. They've made a lot of good attempts, and you know, watching their leagues itself, you can see that they are clearly above and beyond everybody in South America. But once you come over to Southeast Asia, that's where the reality starts to hit you, right? That's where you see the level of polish that we've been talking about all this time and why we're so used to it. Look at that. We're seeing the Arlet, the Faramis, the Wanwan immediately banned out for Blacklist International playing on the blue side, and RRQ, Joy, Nolan, a lot of dashing assassins on the red side.
Again, just to put things into perspective, it's a chess battle right now with these generals at the helm. Coach Master the Basics, Coach Dexter, going up against Coach Cabral, former XP laner of the lineup that Luis once was part of. Going into the first picks, what's left open? I'm looking at a Matilda still out there, Angela, a couple of key pickups. Guinevere, oh!
It's all up. It really is all up. A lot of power picks off it, but this varies amongst teams, right? So far, in terms of success rate, blue side, pretty good. And there it is, the Guinevere.
Solid choice, first pick. Again, you know, this is still flexible, at least from what we've seen up to this point. Could even go in the roam, could obviously go in the jungle here. We saw so much, I would say, improvement from Sensui alone over the course of these months here. And also, the fact that, again, they didn't send this group, over to MPLI, right? Because the whole purpose of that was to expand their hero pool. That's kind of what they talked about. They really wanted to prepare for this. Now, begs the question, what's going to happen here with their draft? But on the flip side, RQ Akira already going to lock in the Claude here and that Baksha pick.
I don't know, especially for RQ Akira. As much as I like to believe that Gusta Lagusta, he is a beast when he gets his hands on that Claude. I want him to have a more lane-dominant matchup. I was expecting something along the lines of maybe holding up that Bruno instead of banning it to pick it up for themselves.
Well, in today's metagame, again, we're about 2 days straight into broadcast and the competition. Claude has seen some modicum of success, so it's all about execution, and with the Baksha by his side, they can own parts of the map. Blacklist claps back, putting the Brody into Ohem's hands and the Lilia in US. This doesn't confirm anything, though, where the Guinevere goes.
Yeah, still up in the air, you know, and I think that's the strength here, the strength play. But these picks coming out really quickly, and, you know, I got to say, it's mostly just how confident they're going to work around showing these picks right now, flexing the Guinevere possibly, depending when we get to that second phase.
Yeah, I think for now, at least hiding it is a very good idea to stay flexible. The Valentina gets locked in for the side of RRQ Akira, just to kind of agree with the same sentiment, right? If you're going to hide your picks, at the very least I know that I have escape mechanisms and tools to finish you off if you are below a certain percentage of health. But as we go into the second phase, right, this is where it gets dangerous. RRQ making sure that, Agent Zero might just get pinched here.
Yeah, no, that's likely the angle. But just the same, is it worth it to attack Edward? Because Tekash also has no hero just yet. I mean, we don't know if that's going to be an XP Baksha, so to say. But at least they have first dibs. I get it. I see where Cabral's going.
I don't know. It's a little scary to think of throwing this Baksha over into the EXP, because that begs the question, what's so important in the jungle that the EXP must take the bullet for the team. And I don't think there needs to be, it doesn't need to go into that red zone just yet. We see the next man going into the Yutong, and even Blacklist has started to pick up on the idea of what the EXP lane's matchup is going to start looking like.
Yeah, you want to play hardball? I'm game. So now Cabral has to step on the clutch. I think he's talking to Luis. Hey, man, is this a good idea? What else do we do? Do we choke it out? What's going to be left for the young Takash?
I'm really hoping that Benedetta gets slipped through the fingers of both of these teams. Either side would be extremely exciting.
They're both Benedetta specialists.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I'm throwing back to Jakarta, and Takash, that was his breakout hero.
Oh man, there's the again focusing on that XP lane, right? Focusing on that. I think that's the right play here, especially for game number 1. It is that best of 3, and you know they want to start the foot off right because, like you said, Gideon, whichever team here gets that momentum from game 1 is possibly going to bring them to a sweep if they can get there, right? Now, one thing too is we know how just impactful XP lane can be right now in the current meta and how it shapes out, especially with such a focus on objectives. Now, one thing we pointed out from the wild card when we were there is that teams, there it is, again, Terizla taken out. What is left for the XP lane? Oh, right away!
We're in for a treat!
Right away. The classics, they're whipping out the classics so quick. Honestly, when I was thinking of classics for this matchup, I'm like, come on. We got to see a Benedetta at some point. We also got to see a Beatrix at some point. But hey, you know, it's still a best of 3. There's plenty of games to be played.
You know what? It's not impossible that we see a Cho from Renegade. Also, a Kaja from Luis. These are key pickups for either team and neither athlete. Both I very love so much on a very deep level, but instead, they pull the trigger. There's the Matilda. We were looking forward to start. And of course, the Edith. All right, you know what? I'm still confused. Nope. Never mind. I know where that Edith's going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's looking real good here, at least for Blacklist International. To me, I think they're the more flexible team, right? It's all about execution at the end of the day and overall team play that really defined Blacklist International. So far, I think a lot of weight is put on both OHEB as well as UA to kind of not only create that space, but be very careful with their positioning. That Benedetta could be deadly, especially with a quick follow-up from a Kufra.
Another. I would say like this is like a signature pick, right? You mentioned earlier what could go in the hands of Luis. This is perfect for the lineup that they're bringing here for game 1.
That's the third in his trinity. The Kaja, the Cho, and the Kufra. Here we go. In just a bit, we're about to get the numbers and the lowdown on these two lineups between Blacklist International and RRQ Akira going into game 1. Gideon, how do you reckon?
The quick breakdown is going to look like RRQ trying to slow down the overall snowball that could be developed by Blacklist International. Keep your eyes on Sensui because he's going to be the big linchpin for this team as they start moving into the mid-games. Those neutral objectives from third turtle onwards is going to be highly contested by RRQ Akira. Hopefully, that's going to be enough for Luis to find that pick.
Here we go, game number 1. We're loading into the land of Dawn. Joseph, Gideon, the rest of the world, welcome. Join us here for game number 1 between RRQ Akira and Blacklist. Let's notice the early rotations. Which of these teams actually might want to go fast?
Well, personally for me, I think it's going to be Blacklist International. There's so much snowball potential with a hero like Guinevere as well as the Brody, both of which can be enablers to start hitting bigger structures rather than playing for neutral objectives. Because keep in mind, that mid lane, UA has to have a good lock on it, and maybe it could be a potential for Luis to punish, but in most situations, especially when you have Purify, it's going to be a little harder than it looks.
Not only that, but you know, so far from what we've seen, I feel like we've been focusing so much, even on the roam potential, Luis, even in the jungle. Again, gold lane in this factor with these two teams is going to be huge, right? We already know signature pick. Gusta Lagusta loves this Claude. We've seen it shine, not only in the way that it can turn the tide of some of these team fights, but even the split push potential later on.
I could hear everybody just get a little nervous there, like, oh, Gusta Lagusta, you can't be given first blood like that so early on. But keep in mind that a lot of the EXP lane bans were targeted towards Edward, and Blacklist International replied. So that's why King is up here to make sure that Edward feels that pressure, and smart decision by Edward to freeze that lane as quickly as he can.
All right, so pressure down bottom from Blacklist, up top it's RRQ. Here they catch him in mid.
Gonna go for Sensui here, but gets out easily with a guiding wind. Again, I'm expecting somewhat of a stalemate until that first turtle comes up here.
Yeah, And even when the first turtle comes up, right, keep your eyes on both the supports. They have a very important role. Like, Renegade not only has to somewhat give information, but also save the team members who won't have their ult in time for the fight or are a little too far deep. And based on what we are seeing from at least the Emblem sector, Yue is making sure that he has the cooldowns to maintain that mid control.
Turtles already spawned. Both teams going for the pull. Blacklist wins. Gonna go for the reset. Looking at the back lines, RQ Akira reinforcing that. Stolen ult is the Primal Wrath. What's gonna happen? RQ gets the pull.
See how they play around it. Sensui gonna jump in already with a spatial migration into the Requiem on the backside. They're gonna go. Edward somehow gets the turtle. Still, are they gonna fight for it? Renegade gonna go in with that circle eel. Takashi falls into the jungle. Flicker out from Edward. Renegade one hit away and he'll get out just fine.
That's a little upsetting. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. Our RQ Akira made all the right decisions, but we're unable to finish off the two low members of Renegade as well as Edward. And now Gusta Logusta is just taking damage as Oheb is having the time of his life down by gold lane. This was one of the few things that RQ Akira actually needed so they can start pressing advantages in the side lane.
I hate to say it, but in the 3 minutes that have elapsed, it's clear Blacks International have a mechanical advantage. Every little inch, the little decisions that you make in the fraction of a second makes a difference. It adds up to about 1,000 gold ahead now, even in the gold lane. That's far isolated from what happened in the turtle pit. You can see that Oheb is giving Gusta Lagusta hell.
Oh man, I mean, I think as long as Blacklist International can maintain this pace and not give RRQ Akira that initial burst, then it should be fine, right? Because Oheb's already doing a very good job.
Oh, even there, once again, the focus in this gold lane. Blacklist International knows if they're able to get a kill here, even in the hands of Oheb, it's going to give them a big advantage, and that's exactly what they want to do with this momentum play here.
Gentlemen, they're cracking down on Gusta Lagusta. Luis has to play babysitter. This is not how you want to see the Heartbreaker play. He's so mechanically gifted. He was once in the gold lane, so he knows the little inches that make up a mile. It's just not how he plays to protect his gold laner. This is tough.
Yeah, playing defensively is not ideal, especially when you're on Kufra. There's so much that you could be doing, but at the end of the day, it's still dependent on your teammates. And let's not forget, it's not only affecting Luis, it's also affecting Sagan. The way that he paths, he's fine. He's all right. Thank goodness.
Still on the black shoes, right? Yeah. And he's also rocking Purify. Actually, there's a couple over here. You're going to have to really play around that because even on the other side, RQ Akira has their Purifies as well to deal with a lot of this CC going to be thrown at them. So you can see it. Everybody except these gold laners getting ready for this. Renegade going to go ahead and use that Circle Eagle. Edward jumps in with a flicker. Right on Saigan. Gets that black shoes out himself. There's a spatial migration. Takashi's going to fall again. Luis tries to follow up, but he's got no backup as it's a double for Edward. And that's also going to be the turtle secured for Blacklist International.
Deja vu, they're still not done!
Still going to be going, putting the pressure in the mid lane. They don't want to let up here.
Beautiful stuff. Honestly, really beautiful stuff coming in from the side of Blacklist International. The way that they actually look to punish our RQ Akira is very simple, right? They're looking for Sagan specifically, and even for Edward, he has got his guns out. Gusta is fine.
Oh, no! Hello. Okay, jumps in with a spatial migration, though. Luis, thankfully there in time. But it looks like there might want to be a response.
You're seeing here how precise and how exact Blacklist International's movements are. Was this not just a replay of what happened in the first turtle fight? A big win up top, a kill, and then a rotate down bottom, and eventually they convert into a turret up top. They're trying to turn on Edward. Is this the right call?
I think at this point, RQ Akira need to find anything that they possibly can. Look, Edward, he's trying to protect this turret.
Wow, he does. Keeps it alive. Utilizing that Primal Wrath against the two members of RQ Akira.
Like a Chad. He won't let it go. This is like one of those ego challenge moments, right? First item, he decides to go, you know what, I'm going to get blade armor. I'm still playing for the team, and it's clear in these team fights that he knows his role. On the opposite side, RRQ Akira, they start to feel this snowball actually piling up. But the real question is, how do you actually approach these situations, especially since Blacklist International, they're not wasting movement. They're very efficient.
They're going to be able to find their target here. Sensui could be in trouble. He's going to fall. RQ Akira grabbing their first kill here. No, wait, second. First kill for Saigan.
Yep, it's their first kill. And they spot out the jungler, Sensui, who, by the way, I just gotta note, man, what's going on? His first item after the casual Molten Essence is the Brute Force Breastplate. Is there no better sign of success than excess? You usually don't build brute force breastplate. Like, what was he thinking? Is it because of the damage coverage that RQ Akira has?
Well, that also, as well as the fact that he might be looking for opportunities to actually out-farm his opponent, right? Especially you're up against a Boxio. Let's keep that in mind. The movement speed is going to be useful.
Well, they could use it here for this turtle. They're going to go for it. They jump in, but Sensui somehow steals the turtle away. The retry on point. Takashi falls again. That's the third now. Blacklist International finding the punishes where they can.
Notorious for having some of the sharpest retributions. Dare I say, the best of the best from all of the Philippines, Southeast Asia, the world. Sensui's retribution is notorious. It's world class.
That's why he's on blacklist.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Still going to be going for it again, trying to hold down this mid lane. They're going to force him back, but that's just the objective for Blacklist International.
Really good moves coming out from specifically the Hitman, right? He is sniffing out where Luis is. He understands what Kufra wants to do, and if he's able to smother it really early on... No, he's fine. Look, it's Edward, right? Agent Zero, he's not a prime target for RRQ. Oheb, however, that's where the target is on.
Yeah, no, Oheb's just been silently working. And it's the same you can say for Takash. He's just finding these little windows, sneaking through some value, keeping this gold lead under 5K, 8 minutes in. RQ Akira, their map, their real estate, it's shrinking. Where are you going to find farm to put on Gusta La Gusta?
I mean, even with this, like, when they try to find their own moments, that's where the Guiding Wind plays such a integral part of this. Blacklist International is able to just pull someone to safety, and RQ Akira, they're trying to just kind of catch up right now. Just struggle a little bit here. They're 5K behind nearly the 9-minute mark.
Gideon, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Oheb is a world away from Gusta La Gusta. That's almost 2,000 gold.
It's almost 2,000 gold here, right? And if we're talking about like questionable things that are being built right now, I'm already looking at Benedetta. He's going for the Blade of Heptases. It's like a semi-damage, but you're not going for Hunter Strike, which is generally the more efficient item because you need the movement speed to get in and out of these fights rather than the burst. And then he's building full tank after. So I don't know about Takashi right now, but I think he recognizes that his moves are too telegraphed, so he might as well get the stats to buff him up to make sure, even though his opponents know it's going to happen, that he will protect himself.
That's true. Again, we can only really theorize and wonder what's going on in these odd builds. Look at the damage. Look at UF. Wow.
Damage.
I mean, that's the best that we can actually put it, right? 12. Well, again, he is so far ahead of the curve. UA is that important when it comes down to these to the peel from RQ Akira, especially when they find that initial engage, and that's when we see the snowball actually happen, right? It's all part of the checklist. Unlock the Oheb, get into their jungle, start taking them down on neutral objectives, and from third turtle onwards, it's Blacklist International control.
I'm just wondering at this point too, you know, as that is literally a free lord for Blacklist to take here as they march in, where can RQ Akira find these wins, right? Because normally you would think, well, maybe split push would be an answer, but even at that situation, it's too tough to pull off right now.
Yeah, I think one thing for sure is that Sagan is really going to struggle in this match, right? The big game changer is going to be Takashi and Luis. They really need to communicate on the way they actually attack.
All right, luckily enough, RQ Akira has respectable wave clear. They are going to successfully defend in mid. And I'd like to think you're right. And from very different angles, Gideon, Takash off the fight. He has to be very far away to try and again control that gold lead, control the map. For Luis, man, you got to get some defensive jumps in.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Again, they're going to lose this mid-turret. Sensui's just going to jump in, finding the mark. Luis going to fall, and now King to follow. They just get obliterated in the base. Now Blacklist International with the lead. They're going to go ahead and continue to assault down the base turrets of RRQ Akira. Do they cap it out? Edward going to jump in. Takashi falls. Gusta La Gusta trying to keep the game going, using the blazing duet, but it's not enough as Blacklist International decisively takes game one.
Blacklist welcomes RRQ Akira into Manila with a dominant victory. Game one going over to Black.
Woo! Blacklist International feeling comfortable in their own skin, man. This is why the new iteration of Blacklist International is so exciting to watch. They're efficient, they sometimes can be aggressive, but more importantly so, like the Hitman himself, he is precise.
Not only with that, but again, if you look at just from start to finish of this game, the execution, every roll, every lane, just played the part, right? If you really look at it, it started early on, even into that first hurdle. Things were at a stalemate, like we mentioned, into that first hurdle, and then very quickly, you know, this is kind of the risk that you take too when you lock in that Benedetta. We wanted to see it in the draft. We got that, but unfortunately for Takashi here and for RRQ Akira, it just did not perform the way that they wanted it to, right? And maybe again, it was a little bit too much risk with the draft that they had here.
We're gonna have a moment here to break down exactly what happened in game 1. We can start with the draft. How about that? It was looking good actually, because there were some signature picks coming up from RRQ Akira, but Blacklist International, the way that they drafted, with Coach Master the Basics at the lead, he enabled each and every one of them and made them all more than just comfortable. He made all of them do more in the larger scale, in the big picture sense, that adds up to more than the sum of their parts.
I agree. I think that, you know, at least for the side of Master of the Basics, he's going to arm his team with the best weapons possible that he deems worthy. But I think the players really went above and beyond. Like, for an example, we look at Edward. He is playing one of those heroes that is just known to sandbag. This Edith is, you can't do much against it, right? Look at him, MVP for a reason. He shouldn't be winning that lane. He shouldn't be protecting those turrets like that, and yet he does.
Abun Jingjing scores a 503 KDA. Legend Zero, he's known responsible for about 100% of those kills in game 1. He just knows whenever he comes in, whether by hook or by crook, his ult will deal damage, he will displace with his CCs, and he will win fights for Blacklist International.
I mean, we can see these moments in the highlights itself, right? Right at the very beginning of it all, the overall composition just denies Sagan from getting any valuable ults. And when you look at these moments, the telegraphed motions coming in from Takashi specifically, it allows a template for Blacklist International to look for these big punishes. Because again, nobody's going to be taking care of Sagan in these moments. Gusta Lagusta is looking for opportunities to jump in, but it's only on condition that Sensui or even Renegade don't have their CC. And in most of these cases, it's too late. Why go in with a Blazing Duet when they've already lost 2 or 3 of their members?
Oh, not only that, but as you're seeing here unfold again, Edward, yes, MVP on that Edith performance, but even Sensui, there's just so many options for them to initiate these fights. And then again, you have this fallback with the Hitman, the Renegade here with that Matilda pick. A lot of the times, even early on, they were just baiting out kind of mistake aggression from RRQ Akira, able to pull them away with that guiding wind alone.
I think for a lot of people, the easiest way to kind of explain this is feints, right? They're throwing out fake jabs. They don't know whether this is an actual engagement or not. And sometimes they catch RRQ Akira slacking because of it, because they're expecting one line of play, but there's multiple angles for Blacklist to initiate an attack. I think RRQ Akira's problem is everything felt a little too telegraphed, right? You go up to a turtle, what do you expect? I know for a fact that Takashi is going to come on in with the Electo final blow, and he, again, Blacklist communicates with everybody. We can punish this. Oheb just stun him immediately afterwards before he gets the eye for an eye, and we get a free kill.
Yep, looking at the item builds, there is the aforementioned Blade of Heptases built on Takashi's Benedetta, and then eventually building Tank. Something to note as well, Sensui with the Brute Force Breastplate. So yeah, I'm guessing he's also playing a game of inches, right? You proc those stacks, you move a little faster, you get a little bit more tankiness, and that's what you need in the early game to expedite your finish. 11 minutes in. Looking at the damage taken, of course, there's a good bunch of it on King, the sandbag. Yue, we're not really talking about Yue much. He put Saigen in such an odd position, which I want to talk about now. Saigen, in both mental, mechanical, and technical senses, was struggling. What's his Valentina to do?
Well, there's nothing much he could do, right? And it's highly dependent on Louise specifically. So we can't just talk about like, oh, it's just the mid laners. No. It's a 2v2 in that mid lane. That this dance that's going on between Renegade as well as Yue, who are doing a phenomenal job. Because think about it this way: as Yue is clearing out these waves, what exactly is Renegade doing? He's not just moving to the opposite side of the map. He's clearing specific bushes that you expect Louise to be in to create the space necessary for Blacklist to have that overwhelming push on the opposite side.
And that's the role Renegade played in game 1. He was the hitman and the wheelman. He was making sure that, all right, the coast is clear. All right, guys, we're getting on out of here. Guiding wind.
I can imagine. Yep. Sunglasses, sends the signal, the squad rolls up.
Baka Renegade. That's it.
Hey, they made it work. And again, the synergy with this whole lineup, if you guys remember, that first phase of the draft went by super fast because they exactly knew how they wanted to approach this game, and I feel like it was perfectly executed here, right? So when you look at that and how that unfolded, you gotta ask, you know, how does RQ Akira adjust from that alone? And obviously it starts in the draft, probably a flip of sides, but really, like, what is that priority? Because earlier, Gideon, you even said maybe they had let that Bruno go through and then they took it, right, for themselves or something like that, because again, Claude is great, Benedetta is great, but sometimes too, you take a little bit too long to build up here with some of these hero picks.
Well, actually, personally for me, I have a differing opinion because I think in terms of like overall draft, this is actually as good as it gets for the side of RRQ Akira. I think it was clear that they wanted to actually eventually start attacking the EXP lane, but you got to give it over to the heads, the brains coming in from Blacklist International. They kind of sniffed that out pretty quick to make sure, hey, Edward, you're going to get a sandbag hero, but it's most important that we're able to kind of punish our opponents in the same way for neutral fights. So you be ready, and you better have your ult ready in time to do so. And they played it perfectly, right? So what I think the big change is going to be is the change of mindset of approaching the game. It feels too static for the side of RRQ Akira. There's not enough creativity. They're not loose enough, right? Everything feels so structured.
Well, as we mull over how the draft could change, here's a quick look at how RRQ is breaking their own code. RRQ Hoshi and RRQ Akira have never won a match against Blacklist at the M Series. It's a mountain they have yet to conquer. At M3, Blacklist swept RRQ Hoshi. At M4, Blacklist beat Akira after Akira took one game. At M4 again, in the playoffs this time, Blacklist beat RRQ Hoshi. They went all the way.
So if you're just looking at history here, right, and going with what Gideon mentioned, I guess it is just this mindset, right? Because when you're approaching this, and you know that this is the history, you've been through, you know, RRQ, Hoshi, and Akira here, you kind of have to change the mindset. Because regardless of the draft, regardless of the meta that we're in, there's something that's not working against Blacklist International, right? And that's kind of the thing about the code, right? It constantly adapts, it constantly changes, it's tweaked a little bit here and there, but essentially at the end of it all, it's the execution factor from Blacklist International is the biggest component to what's working for them and what's so difficult for other teams to handle.
And let me emphasize that even more, right? History time, everybody. M3, the time where everybody was thinking that Ube was the way to go, the healing meta to kind of stop everybody. But keep in mind that in terms of the overall scaling, it becomes very difficult towards the later stages where you actually have to hold out against your opponent, right? And that's where the big proprietors come in. You not only need stable laners, you need impact laners. That's why Edward is #1 when it comes down to the EXP lane role rankings.
Yep. He's an impact player, and he doesn't have to tell you twice. You just see how he plays, you watch his career, you look at the records, the timeline that have been written into MLBB esports history, and it will show you that Agent Zero owns the EXP lane.
I was just gonna say, you know, there's a reason why this guy has multiple monikers.
All of them.
Multiple names, right? And even when you're watching him play the Edith, you're thinking like, man, what fits there, right? Because you have Agent Zero, you have Edward Balboa, you have all these things, but really, essentially, that's the thing. And even when we were talking about the draft, the XP lane itself, this is why I love the evolution of the XP lane, because for a while it was kind of this stagnant lane, you know, for the most part. And then eventually something happened where XP lane just got a much more impactful role, right? You have these players, you have these heroes now that fit really well into the game, and they are actually able to change the course of even a losing game, right? We've seen XP laners do that before, and Edward there is one of them. So when you look at Takashi across from him, you know that he probably has a little bit of inspiration there, but of course, he's set his own standard, and now when I'm looking at game 2, that's where I'm looking, right? How does Takashi himself adjust with that mindset, with the draft that they lead into, and then how do they pull it off?
Hey, Takashi's on the upper half. He is in the upper half of all XP laners within M5. So there has to be some respect there, and he is at least performing at a level wherein he's not starstruck when he plays up against Edward. Edward is a Hall of Famer, in case you didn't know. A multi-time MPL champion and a multi-time M Series competitor. And when you watch game 1 alone, as we reel back into the discussion, Takashi did not show any signs of weakness. He held his own.
That's why he has all of the monikers. Not only is he just Agent Zero, some people, well, it depends on how you look at it. Some might even say he's a sacrificial lamb sometimes, that somehow, as a holy hand grenade inbuilt into him for some reason, he is an absolute menace at times. But that's not all, right? That's just the EXP lane. As we start moving towards the rest of the team, the new additions even, I feel like UA has really found his place with this Blacklist roster. And more importantly, so what makes me most nervous is the entire team smiling on stage. That doesn't feel like a normal thing based on the Blacklist International that I knew back in M3.
They've changed.
They've changed so much.
That's what I was saying, before we went to this, I was like, hey, a couple months that we've seen this development of this iteration of Blacklist International. They are different, right? But essentially, I feel like what made them Blacklist International, like you mentioned, even the Ube has developed in its own way. They have multiple strategies they like to pull out because of the people behind them doing the draft, master the basics, and analyst Coach Dexter there. And that's what makes it work. So even when you look at that, again, really thinking RQ Akira, right? They have their own identity, strategy, and flavor to them. Again, this is a region that is very vibrant in their playstyle, their personalities, right? So when you're looking at them, and even what's across from them, right, and the history and all, again, where do you start to make these changes? Because we always talk about these check boxes you have to check off to get to where you need to do to get to a Game 3, to win a series. And, that's the thing is for RQ Akira, again, I think you can start simple, right? Have a good draft, and then compete against Sensui himself, because the jungle, man, the objectives alone. If we're talking about teams, even from what we saw in the wild card, Gideon, I said this over there too, over in Malaysia. Yeah. These teams have to be able to win those turtle dances, the Lord dances later on, right? We can talk so much about these other lanes, but really, let's be honest. MLBB, objective, gameplay, team, team oriented and everything else, but you can't just give up these turtles. You can't just give up these Lords, and that's what I want to see here also from RQ Akira in adjustment-wise.
It's a very fast game we played in Game 1, by the way. Not a single turtle going over to RRQ Akira. So where can they start?
Well, I think the way that they can start, one or the other, is either give up the turtle entirely, focus on the lanes, or disrespect them, have all the aggression.
We'll find out how RQ Akira does just that. As we go onto the stage, let's hear from our host. They're talking to someone real quick. You're going to want to listen.
EVM Convention Center, welcome members of the Blacklist Organization. We've got Indo, Dom, and Kimpoy! Alright, mabilisan lang. Pa-intro niyo nga ang sarili niyo para sa ating international viewers at saka ano ang posisyon na nilalaro niyo.
Hi, ako si Kimpoy, roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako si Dom, explainer ng Blacklist.
Hello, I'm Rindo, jungler of Blacklist International.
Alright, so mabilisan lang guys kasi malapit na mag-umpisa ang draft. Rindo, ano ang pakiramdam na umabot ang Blacklist International dito sa world stage for the third straight time? Ano pakiramdam mo?
Siyempre sobrang saya po kasi goal po namin talagang lahat makapagpasok ng M5 tas sana mag-champion ulit kami sa M-Series.
Dom, thank you Rindo. Dom, I'm sure nakita mo naman or narinig mo yung mga preparation ginagawa ng Blacklist International. Gaano kahirap magtrabaho ang Blacklist International para maghanda para sa M5?
Pulidong mag-prep yung Blacklist kaya alam ko mananalo sila.
Blacklist has been prepping hard, so he's confident they're going to win. And of course, Rito said earlier that Blacklist International, of course, all of them are very happy because the goal has always been for the World Championship. Kimpoy, fearless forecast. Ano ang final placement ng Blacklist International pagkatapos ng M5?
Siyempre, champion.
There you have it. Rido, Dom, and Kimpoy. Maraming salamat sa inyong tatlo. Okay, sabay-sabay natin. Blacklist! Alright, let's go, casters!
Thank you so much, Renmar, hanging out with the three who competed on behalf of Blacklist International, part of their lineup from MPLI, now supporting these five on stage as we load back into this best of three. We're going to game 2. It's match point for Blacklist International, and the question remains, how does RRQ Akira adjust what's going on in the minds of these young athletes? And of course, at the helm, Coach Cabral. He has to wonder, what was wrong, or what could I have done better in that draft?
I think a lot of it, it's hard to say that it's one person to blame for it, because it's not only the draft, it's about the execution as well. But if we're going with the checklist, I think first things first, we've got to predetermine what style and what level that they want to be playing at. Because number one, RRQ Akira, they were not able to kind of keep up with the tempo of Blacklist International. Maybe for the first couple of minutes, but then you saw the overall mechanical prowess of Blacklist International. So that only leaves you with two options. Either A, you don't interact with them at all, and you play for the lanes, play for your goal laner, and get that snowball running. Or B, you are looking to play pure disruption, off-tempo plays, tempo breakers even, times where you can slow down, but instantly speed up.
Here we go. We'll see what kind of equipment and heroes these teams will be picking up on their way into game number 2. The draft is upon us.
Interesting. So we're going to have Blacklist International again on this blue side. We've got RQ Akira there on the red. First band's already pretty much coming through, right? So there's the Guinevere band this time around. They go with that. Let's see what Blacklist International wants to prioritize here. Again, still a lot open that they can go ahead and go with.
Yeah, I like this a lot already. Again, just small adjustments of what is necessary for RRQ Akira. With the first pick going over to Blacklist International, they have so much to think about, right? Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's been a while since we've seen this picked up.
Yeah, I mean,
it's first pick.
Earlier today we did see a Boxia opener as well, right? But coming from Blacklist International, it does kind of tell us a story of what they want to do.
Technically, RRQ did a first pick Baksha as well, alongside a Claude.
Technical, okay.
But this is so much more of a statement. This is more of a message sent.
Yeah.
We're going to do it in just a Baksha. Even while Matilda is out there, even while Angela is out there. And how does RRQ answer? They pick up their own Matilda.
And I think it's a good idea, right? At the very least, if something goes wrong, you have the guiding winds to save them from these problems. And again, it's not like one of those mechanical skill issues. It's all about timing. One button for timing. They take the Brody as well, and it feels like RRQ Akira, it is clear they're not looking for these objectives anymore. It's about the laners.
And it's going to come from very aggressive rotations from the Brazilian GOAT. He's rocking the Matilda this time around, a better hero that can step on the clutch compared to the Kufra, who needs to be very aggressive with those catches. He's the only South American player with 4 M-Series appearances, only missing out on the very first one. He was at M2, believe it or not, at M3, at M4, and now here in Manila for M5.
What's crazy is that his appearance has barely changed. He's still as good looking at M2 as it is now.
He never ages.
I don't know what they do over there, but they're doing it right.
It's probably in their diet, you know? I think they have a pretty healthy diet, Gideon.
It can't just be that. It can't just be that. I saw the trailers. I saw them doing physical activities. I saw them running up their monuments. Come on, it's gotta be a combination of things, as we do see the Bruno as well as the Lilio once again picked up for the side of Blacklist International, and it feels like they've sniffed this out. So if RRQ Akira is going to be playing for the lanes and trying to break tempo, well, guess what? We're going to maintain priority in all areas.
Was that the M3 video you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, here we go. That's RRQ Akira closing up their draft here, the first phase with Yakai. I'm liking it already. There's nowhere else this Yakai could go. It just has to be in the hands of King.
I like it. A lot of disengage, a lot of ways to re-engage. It's clear where they want to invest their resources into Gusta Lagusta down by that gold lane. Now the question is supplementary. Like, again, we are facing off against UA's Lilia. That's a lot of control, right? And I think that RRQ Akira are taking a very good approach at locking down. Okay, let's take away team fight, Minotaur. That's one issue out of the way. Second thing, something that can actually supplement the mid lane and zone out the rest. I'm thinking along the lines of maybe even a potential Kufra. I'm thinking along the lines of maybe an opportunity for Angela. Even Dicky is pretty... Oh boy, everybody's sour pilled at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like today taught us a lot, right? And with that, I think that's the right choice for them to go with, right? They want to deal with that. They want to be able to set things up themselves and not have to worry about getting these initiations that they're looking for, or even if they have to disengage. Again, this is the strength of Matilda. You can, what you called earlier, the feint, right? The feint, is that right? The feint.
Yes.
To deal with that, to bait out some of these ultimates, bait out some of these engages, and kind of keep them on their feet if they can. So, you know, with that, there's the Charizla ban as well. XP lane being focused on here.
Yeah, man, Blacklist International, they're really testing Takashi at this point of time. They're like, okay, if you want to play structured again, go for that Benedetta. Just one more time.
We dare you. How about it?
He hate turret.
He just does. Oheb and turret don't really go well. Oheb has the highest turret damage in a game in the M series. Homie's at about 42,790 with Brody versus RRQ Hoshi in M4.
This is gonna be someone's IGN after today.
He hates turret. He hates turret.
He just does.
Oheb don't like turret. Oheb like big damage, break turret, move fast.
Make snipes.
Make snipes, big damn.
There it is. We go. The Novaria picked up by Coach Cabral on behalf of RRQ Akira. That's a lot of range. That's a lot of engagement range and variety for the Brazilians here.
I agree, but it still can get smothered. It's not necessarily a free win just yet, but one of the few picks that I would love to see here would be the Lolita.
No!
Darn it!
No!
The classics! They're bringing it back!
Renegade! The double! Mr. Bacarse!
There was cheers for that and then the Benedetta.
Hitman! Come on! Oh, for both? Oh, I closed my eyes as soon as I heard the Estes, but what?
Yeah.
This is too much, you guys.
He better be wearing that blacklist skin. If it's
You
anything
guys.
else, it's a disappointment.
All right, we're in for a treat, folks. If y'all don't know, Blacklist is known for these heroes. That's it. They're going for the throat, Gideon.
They are going for the throat. I don't know. In most situations, like, you already have the Akai, but it starts to make sense now, right? Why they're getting rid of the Yuzong, why they're getting rid of the Turisla. You want to group together? Let's look for a punish. And now we're going on a subpar EXP laner in the Grok to try to make sure you stick together while charge.
When was the last time we saw Grok XP?
I do recall seeing it in M4. Right? I remember seeing it there, but it's been a while.
It's a year ago, Joseph.
It's a year ago.
That's a year ago.
What the?
A year? Thousands of miles away from here. That's a year ago, but all right. The numbers will show very, very soon. Help us make sense of these two lineups. RRQ wins on the counter index, though.
Yes, it looks like they win on the counter index, but keep in mind, early and mid game goes over to Blacklist International, and even late game potential can be very scary. Right now, RRQ Akira want to play towards that goal lane, and if they have the options to play around neutrals, they will try, but it's not their main focus.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Match point for the Code Breakers as they execute endgame protocol, picking up some signature heroes, paying homage to the queen. Renegade with the Estes. Who would have thought on day 2 we would have seen this? Let's get into the Land of Dawn. Check out these early rotations. It's a purple start for Sensui, the opposite for King.
Interesting. So they want to end up on the opposite sides of the map, very least, and well, sorry, the same sides of the map. But at the very least, we need to understand a couple of things, right? Number one, if we are expecting the say it. Hello, say it. Please.
Okay,
buddy.
As you were saying, very similar as first game.
Yeah,
hard stopping.
Hard stopping. Really, truly. I think at the very least we're expecting, in terms of the quote-unquote the EXP laners, Edward is always going to be able to make it to the neutrals faster than Takashi. It's just a matter-of-fact sort of situation, right? So RRQ Akira needs to add that into their calculations and really protect the gold lane.
It is the skin, by the way, right? So.
Oh, there it is, yes!
Yeah, there it is. And it's funny, too, because as you talk about the gold lane here, Gideon, you know, you also mentioned even the Ube back in what it was M3 you mentioned, so now still Ube going to be the play here for this game, and even looking at the emblems, you can see they mean business.
They mean a lot of business as well. Fighter emblems coming from Benedetta, Atypical, Impure Rages, coming all around for the side of Blacklist International, and Takashi having, I mean, he's on the Grok. He needs this Weapon Master to really kind of step up and maintain control over that wave, or at the very least minimize the time he stays in it.
What I'm excited for is eventually what items these two teams build. If the Benedetta will be very different from the way Takashi built it, what kind of Grok we're going to be seeing in the hands of Astro Thunder, and how they're prepping up for this first turtle, by the way. About 5 seconds from now, Blacks International small lead, 2 minutes in.
In case anybody was wondering when Blacklist International skin came out, quickly post that on screen. Every single time it happens, I'm going to mention it. But for now, at least, Takashi, he's going to hit level 4, which is great, but Sagan isn't level 4.
They're exactly where they want to be here. Again, going to force just King out. Even with the Electro final blow, Luis going to jump in with the guiding wind. Takashi looking for his own entry point, holding on to that wild charge.
Whoa!
King, though, will get the turtle. A good choice of positioning there for RQ Akira.
Ah! Almost, but it was Edward that also went down in that exchange.
Okay. Battle spells are already coming out here. Things are looking much better for RRQ Akira at the very least. I mean, Renegades here to top it back up so that Oheb can stay in lane, but here comes Sagan and Louise.
The flank!
They're here. Oheb gonna dodge that shot, so he should be fine. Gonna have the heal as well.
Bang!
Okay, torn apart memory, not gonna find the mark.
Tether's going to keep him topped up, but even Renegade is running out of mana at this point. So again, Blacklist International, as the mid lane is under control, RRQ Akira putting a lot of focus down and reinforcing the gold. But even so, these neutral objectives, right, it should have fallen into the hands of Blacklist International, but unfortunately they weren't able to fully reset this turtle. Small mistakes, not that big of a deal. At the end of the day, Blacklist International, with or without the turtle, really makes no difference.
That's interesting. Looking at the gold earned, Tekash on top, that means he hasn't missed a single wave, and he's been hitting on cue. Wow. Hasn't really moved. Now Sensui playing footsies with King. Renegade going to be healing him up. Oh, it's not going to break out into a full-on fight.
Yeah, just making their way up here. You see a lot of the focus, though, once again, where they want to on that gold lane, like Gideon mentioned earlier. This is crucial for both teams here. So, certainly going to be used by Luis, but they just pull back for now. Once again, we're still 30 seconds away from that turtle.
But why, though? But why would you want to go for the Strickland Eagle at moments like this? Like, I guess it's just to open up the map, and I think Tekashi, at the very least, yes, proxy that wave. Keep Edward stuck in that lane for as long as possible. Get that information about how many jungle creeps are still available down on that bottom side. Relay it back to your jungle and keep control over this top. 6 more seconds until that turtle. And I think this time, our RQ Akira, wow, okay.
Well, the whole team here for this one right now. Once again, both gold laners going to this other side of the map, so they're going to try to work around it. But if RQ Akira can secure themselves this second turtle, they're going to be on their way to a better position than they were in the previous game, and right now they're after it. So Blacklist International, how's the answer? King's going to be able to secure the turtle, and they disengage after it. They make the right choice. RQ Akira now gets the next objective.
Okay, it's RQ Akira this time around, playing the game of inches. They're not going to force the issue, not going to go for big wins. Instead, they'll take turtle after turtle, win these lanes, and then eventually, when are we looking for them to get the payoff? Oh, wait, Gusta.
Gusta going to be in trouble here. Whittled down and taken down easily for Yue. Putting him on the board. So caught again. This is kind of what we expect here with this lineup from Blacklist.
There's your answer, Leo. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Catch them off that rotation and make sure that once Oheb gets his very first item, then he's ready to rumble. More importantly so, right? Keep in mind that at least with King, he does have an inbuilt cleanse. So every time you see Edward trying to go for that, you know, Electro Final Blow into Petrify, it's not necessarily effective, but it does force out the heavy spin.
I mean, in a combat situation, yes. But look at the map. Blacks International finding these windows, finding their angles, pushing bottom lane in. So already the King of Kings' map very small. Oheb farming up, using that real estate. Look at that. 4K at 6.
Yeah, they're doing well at taking some of, well, not really no man's lands POIs like River Crab, but also getting small invades, taking away Kobolds, taking away Beetles at the same time. And I think a lot of it is just well done. Oheb is just very efficient at what he does, and Yue is doing a good job at making sure that Sagan is a little late on that rotate, and even if he does rotate late, he's losing out on EXP. Thus why we see the EXP difference between Yue and Sagan.
Oh, KL1 is eating good. Look at that, almost 1,000 ahead. Sensui catches a face full of CC from these two chunky boys up top. Sensui wants to engage.
So Tekashi, quite tanky himself, should be just fine. Waiting for the rest of the team. He gets whittled down quite a bit though, but Sagan has an answer of his own. But that's the thing. Renegade there to heal him up, and now a third turtle of the game for the takings. Luis gonna go in, circling heal Yue, already taking the brunt of damage, gonna get shot down by Sagan. Still gonna fight it down, heavy spin used, King gets the third turtle. Still gonna fight it out, the wild charge comes through. Edward has to get out of there, but Oheb to answer, finds the kill on Tekashi.
Nicely played by RQ Akira. They force Yue to use the Purify as well as the Black Shoes to pull him out of position, but Tekashi, he's so greedy. He's like, one power in nature. Just give me that kill over Edward. Let me hold it above his head.
All right, say what you will about that, biting him in the behind, but something tells me RRQ Akira have to go that fast, have to be just a little greedy, because come the mid-game, and we're fast approaching, by the way, folks, despite being a 0-3 on Turtles, I think Blacks International has a great future in them. And when I say future, I'm saying maybe 2 minutes in, because looking at that last engagement for that last Turtle fight, you have to admit, mana is life and life is mana. As long as Renegade has mana and his skills are on cooldown, RRQ Akira have to think about how to use their kit very, very specifically.
And that's why Sagan feels like he's so neutered in this game. It's like, oh yeah, I hit the nastiest skill shot from the longest range possible. Renegade is like, what? That feel that.
That did what?
That did what? Did it happen? Nah, don't worry, it's just scratch. It's just flesh wound.
It's one of the strengths, though, here and now. The focus, once again, the landing shot, but UA going to be healed back up. Gusta Lagusta also picking up that Malefic Roar, so they hold it together here. But RRQ Akira needs to be able to go toe-to-toe in a lot of these team fights and skirmishes.
Yeah, and so far still, you see RRQ Akira getting big wins, but it's not converting into real estate. Nothing on the map is going their way.
Oh, King trying to pull something off of there. Already using the heavy spin, now he's going to be the focus. RRQ Akira trying to hold on to this tier 1 in the top lane.
This is actually kind of interesting. I feel like RRQ Akira are getting a little creative with this, right? There is a possible angle where they're able to use the Circling Eagle Guiding Winds to pull King into a back position and use the heavy spin to push them outside of the turret range. It's a radical idea, but I don't know. It's going to need a little bit of testing from RRQ Akira to find the moment to do so.
Yep. Here we see 9 minutes in. Lord spawning in the lower quarter. Looking at the item game, still Oheb 1,000 gold ahead. Tekash fails to cancel the recall. What's the item game looking like here? Heptases, Malefic Roar, Hoss Claws, the Fury already onto Oheb.